Hi, welcome to Novel to Listen. Relax and enjoy. Chapter 91 to 110. Brother Six keenly caught the brief expression that flickered through Xiao Xiao's eyes. It looked like she was surprised. He barely restrained his desire to rub at the scars on his face, and a feeling of confused doubt settled into his heart. Didn't they already meet each other yesterday afternoon? At that time, the little girl had been so frightened by his facial scars that her face had turned ghost white. How come her reaction today to his face, which was scary enough to make any little kid weep, was simply surprise? He must have misinterpreted her expression. He briefly glanced at Xiao Xiao and thought about saying something. In the end, he decided to stay silent and turned around to slowly walk towards the area where people were selling breakfast. Xiao Xiao looked around her and noticed that not a soul was in sight and quickly followed behind him. She definitely didn't want to stay in that area by herself. If that group of scoundrels suddenly came back looking for blood, then she was dead meat in their hands. Since Xiao Xiao was gone for a long time, Yu Hai was starting to get antsy waiting for her by the noodle stand. When he saw his daughter coming back with her tail between her legs next to a stern and ferocious-looking man with facial scars, his first thought was that his beloved daughter was being bullied. He quickly limped forward and pushed his daughter behind him. He looked at old Six warily and said, "Don't be scared, daughter. Father is here and I definitely won't let anyone bully you." Xiao Xiao simultaneously felt touched and tickled by his protectiveness. She smiled apologetically at Brother Six, pulled her father back to the stool to sit down, and explained, "Father, Brother Six wasn't giving me problems. On the contrary, he had just saved me from bullies." After that, she broadly sketched out what had happened during that heart-pounding scenario to her father. Yu Hai pulled on her hand and inspected her from head to toe. Only after he didn't find anything out of the ordinary did he slightly relax a bit and say, "The docks are very chaotic, so in the future you're not allowed to wander around randomly. Brother, I was rude to you earlier, but thank you very much for saving my daughter." Brother Six's face was as expressionless as before, and he only lightly nodded his head in reply. He opened his mouth for the first time to speak to old Lu. "I'd like a bowl of noodles in soup without any bean flour noodles." Old Lu quickly ripped a piece of dough from a small bowl and skillfully rolled and cut the dough into sections. Within a short period of time, a bowl of delicious noodles was done. At this moment, Yu Hai hastily took out a portion of braised pig head meat and a portion of pickled fish from the basket. He then placed them both in front of Brother Six's bowl and said, "Brother, eat these two dishes with your noodles. Take them as a token of my gratitude for saving my daughter's life earlier." Brother Six slightly raised his eyebrows but didn't refuse the offer. However, when he finished eating and left, he had placed 2 copper coins on the table. When Yu Hai noticed the coins, he wanted to chase after the man to return the money but was stopped by Xiao Xiao, who said, "Father, let it be. He doesn't lack these 2 copper coins. Get ready, it's almost time for the dockworkers' break to eat their meals." Sure enough, when they looked towards the direction of the wharf, they saw a group of rough, old men chattering and laughing as they walked over. A few people who were more impatient walked briskly the whole way and started calling out to Xiao Xiao from far away, "Xiao Xiao, give me 2 portions of braised pig head meat, I want the fatty portions. Xiao Xiao, I want a portion of the pig intestines and one of the tripe. Do you have any of the fish from yesterday? I want 2 of those." Ellipsis. Despite having heard his son describe the situation over and over to him, Yu Hai was shocked when he saw it in person. However, Xiao Xiao had become accustomed to this and calmly dealt with the crowd while also advertising her new product. "Old Uncle Hao, today I also made a new type of food. This is called blood sausage. Do you want to buy a portion to try? You have another new type of braised food. Give me a portion of blood sausage," hollered a young fellow. He was behind the crowd of people surrounding her, and, despite his attempts at jumping around to get to the front, he was unable to squeeze through. "Give me a portion to try, too. Those of you in the front, don't buy too many at once and leave me a portion of the blood sausages. Ah. I absolutely believe in Xiao Xiao's cooking skills." Ellipsis. The father and daughter pair worked together to receive the money until their hands started cramping from the effort. They were busy for over an hour without any chance to take a quick breather or break. The crowd gradually dispersed when the basket had about 1/10 of the original amount of braised food left. At this point, old Lu's noodle stall was also full of people at the tables eating noodles. The father and daughter pair could only find a rock at the side of the road to sit on to rest their feet. Grandma Lu was busy but sent the two of them each a bowl of steaming hot noodle soup. She smiled and said, "You hi, Xiao Sao, you two must be thirsty, right? Drink a mouthful of noodle soup and let it wet your throats." "Thank you, Grandma Lu. There's no need to wait on us, I'm sure you have other things to do, right?" Xiao Sao took the two bowls from the old woman and gave one of them to her father. The other one she held in her hands as she drank in small sips from the bowl. At this time, Xiao Sao noticed that her eldest uncle, Lu Pei, second uncle, Lu Han, and her oldest male cousin, Lu Jiwei, were at a nearby congee stall eating food. She put down her bowl of soup and took out a portion of pickled fish, blood sausage, and braised pig head meat to take over there. "Eldest uncle, second uncle, oldest cousin, you are all eating breakfast right now. Second uncle, did you come to the docks to find work today too?" Xiao Sao greeted the men warmly. In the previous 2 days, she had only seen eldest uncle with oldest cousin in the area. This was the first time she had seen second uncle at the docks. Lu Pei and Lu Han raised their heads and grinned at her. "Hey, Xiao Sao. How's the business going today? Look, your head is full of sweat, you must be exhausted, right?" I'm fine. Today my father came with me as well. Eldest uncle and second uncle, here's some of the braised food and pickled fish I made. You should all try some and see how it tastes. I didn't make enough the past 2 days so I couldn't leave you guys any, Xiao Sao replied somewhat bashfully. The honest and timid Lu Han shook his hand hastily and said, "Your eldest aunt had packed us some salted vegetables. Earlier I noticed that your braised food sells really well here, so you should keep the food to make money. Your family has a great need for money at the moment." Xiao Sao smiled. "I made a bit too much food today, so there's still some left in my basket. When we were remodeling the house, eldest uncle and second uncle were both a great help to us. It's right and necessary that I repay your kindness with my feelings of respect. Please take the food. Oldest cousin, you should try this pickled fish, I bet you'll really like the taste." The 3 men from the Lu family only brought a few pancakes made from coarse grain and 3 salted radishes from home for breakfast. At the congee stall, they also bought 3 bowls of bean soup for 1 copper coin apiece. Although Lu Jiwei had a tall and imposing figure, he was only around 14 to 15 years of age. This was the time when boys like him constantly hungered for food to eat. Had the person selling the braised food for 1 copper coin a portion not been Xiao Sao, he would have gone over earlier to queue for the food. Sometimes, he would see his fellow dock workers eating the braised food with gusto, and he could catch a whiff of its tantalizing and appetizing smell. Those were the times when he almost couldn't keep the drool in his mouth. When he noticed that Xiao Sao had already opened the oiled paper packets and the tempting, savory smell of the braised food hit his nose, Lu Jiwei had to swallow down the saliva that flooded his mouth. He glanced at his father and older uncle. His eyes glinted with a look of pure envy that was the exact same look little Shido had whenever he wanted to eat something. Xiao Sao stifled her desire to burst out laughing and snatched the pancake from his hand. She unfolded it flat and put a piece of stir-fried fish and a couple pieces of fatty pig head meat in the middle. She then gently placed the food back in his hands and said, "Oldest cousin, try it. This was all made by me." Back by the noodle stall, Yu Hai had a few more customers come up to him to buy food. After that, other than the portion of braised food reserved for Foreman's son, the rest of the food had pretty much been sold out. He placed the basket back on the wheelbarrow and walked over to where Xiao Sao and the others were. He also urged the men when he got there, "Eldest brother-in-law, second older brother-in-law, it's only 3 copper coins worth of food. Xiao Sao is showing her filial respect to you, so just eat some." Seeing that they couldn't refuse the offer, Lu Pei and Lu Han each used a pair of chopsticks to pick up a piece of braised pig head meat and placed it into their mouths to slowly savor. A burst of delicious flavor hit their tongues. They had never eaten anything so delicious, so it prompted them both to praise the food endlessly. The 2 brothers then tried only a bite or 2 of the other 2 dishes. They left the rest of the food for Lu Jiwei to eat, as he was still a growing adolescent. After Lu Pei finished eating breakfast, he took a look at his younger brother-in-law's leg. With sincere concern, He asked. I've been a bit busy lately, so I haven't had the time to visit you. Does your leg give you any problems after walking so far a distance? Yu Hai slapped his left leg a couple of times and grinned. Not a problem at all. The doctor in town even told me to walk a bit more on it when I have the time. It's all thanks to Xiaoxiao for massaging my leg every night. Otherwise, I don't think my leg would get better so quickly. Who knows, maybe after more time passes, I can also go to the docks to find some work. The two brothers from the Liu family complimented their younger sister and brother-in-law for raising such an obedient and sweet daughter. Yu Hai felt more happy from hearing the praises than he did about his own leg getting better. The small group of people chatted for a little bit more until it was time to start working again. Yu Hai and his daughter had also gotten enough rest during this interlude. They left the saved portion of braised food for Foreman's son at Old Lou's noodle stand and prepared to go into town with their wheelbarrow to buy some stuff at the town's markets. At this point, the solemn-looking brother Six came over. He threw some silver bits at Xiaoxiao and said, "Tomorrow I have an important client coming over. Are you able to help me prepare some food for them?" Xiaoxiao looked at the money in her hands and estimated that it must be around 2 taels worth of money. She proceeded to ask him more details about his clients. How many people did he plan on entertaining? Were they Southerners or Northerners? Did they have any specific tastes or requests regarding their food? Brother Six answered her questions one by one. After that, Xiaoxiao had a good idea on what she needed to prepare. At this time, Foreman's son hurriedly rushed over from the docks to hear and clearly didn't take any time to catch his breath. He looked at the silver bits in Xiaoxiao's hands and frowned. What's going on, Xiaoxiao? Is there someone trying to cause trouble for you here? If so, don't feel shy to tell me. You have me behind you. Brother Six stared at him with an imperceptible smile on his face until Foreman's son started to feel uncomfortable. Only then did Brother Six speak. Foreman's son, I know what you're thinking about. The larger one's head is, the larger the hat you'll have to wear. Beware of biting off more than you can chew. Xiaoxiao is someone who does business with everyone and is not just an instrument for you to use to bring in clients. Old son, tomorrow's customer isn't someone you can steal just because you want to. Foreman's son rubbed his nose out of embarrassment and said, Luzi, don't be so petty. Xiaoxiao has helped me a bit, so I was afraid that she was being bullied by others. Brother Six glanced at him with disinterest and then returned his gaze back on Xiaoxiao. He said, then I'll be counting on you tomorrow. After that, he turned and left the area. Foreman's son took offense to his attitude and sneered while quietly grumbling, what's he so proud about? If I had come to the docks to work 2 years earlier, then I wouldn't have to deal with your blustering. Xiaoxiao, what did that stupid Luzi want you to do for him? He gave you so much money, he's not asking you to do something illegal, right? Xiaoxiao looked at him with a faint smile on her face and said, older uncle's son, he was merely admiring my culinary talent and wanted me to make some delicious food for him tomorrow. He gave me this money to buy ingredients. Older uncle, the braised food you reserved is back at Grandpa Lu's place. It's getting late, I need to go into town and restock my seasoning and condiment supplies. Xiaoxiao's clear and bright eyes seemed to pierce through Foreman's son's small schemes, and he replied with slight embarrassment, then go. Here's the money I owe you for the food. It wasn't a special market day at the markets at the docks today, so there weren't a lot of people browsing. Most of the shops were open at the market, and Butcher Wang's meat shop was one of those open stalls. Xiaoxiao, are you here to buy some another pig head and pig offal? How was business today? This uncle has heard that your 1 copper coin per meat dish is very popular at the docks. Butcher Wang smiled genially as he greeted her. Every day Butcher Wang slaughtered a pig. Half of the pig meat went to the restaurants in the area, and the other half was sold at his store. By the time the day ended, most of the other half of meat had been bought out. As usual, Xiaoxiao spent 6 copper coins to buy a pig head. For the tripe and intestines, she persisted on giving him 4 copper coins for them. As for the pig's blood, Butcher Wang insisted on giving it to her for free. After lightly rubbing at the silver pieces in the purse that Brother Six had given her, she also bought 2 caddies of pork belly and a large pork bone. Butcher Wang looked at her in surprise and said, you're buying a lot of meat today. Are you guys having guests over? Xiaoxiao didn't bother explaining and only smiled, I need to take care of a visitor who has some status, so I need to get some stuff to make the table more presentable. The bought ingredients were placed in the wheelbarrow that Yuhai was pushing. She then led them into a shop in town that sold rice and other grains. As they entered the store, they could hear people making a racket. The sounds of the scolding voice of an adult and the wailing of a child blended together into a cacophony. Xiao Sao stood at the entrance, listening for a bit. Apparently, the child of the family that ran the store was naughty and accidentally spilled water on a bag of glutinous rice. Although the store's manager did his best to save the rice, over 10 caddies of rice had been soaked by the water. Everyone knew that rice that had been soaked in water was no good. Even after letting it dry, the rice would still crumble into pieces and powder. Thus, over 17 to 18 caddies of glutinous rice were no longer sellable. The shopkeeper's entire family relied on the income from this tiny rice and grain store, and were only barely able to make it from month to month. Suddenly losing 17 to 18 caddies of glutinous rice meant that they were losing over 100 copper coins of sales. How could the manager not feel his heart bleed a little? However, on the other hand, he couldn't bear to hit his child, so he could only give the boy a rough scolding. "Uncle shopkeeper, I offer you 3 copper coins per caddy for all of this wet glutinous rice. Are you willing to sell it to me?" Xiao Sao suddenly interjected after assessing the situation. Although the sound of her voice wasn't very loud, the noise in the store abruptly cut off and it became silent. The shopkeeper looked at her and then glanced at the adult behind her and softly replied, "Little girl, once the rice gets soaked with water, it won't taste good anymore. Just because it doesn't taste good doesn't mean it isn't edible, right? Shopkeeper uncle, you can't sell this rice anymore, how about you just give to me at a cheap price?" Xiao Sao smiled sweetly. Just as the owner of the rice shop wanted to say something, his wife pulled on his sleeve and spoke instead, "Little girl, this glutinous rice is usually 8 to 9 copper coins a caddy. If you want all of it, the lowest we can go is 5 copper coins a caddy. Otherwise, we'd be better off leaving it for ourselves to eat." The owner of the stall was angry and anxious at the same time. He stared at his wife helplessly in worry. However, his wife glared at him fiercely, and the look in her eyes seemed to say, "If you dare to say anything, then I'll definitely have something to say to you." Xiao Sao shrugged her shoulders and replied, "If that's the case, then please keep the rice for yourselves to eat. Father, let's go to that other rice stall to take a look." The shopkeeper hastily threw off his wife's hand. He rushed forward to block their way and said, "Don't leave. 3 copper coins a caddy it is, 3 copper coins a caddy it is. There's 19 caddies of wet glutinous rice altogether, and I'll even throw in 1 caddy for free." Seeing that the shopkeeper was at least honest and sincere, she gave him 54 copper coins and had her father load all of the glutinous rice onto their wheelbarrow. She also asked them how much the wheat flour and regular rice cost, and thought the prices were quite reasonable. So she also bought 10 caddies of wheat flour and 5 caddies of rice. Thus, she had suddenly spent 130 copper coins at the grain store alone. Luckily, their business had gone pretty well today, and they had earned over 200 copper coins alone from selling the braised food. If she added the 2 taels of silver bits that Brother Six gave her, Xiao Sao didn't feel bad about spending so much money. After they stepped out of the rice and grain store, Xiao Sao also went to a general goods shop to replenish a small number of seasonings and condiments for the family. She even reluctantly fished out some money to buy half a caddy of white sugar. Now, she had pretty much spent all of the money she had earned from selling braised food. However, when she thought about how all of these seasonings would last her for at least half a month, she immediately felt happier at the thought of all the taels she could earn from them. Yu Hai didn't say a single word as he watched his daughter spend money as if it was water. In fact, the money they had earned that morning hadn't even had a chance to get warmed up in their hands before it all went out. Despite that, not a peep came out of his mouth even when she was buying glutinous rice that had been soaked with water. On their way, it was Xiao Sao who finally asked him why cheerfully, "Father, how come you didn't stop me when I was buying glutinous rice that had been soaked?" Yu Hai pushed the wheelbarrow with his daughter in it with a satisfied expression and smiled, "Whatever my Xiao Sao buys definitely has its uses. Father knows you're not a child who spends money recklessly. Then again, even if you couldn't do anything with the glutinous rice, it still wouldn't go to waste. Even bits and powdery pieces of glutinous rice can be used to make a congee that is more tasty than pancakes made from bean flour. Xiao Xiao grinned. Thank you, Father, for trusting me. I really do have a good idea for this rice. Brother Six asked me to help him create a table of dishes for his guest. I want to make something special and unique. I need to help him look good, especially since he saved me from those hooligans. My plan is to make pearl meatballs with them. They'll be fragrant and tasty, shiny and pure, and will be considered a top-notch dish whether you're judging it for looks or taste. His clients will definitely like them. If you grind the glutinous rice into glutinous rice flour, it can be used to make desserts. Also, making some pig's blood glutinous rice cake will also be quite good. Seeing his daughter's extremely thin face lit up with happiness as she talked made Yu Hai feel both happy and proud of his daughter. The daughter they had once thought wouldn't reach adulthood has actually stepped it up and shouldered a lot of responsibilities for the family. When they got home, Xiao Xiao began to draw up the menu and prepare the ingredients for the food. The pearl meatballs needed small steamer baskets. Something as simple as this type of bamboo tool was not hard for Yu Hai to make. He took a drink of water and started to chop some bamboo, following the directions his daughter gave him to make the baskets. Salted egg yolks were needed to make the pearl meatballs, so Xiao Xiao went to the Qian family and knocked on their door. Madame Mao came out, and when she saw Xiao Xiao, she asked with surprise, "Xiao Xiao, why are you at our place at this time?" Xiao Xiao straightforwardly replied, "Auntie Qian, do you have any salted duck eggs? If so, can you sell me a few?" Ducks generally lay fewer eggs in the winter, but they were still hard to sell. The problem was that most people didn't like to eat duck eggs because they had an odd smell. In order to keep them from going bad, Madame Mao used coarse sea salt to pickle the duck eggs. She likely still had some left after eating and selling some of her stock. "I have some, Xiao Xiao. How many do you want? However, salted duck eggs are 1 copper coin each, okay?" Madame Mao's personality was just this way. She never tempered her words and always said things in a straightforward way. Xiao Xiao nodded her head. She actually liked this type of personality. If the duck eggs were offered to her for free, she would feel too uncomfortable to take them. She fished out 10 copper coins from her embroidered purse and said, "Auntie Anne, please give me 10 for now. In the future, if I need more, I'll be sure to come to Auntie's to buy more." Madame Mao took out 11 duck eggs from the jar and placed them in her basket. She smiled and said, "My son, Qian Wu, went to your house again this morning to beg for food. I don't have anything good in this house, so I'll just give you an extra duck egg." Although Madame Mao didn't know how to mince her words, she also wasn't the type of person to take advantage of other people. Qian Wen had eaten 2 pickled fish earlier that morning, which came out to exactly 1 copper coin. Hence, she gave Xiao Xiao an extra duck egg. Xiao Xiao didn't refuse the offer and thanked Madame Mao instead. When she got home, she went over the menu in her head again. Brother Six, a client, was a northerner who needed to eat meat with every meal and loved to eat spicy foods. "Ah, I got it. Earlier that afternoon, she had caught a large fish at the pond, so she could make that into poached sliced fish in hot chili oil, and the fish head could be used to make fish head with chopped peppers. With the pearl meatballs as one of them, right now Xiao Xiao had 3 types of good dishes to serve. Were there any other unique foods she could make? Xiao Xiao racked her mind for ideas. That's right. Didn't she buy some pork belly earlier? She remembered that Auntie Zhou had made some sun-dried salted vegetables. If she could borrow some, she could make steamed pork with salted vegetables. These 4 dishes were all non-vegetarian dishes that contained meat, so she needed to come up with a vegetable-based dish to pair with them all. But in this season, where would she get some fresh produce? Xiao Xiao went into the courtyard to look at the green vegetable shoots that had just opened up under the noon sun. Her heart ached at the thought of harming them so early in their cycle. If she really had no other choice, then she would just pick a few of the larger leaves and make a bowl of green vegetables and egg drop soup. In a moment she needed to go to the tofu sellers and buy some dried tofu. The plan was to fry it and then marinate it slightly with some of the braising seasoning to successfully make a plate of braised dried tofu. How about? She should also make a plate of spicy and sour cabbage, as well. After all, they were limited by what was in season at this time of year. Suddenly, A different idea flashed into her head. She could make sautéed shredded pork in sweet bean sauce. This was a dish that she herself had really liked, so it probably meant that they didn't have it in this era, right? It would definitely taste novel and delicious to the people here. Thus, she decided to eliminate fish head with chopped peppers from the menu. 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes, and 1 soup should be more than enough for 2 people if she also added a main starch dish, sweet potato with sweet rice flour. That afternoon, it was still Xiaolian who went with Shido to the docks to sell the pickled fish. After Yu Hai finished crafting the bamboo steamer baskets, he took the fish bait that Xiaoxiao had prepared to catch some fish. He had a very important assignment. He needed to catch a fish that weighed at least 5 catties. The best scenario would be if he could fish up a black carp. Madame Lu found herself busy with preparing the pig head and intestines that afternoon. They were planning on using those ingredients to make more braised food. When Madame Fang came over to call on them and saw that she had more work than one person could handle, she also rolled up her sleeves to help. They were so busy that the whole household wished they could each grow another pair of arms to finish all that needed to be done. As for Xiaoxiao's mission, that was to nap that afternoon as she needed to wake up very early tomorrow to prepare the food for her client. Surely enough, before the sun came out the next morning, Xiaoxiao automatically woke up. When she got up from bed, she noticed Madame Lu was extremely busy in the kitchen making breakfast. Madame Lu had wanted to make sure that both her husband and daughter got to eat their fill before they left for the day. The filling of the pearl meatballs was made of ground meat. Luckily, they didn't need a lot of ground meat, so Madame Lu was able to chop a few times with a cleaver and the amount they needed was done. Xiaoxiao seasoned the finely chopped meat and then formed each meatball using some ground meat and half a duck egg's yolk. After forming them, she then rolled each meatball into the glutinous rice and then steamed all of them for about half an hour. The poached sliced fish in hot chili oil was slightly more complicated to make, and it was also best eaten while hot and steaming. Xiaoxiao decided to bring the small clay stoves that they had used to concoct her father's medications with them to town. When the moment came, they could use a couple pieces of charcoal and have the dish sit on top of the stove. Being able to eat hot and spicy poached fish with the slightly cold sea breeze around them would definitely add to the atmosphere. With 6 dishes, 1 soup, and a staple food to make, Xiaoxiao and her mother spent almost 2 hours getting everything ready. Similar to yesterday, Yu Hai pushed the wheelbarrow to town today. The cart held both the braised food they planned to sell today as well as the table of food that Brother Six had reserved. On the way there, Xiaoxiao also sat in the wheelbarrow, holding 2 baskets that held the soup. This was to prevent the soup from spilling out along the way and ruining all of her morning's work. When they got to the wharf, Brother Six was already there waiting for them. The place he had reserved for entertaining his guest was the area's best building, the Lin family's restaurant. Although it was considered the best, in reality it was only 3-room building constructed of mud bricks with a tiled roof. Brother Six had reserved the only private room in the restaurant and especially hired Xiaoxiao bring in the table of food. From this, one could tell that he really regarded this person as an important client. The customer that Brother Six was inviting over was a steward from Prince Jing's estate. Imperial Prince Jing was in charge of the vast majority of the country's sea trade. This time, he was managing the transport grain from the south to the north. The southern part of the country was a land of fish and rice. For the past 2 years, the area had favorable weather and since the taxes were relaxed, they even had an abundance of crops left over. On the other hand, the north had suffered from successive years of drought. Tanggu town was near the sea, but the farmers in that area had suffered from decreased output from their fields. As for the northwest part of the country, the drought was in full force and nothing could be grown at this point. Transferring grain from the southern provinces to the north was the brilliant strategic idea of their current emperor. By opening up the imperial treasury, the government was able to buy large amounts of rice and ship it via the sea and river transport to the north. This helped to stabilize grain prices in the drought-stricken areas and lessen the disaster by a good amount. This was also the main reason why there weren't a lot of refugees from the north traveling despite the successive years of drought. Imperial Prince Jing was the paternal uncle of the current emperor. Although he had mediocre abilities, his heart was in a good place and he was honest. As the person in charge of trade by sea, he often went himself to oversee the operations. In fact, he personally went many times to the south to escort the ships to bring the rice and grain to the north. The guest that Brother Six was receiving today was a capable person under Imperial Prince Jing. If one wanted to continue to be a part of this shipping business, it was necessary to have a good relationship with this man. For the sake of keeping the food warm and fresh, Brother Six requested that Xiao Sao stay in the building and use the restaurant's facilities on an as-needed basis. Xiao Sao agreed easily to this request. Her father could more than handle the braised food sales on his own. By the time the cargo ships had gotten the shore, it was already past breakfast time. Steward Wu from Prince Jing's estate had long gotten tired of spending time on the boat. However, he had previously visited the docks at Tanggu Town many times before, so he was quite familiar with the conditions of that area. The only thing Steward Wu hoped for was to have something warm to eat for breakfast as he stepped onto dry land. Under Brother Six's lead, he arrived at a simple and crude-looking restaurant. Tell the kitchen to bring out the food. Although Brother Six's attitude was warm, he didn't come off as being too eager for something. Instead he acted very naturally, which allowed Steward Wu to feel free and unrestrained. Okay. The waiter didn't disappear for long before he appeared with a bowl of lush green and bright yellow leafy vegetables and egg drop soup. He reported the name of the dish. This is an appetizer soup. These two guests, please take a bowl each and start. The private room had one particular guest who seemed to have an imposing manner and clearly had a status that was beyond the ordinary. Although the person didn't order any food from this restaurant, he had given them a decent amount of money. Thus, the manager of the restaurant had instructed the employees of the place to take good care of these guests. Are these green vegetables? Is it the season for green vegetables to appear on the market here? Steward Wu had just come off the ship, so he felt like the ground beneath his feet was still rocking. When he saw the verdant green of the vegetables in the bowl, he immediately felt better inside and started to have an appetite. Brother Six was inwardly flabbergasted too. At this time of the year, most farmers hadn't even planted the seeds of green vegetables yet. This Xiao Sao, where did she manage to get a hold of these vegetables to make the soup? Despite his inner surprise, he calmly helped Steward Wu to ladle up a bowl of green vegetable soup and smiled. Steward Wu, have a taste of this soup. The appetizer soup had a light and fresh taste. The leaves of the vegetables were tender and soft, and the bright yellow eggs went easily down the throat. Such a fresh and flavorful profile matched entirely with Steward Wu's food preferences. He drank 2 large bowls of soup without a break, and only then did he stroke his beard and smile with admiration. Good. Good. This is extremely delicious. The second dish was the braised dried tofu. The strong flavors the braising marinade had sunk into each piece of tofu. Even though this dish didn't have any meat, Steward Wu, who only liked to eat meat, still ate several mouthfuls before he stopped. The third dish, pearl meatballs, was covered on the outside with glutinous rice. Each translucent grain seemed to sparkle and glow the way a true pearl would. When bitten into, the perfectly round meatballs had the savory flavor of pork and the distinct, unique taste of duck eggs yolk that blended together harmoniously. With the additional fragrant taste of the glutinous rice added in, Steward Wu, who had traveled extensively around the country, couldn't help but praise this food incessantly. Aluzi. This pearl meatball is quite tasty and the name is also quite elegant. Did this restaurant switch chefs recently? Where did they get the new chef? He's not any worse than the best chef in the capital. For example, this simple dish of dried tofu. He can even make that taste so good. Tell me, if I manage to make him leave with me, do you think the owner here will make a fuss? Brother Six laughed. Steward Wu is being too kind. You've followed His Highness, Imperial Prince Jing, all over the country. What kind of culinary delicacies haven't you tried yet? You've been cooped up in that ship for too long, so it made you extremely happy to get ashore. So it's not surprising that you feel like everything you eat tastes good. Try some of this salted vegetables with steamed pork. What do you think? When Xiao Sao was making salted vegetables with steamed pork, she had carefully selected slices of pork belly that had an even ratio of fat to lean meat. She also made sure to render some of the fat off the meat, such that the meat would still be tasty without being greasy. Steward Wu had also had a difficult childhood. After eating one piece, He couldn't help but continuously eat several more pieces before he reluctantly set down his chopsticks. Who would have thought that even pork could be prepared in such an elegant and delicious way? Ah! After the meat dishes, Xiao Cao had them serve up a vegetable dish, spicy and sour cabbage. Steward Wu had eaten too many radishes and cabbages in his youth, so he now hated them with a passion. Thus, he didn't seem very interested in eating this dish and managed to try one mouthful with much difficulty. After he tasted it, he discovered that spiciness came with the sour, and hidden in the midst was something savory. The dish was really quite delicious. He thought silently, who has the ability to make even cabbage taste good? This must be a true culinary genius, right? Following that came the sautéed shredded pork in sweet bean sauce. What really surprised him was that it came with very small and thin wheat wraps. By wrapping the meat with some scallion strips, it provided a very unique texture and flavor combination. It was inconceivable. Steward Wu couldn't stop himself from eating more. Don't underestimate this sautéed shredded pork in sweet bean sauce. Just making the meat alone took over 7 to 8 steps, and it drove Xiao Cao crazy while she was fine-tuning the procedure. After experimenting countless times, she was finally able to create a dish that satisfies her desires. However, her efforts were not in vain. Had it not been for his status, Steward Wu would have gone himself to ask the chef what the recipe was. The final dish on the menu, poached sliced fish in hot chili oil, had completely conquered Steward Wu's taste buds. The dish seemed to be filled with the bright red of chili peppers. However, when he was eating it, it was spicy without being too pungent, numbing but not bitter. The fish had been cooked in a way that made it slippery and tender, fatty without being greasy. All of the fishy smell had been taken away, but it still had that unique soft and delicate taste that fish meat had. As soon as one ate a bite, it made the person want to continue eating without stopping. After finishing the entire meal, Steward Wu rubbed at his bulging stomach that almost couldn't bend anymore as he felt extremely conflicted in his heart. Ever since he had been promoted to a steward at Prince Jing's estate, he had pretty much eaten every delicacy and special cuisine that was available. He had never forgotten his manners, even when he had eaten at the restaurants reckoned to be the first or second best in the capital. However, this simple and crude restaurant was unexpectedly a jewel in the rough and had such a fresh and fantastic way of cooking. The next time his master came over, he definitely needed to bring him over to try the food. The chef here is quite talented. Let him come over and get rewarded. Steward Wu leaned back in his chair as he slowly sipped on the fragrant tea that he had brought himself to this restaurant. He suddenly wanted to see this divine chef who could make food that he had never tasted before in his life. Brother Six poured him another cup of tea and smiled. The person who made the food really isn't this restaurant's chef. It was someone I found and brought over especially for you. Lucy, you really are quite detailed and considerate. Good, good, I'll remember this. I'm extremely curious, where did you find someone who's so talented at cooking? Steward Wu looked deeply at Brother Six as he asked. Brother Six didn't attempt to conceal it and replied, a little girl had appeared on the docks these past few days selling a portion of meat for 1 copper koan. She has the ability to take ingredients that other people would throw away, for example a pig's head, intestines, and tiny fish, and make them into delicacies that people fight over. This lowly one believed that she was definitely talented at cooking, so I had her come over to help me create a table for you today. A little girl, you're telling me that this table of food was all made by a little girl? Then I really need to reward her. Steward Wu became even more interested in this little girl after hearing Brother Six's story. In the kitchen, Xiao Cao had sincerely started to clean up the area after the last dish had gone out to the guests. When one was borrowing another person's kitchen, it was only right and proper to return it to the original condition. Just as she finished tidying up the kitchen and was about to leave, the waiter suddenly chased after her and yelled, "Little girl, the esteemed guest inside wants to meet you. He said he really likes the food you made and wants to reward you." A reward? Never say no to free money. She had spent time racking her brains to come up with these dishes, and it wasn't easy to make them either. If the noble guest who ate the food thought it was good and wanted to give her some money, it would definitely be more money than she could earn from selling 1 day's worth of braised food. Xiao Cao scampered after the waiter into the only private room in the building. She gave him an out-of-place bow and lowered her head as she stood there waiting for her reward. Lucy. Daughter, you telling me that the little girl who can make simple ingredients into delicacies is her? Steward Wu stared at the little girl who was around 7 to 8 years old that was standing in front of him. She was dressed entirely in shabby yet clean clothes, and her hair had been combed into 2 braids. Her face was thin but she had fair and clear skin. It was obvious that he couldn't quite believe that a child this young was the creator of such delicious food. Lucy, however, very solemnly nodded his head and said, "That is her." Steward Wu clearly was someone who had seen a wide aspect of life, so he quickly got over his surprise at the matter. He smiled at Xiaoxiao and asked, "Little girl, where did you learn how to make this food?" Xiaoxiao very slightly raised her head and looked him in the eye for a glance. She replied in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, "These dishes were all recipes that I figured out myself. Brother Six had saved my life, so since he needed to receive a noble guest, I naturally used all of my ability to help him." Steward Wu exclaimed in surprise, "These were all thought up and created by you. It's not a good habit to start trying to trick people at such a young age." Despite the obvious censure and displeasure in the man's tone, Xiaoxiao calmly replied, "My family is poor, and we pretty much can never get a taste of meat or fish throughout the year. This is why when I saw that the butcher was throwing away the pig offal I thought, pig offal is still a part of a pig, so it still should be edible. When I got back home and pondered about it for a couple of days, I made braised pig head and intestines after adding a lot of spices and condiments to the meat. It not only doesn't have any weird smells but also tastes supremely delicious. From then on, I became interested in cooking and creating new dishes. A set of weird and interesting thoughts started to pop up in my mind. Because my family's ability to buy things are limited, I never had the chance to experiment. Yesterday, Brother Six gave me money to create an entire table's worth of food. I went back and experimented for an entire afternoon and finally managed to create this table. If you don't believe me, you can bring my father over and ask him. In the past my family almost had nothing to eat. How could we possibly have the money to hire a teacher to teach me how to cook?" Steward Wu glanced again at the cotton-padded clothes and coat on her body that were only cleaner than a set that a beggar would wear. Although he felt the situation was somewhat inconceivable, he didn't continue to pursue this line of questioning and simply labeled her in his mind as someone who was naturally gifted and talented at cooking. Originally his intentions for meeting the chef was to see whether or not he could tempt the person to work for the Prince Jing's estate instead. Recently the matriarch didn't have a good appetite and only wanted to eat foods that were novel and refreshing. However, when he saw this skinny and tiny little girl in front of him, he let go of that idea. A child that was only 7 to 8 years old still needed an adult to take care of them, so how could she leave the place where she grew up to go to the faraway capital? If she missed her home and started crying, who would comfort her? After rewarding Xiaoxiao with 5 taels, Steward Wu followed Brother Six, who led him to a nearby guest house for him to get some rest. When Brother Six came out of the guest house, he noticed that Xiaoxiao was still standing there. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Thank you very much for your help today, is there anything else you need?" Xiaoxiao took out a string of copper coins from her embroidered pouch and lifted it towards him. "Brother Six, this is the money left over from buying all of the ingredients, here take it." The table of food only required half a catty of pork belly, a catty of pork leg meat, 5 duck egg yolks, fish that they had caught on their own, and dried tofu and cabbage that were of little monetary value. Altogether, it only cost about 1 tael and 300 copper coins to prepare the whole meal. However, Brother Six didn't extend his hand to receive the money. He glanced at her hand indifferently and said, "No need. A table of food at Junsho restaurant would cost at least 30 to 50 taels. When you calculate it, it's I who gained the advantage. Thank you for helping me keep a very big client of mine." Xiaoxiao gleefully put the money back in her purse and patted the bulging pouch. She grinned, "What are you thanking me for? I'm very happy I could help you. It's not early anymore, Brother Six, you should head out and do what you need to do." By making a few dishes, she was able to earn at least a tael in income. She wished that this type of business could happen several times a month. When she thought of Brother Six's important client rewarding her with 5 taels, Xiaoxiao felt even more giddy and ecstatic. She had not only made enough money to pay for her younger brother's school fees but also had some leftover to buy at least 2 sets of clothes for everyone in her family and the materials to make a couple of warm blankets. Cower, what happened that made you so happy? As Yu-Hai pushed the wheelbarrow, he noticed that his daughter who was sitting on top would occasionally snigger from time to time, which perplexed him. For the past half year or so, his younger daughter had seemed excessively sensible and mature. Sometimes he felt like there was a soul of an adult living in that thin and slightly built body of hers. Xiao Cao looked around them before she fished out a large piece of silver from her chest pocket. She waved the money in front of her father and said, "Look. What do you think this is? Is that silver? What a large piece, it must be worth around 5 taels, right?" A look of surprise appeared on Yu-Hai's face as he questioned her. "Cower, where did that come from?" "Brother Six's important client gave it as a reward to me. He said that the food I made was even more delicious than the best restaurants in the capital." Xiao Cao's face glowed with pride, and if she was a little puppy, her tail would have been pointing straight up. His younger daughter rarely showed her childish side, so Yu-Hai chuckled, "Of course, my cower is the best. If I didn't know better, I'd believe that the god of food had entered your body. Hee hee. It doesn't matter whether the god of food is with me or if it's the blessings from the god of fortune, as long as I can make money then it's fine. In about 2 days, do you think Brother Qian Wen will be coming home for a break? Tomorrow is market day at the docks. We should buy some cloth and cotton and make little Shido 2 sets of new clothing." Xiao Cao chattered happily and words flowed out of her mouth in an unending stream. Seeing that she was happy and excited, Yu-Hai simply nodded and agreed with everything she said. With Yu-Hai pushing, the over 20-kilometer road home didn't seem as long as before. They both rested at the midpoint, and Xiao Cao rolled up the leg of her father's trouser and started to massage his injured leg with practiced movements. She felt as if her dad had worked too hard walking and said, "Father, we have around 7 to 8 taels right now. How about instead of getting new clothes and blankets we get an ox cart instead?" Yu-Hai wiped the sweat off his face and drank a mouthful of sweet and delicious water that had previously been boiled. He felt as if all of the fatigue on his body had been quickly washed away. Xiao Cao had especially prepared some mystic stone water for her father to bring along, so it was natural that it had that effect. When he heard her suggestion, he laughed. 7 to 8 taels is only about enough to buy an ox alone. If we wanted a cart to go with it, even if we provided the wood, it would still require an additional couple hundred copper coins. The money our family has right now is just about enough to buy a donkey cart instead. A donkey is faster than an ox, so it's probably better to have a donkey pull a cart then. Father, how much would a donkey cost? How about we buy a donkey and then have third maternal uncle help us make a donkey cart? In a few days, the vegetables at home should be ready to be sold. If we had a donkey cart, wouldn't it be easier to bring them to market? In her previous life, it was rare to see a donkey around, even in the rural areas. She could faintly remember that her family had raised a donkey when she was young. She had even been carried by her father as he drove the donkey cart to go to the town market. Yu-Hai felt his heart skip a beat at the idea. The plots of land in the front and back courtyards were already lush and verdant with growing green vegetables. After growing for over 20 days, the produce should soon be ready to be picked and sold at market. If they didn't have a cart, they would need to rely on someone hauling the vegetables by foot to get them into town. It would be quite an effort. One male donkey should be around 4 to 5 taels. If we add on the cart, I'd reckon that Cower wouldn't be able to wear new clothing then. Yu-Hai looked briefly at his daughter's worn and patched clothing with a pang of guilt. The weather was getting warmer but none of his children had any presentable clothing to wear. As a father, he had really let his children down. It's not a problem. If we spend all the money, we can earn more later. We should still buy a donkey first, so that in the future, whether we're going to the docks to sell braised food or going into town, it'll be a lot easier for us to travel. The corners of Xiao Cao's mouth curved up into a grin and a feeling of excitement rushed into her heart. Very soon her family would be the owners of a cart. All right, when we send Shido to the academy in town, we can conveniently stop by the ox and horse market to look. If there's a suitable animal there, then we can buy one then. In the future, when little Shido goes into town, we can drop him off and pick him up easily with the donkey cart. Your mother will also feel relieved too. Yu Hai made the final decision and could not be swayed from the idea of getting a donkey cart. For the next couple of days, the entire Yu family bustled around, busy with their tasks. Xiao Cao and Yu Hai went to the docks in the morning to sell their braised food. During that time, little Shido would bring his older sister, Xiaolian, to the pond behind their house to catch fish. Madame Lu spent her time in the house working on sewing a couple pieces of clothing for her youngest son. She had seen that the neighbor's boy, Qian Wen, was now wearing a long robe. Thus she copied the style and crafted an indigo blue-colored long robe for her son. At noon, Xiao Cao came back to the house to take an hour nap. When she got up, she helped her mother and Xiaolian to prepare the fish to make pickled fish. In the afternoon, Xiaolian and little Shido would go to the docks to sell more braised food. It was actually quite funny. Xiaolian had been going to the docks for about 4 to 5 days now, but none of the customers at the docks had realized the two girls were different people, except for Brother Six. Little Shido said that Brother Six seemed to be very surprised when he came over once to buy pickled fish, but the man didn't say a word. Xiao Cao and Xiaolian were a set of identical twins. In the past, Xiao Cao had a sickly constitution and had stunted growth since birth. Her body was thin and weak, and she had a deathly pale pallor. On the other hand, Xiaolian had followed her mother around doing household chores for years. Although her body was also thin, it had a strong foundation and her skin was tanner. It was still easy to tell the two girls apart, even if they weren't standing right next to each other. At the present, things had changed. With the little divine stone by her side every day, Xiao Cao had been slowly nourished by its power until her body was strong and healthy. She even grew a decent amount of height in the past half year and had almost caught up to Xiaolian, who had previously been half a head taller than her. As for Xiaolian, she had been washing her face every day with the mystic stone water. In addition, everything she ate and drank had been touched by the stone's water. Thus, her previously somewhat coarse and tanned skin had been transformed into soft and bright skin. Now if someone glanced at the two of them, there was hardly a difference between the two. However, those who were familiar with the two girls could still in a glimpse catch the differences. Xiao Cao's eyes were always bright and Xiaolian, from time to time, would reveal a cute and silly expression. From what Shido was saying, it seemed like Brother Six, who she had only seen a few times, was able to tell the difference between her and Xiaolian with one look. Xiao Cao was a bit puzzled by this scenario. However, she quickly put that thought to the back of her mind as other ideas came to the forefront. Because they could earn almost 300 copper coins a day, the whole family labored busily with an optimistic outlook towards the future. Time passed quickly until it was the day that Qian Wen was coming back for his break. In this time period, possibly due to the influence of the transmigrator who established the current dynasty, all of the schools in the country were using the modern-day schedule, 5 days of study with 2 days of break. Other than the people who rented apartments in town to live in, most of the other students boarded at the dormitories. On the first day of the week, classes started at 7 a.m. in the morning, and on the 5th day, classes ended at 5 p.m. This meant that those who lived close to home could spend 3 nights and 2 days there. Yu Hai intentionally brought some braised food over to the Qian family when he called on them. He wanted to ask them for guidance and get help in determining what Shido need to bring to school and other such details. When Qian Wen found out that little Shido had been accepted into the academy by the recommendation of the headmaster, he felt simultaneously happy for the little boy and a tiny bit of envy grew in his heart. The headmaster of Rongshuan Academy was the most famous scholar of his generation. All of the students in the academy had wanted to enter the school based off of his reputation. However, the headmaster rarely taught the beginner classes. In fact, even the intermediate and higher level classes were infrequently graced by his presence. Great Scholar Yuan only gave out pointers and coached the students who were close to participating in the metropolitan civil exams. If one could catch Great Scholar Yuan's attention, then obtaining first place at the examinations would not be difficult at all. The graduates from the academy who had achieved first to third place in the imperial examinations had all been personally guided by the headmaster himself. Little Shido had just turned 6 but was bright and eager to learn. He frequently came over to Qian Wen's residence to learn how to read and write characters. The little fellow learned quickly and only required 1 to 2 repetitions before he could remember it. Qian Wen would have never expected that the boy would be so lucky that the headmaster would recognize his talent while selling food at the docks. The early morning of spring had a chilly nip in the air. The branches of willow trees by the road had already started to become tender and flexible. One could occasionally see a few strands of green within the patches of withered grass. All of this combined started to make people feel like spring had finally arrived. On the days when old Zhang wasn't delivering firewood to town, he could always be found at the crack of dawn at the crossroads with his ox cart. Rides were offered to a few villagers who needed to go to town, and the cost for the ride was 1 copper coin a person. Old Zhang could make some spending money from this. Usually, it was considered a good day if he could earn around 10 to 18 coppers from his ride services. The vast majority of villagers were frugal and didn't want to spend that 1 coin, so they mostly used their own legs to get to town. Today was the end of the 2-day break for students. There were a few children in the nearby villages who all studied at the schools in town. Although most of them weren't at Rongshuan Academy, having scholarly talents alone was enough to make their parents proud. Those families who were able to pay the schooling fees naturally didn't lack that 1 copper coin for the ox cart ride. Thus, all of those parents who dearly loved their children would always spend a copper coin to let them hitch a ride to town whenever old Zhang wasn't hauling firewood. Old Zhang was flabbergasted when he saw Yu Hai and his 2 kids next to Qian Wen. He asked curiously, "Da Hai, are you going into town to get your leg checked out?" Yu Hai's entire face was wreathed in happiness as he shook his head. "No, older Uncle Zhang. My leg has already healed. Kaur and I are bringing Shido to town to go to school. He's going to town to study. The yearly tuition is quite a lot, isn't your family?" Old Zhang didn't continue his train of thought and merely looked sympathetically at Yu Hai. Yu Hai's expression didn't change and continued to smile brightly. "The academy told us that we can delay paying the first 2 months of tuition. After a few days, when my leg is completely better, I'll go hunting in the mountains. Won't I have the schooling fees then? No matter how hard or rough it gets, I can't hold my children back." "You still dare to go up the mountain? The last time you came back you were all bloody. It truly scared the heck out of all the villagers. Just be a little bit more poor. Who knows what's in those mountains? The less you go the better." Old Zhang begged Yu Hai to reconsider out of concern. In the past, the young men of the village often went into the mountains to trap some hares and kill some pheasants because they had seen Hunter Zhao and Yu Hai make money from hunting. However, ever since Yu Hai had his accident, other than the highly skilled Hunter Zhao, most of the other villagers didn't dare to go into the mountains anymore. Old Zhang had lived in Chishan village for many decades, and this was the first time he had heard that a vicious animal like a wild bear was in the mountains. Even though the wild bear had been killed, who knew what other ferocious animals and creatures lived in the mountain? Yu Hai grinned. "It's not a big deal. As long as you don't go deep into the mountains, you won't have any issues. People in nearby villages go through the forests by the mountains every day. After all these years, have you heard of an accident occurring? At that time, it was because we had not been careful and alarmed a bear who had just woken up from his winter nap. Without precautions, in the future, as long as we're more careful we'll be fine." Old Zhang simply sighed and shook his head. He took out 2 or 3 copper coins given to him and said, "Your children don't take up much space, so you only need to pay for 1 person. Your family doesn't have an easy life." Xiao Sao thanked Grandpa Zhang. Although her family currently didn't lack the 1 or 2 copper coins, all of them still felt grateful for old Zhang's kindness and good intentions. The 2 siblings chose a middle spot on the ox cart and leaned their backs against little Shitu's bag as they squatted down. Yu Hai sat next to old Zhang in the front and spent the time chatting with him about non-essential things. Qian Wen sat next to the 2 siblings as he quietly read aloud from a book. His head bobbed gently with the cart's movements. The ox cart started and stopped several times. When it passed by the 3rd village, the cart was finally full of people going into town. Xiao Sao and her younger brother had been squeezed solidly into the middle of the vehicle and couldn't even extend their legs out. Although it was uncomfortable, Xiao Sao felt that it wasn't the right time to complain. Qian Wen apparently seemed to sense her discomfort and decided to switch places with her. This allowed her to sit at the side of the cart and dangle her legs down. It was certainly more comfortable than curling up her legs. Xiao Cao smiled gratefully at Qian Wen. Meanwhile, little Shido had managed to squeeze himself in between his father and Grandpa Zhang. He had taken old Zhang's bullwhip and was using it to draw pictures in the air. It hadn't reached breakfast time when the cart arrived in Tanggu town. Xiao Cao had carefully cradled a delicate woven basket the entire road there. Inside the basket were some gifts that she planned on giving to the academy's headmaster. With Qian Wen to guide them, the three of them managed to go straight to Rongshuan Academy. The main gate to the school was large and spectacular, and on the top of the gate was an inscription board with Rongshuan Academy written on it. In fact, those words had been personally written by the Emperor Emeritus himself. The schoolyard had been designed along symmetrical lines and had a deep courtyard. The main building was built on the central axis, and the classroom that the headmaster personally taught in was located at the exact middle of the complex. The other lecture halls were divided into 2 rows at the sides. The dining hall, worship hall, and ancestral hall were ordered around the left and right of the main wing. The layers of sites within the courtyard gave off a wondrous and marvelous atmosphere. There was a pond with a stream, a stone bridge, and pavilions. A person walking around could hear the faint cadence of students repeating the words they read in their books. This was a place that dripped of culture and learning, and people visiting couldn't help but feel a sense of deep reverence and fascination. With Qian Wen's guidance, the three of them managed to smoothly enter through the academy's main gate. As they walked through the secluded and quiet avenue, they couldn't help but walk more lightly than they usually would. It was currently the meal time at the academy, so Qian Wen directly brought them into the canteen courtyard. The area was split into 2 courtyards. One of them was naturally the place where the students were able to eat food. The other smaller area was a bit more elegant and it was for the teachers. Xiao Cao tightly squeezed on the handle of her basket and joyfully followed Qian Wen from behind. When they arrived at a round gate shaped like the moon, they were stopped by a student who was dressed in a black robe. "Student, this is the courtyard where the teachers eat. If you want to partake in a meal, please go over there." Qian Wen respectfully gave a greeting and quietly replied, "Brother, if you don't mind, could you report to the headmaster and tell him that the little boy from the docks that he had accepted into the school is here to report for duty." The headmaster had personally accepted a new student. The youth wearing the black robe peeped inquisitively at the little boy who was wearing an entire set of brand new cotton-padded clothes and the man and little girl who were clothed shabbily. He paused for a second and then nodded, "Please wait a moment here." Inside the canteen, Headmaster Yuan was having a snack with the academy supervisor and the official of rights and history. When he heard what the student prefect reported, his eyes immediately lit up and sillily asked, "Is the girl that's with him about 7 to 8 years of age? Did she come empty-handed? Did she really not bring anything?" The academy supervisor was considered an old friend of his and knew that he never received other people's gifts. Flabbergasted, he silently asked himself why his old friend would ask something like that. Isn't this making it obvious that you want something from her? What sort of person could make his old friend do something so out of character? The official of rights and history also gave the headmaster a bewildered glance. The student prefect secretly peeked at the headmaster and quietly replied, "The little girl had a basket in her hands. There was a piece of rough cloth covering the top, so I don't know what's in the basket." Inside his heart he felt that this was not right and proper. The three of them looked like they came from an impoverished family. What kind of poor gift could they give? Could be a few chicken eggs, or a bunch of dried vegetables, at most it'd be an old hen. What was there to look forward to? Yet, when the headmaster heard his reply, his expression became even more excited. The old man stood up abruptly with a whoosh, and paced around a few steps as he guffawed. "Looks like this little girl has some sense in her head. Quickly, let those people come in." Qian Wen felt even more surprised when he found out that the headmaster would personally receive the Yu family. Just what kind of talent did little Shido have that made the esteemed headmaster favor him so much? However, when the 3 esteemed scholars of the academy came out to personally receive them, Qian Wen felt extremely privileged to be able to bask in the glory of others. He bowed deeply to the headmaster, academy supervisor, and the official. Headmaster Yuan noticed that he was wearing the uniform of a student, a long gown. He smiled at him and nodded his head, Are you a student in the junior class? What's your name? Are you from the same hometown as Yu Fan and his sister? They had to admit, Headmaster Yuan had a formidable memory. After all these days had passed, he could still clearly remember little Shitu's full name. As for being able to recognize Qian Wen as a student in the junior class, that wasn't because he had an impression of Qian Wen. Instead, the classes at the academy, primary, junior, middle, and advanced, all had different uniform colors. The children in the primary class wore long robes that were an ink blue color. The primary class had sea blue, the junior class was azure blue, and the advanced class wore a pale moon blue. By looking at the sea blue uniform Qian Wen was wearing, Headmaster Yuan could tell in a glance what class he was in. Qian Wen respectfully bowed to Great Scholar Yuan in a reply to his question. Headmaster Yuan stared obviously at the basket in Xiaoxiao's hands and carelessly encouraged Qian Wen with a couple of sentences. The boy felt overwhelmed with favor by his attention. The old man waved his hand in dismissal to let Qian Wen go eat a meal, and then he smiled toothily at Xiaoxiao. He rubbed his hands in anticipation. Little girl, what's in your basket? The greedy monster inside my stomach is already rumbling, quickly take it out. The academy supervisor and official of rights looked at each other and then simultaneously turned their heads away. We don't know this shameful man, we don't know him. Esteemed headmaster, you really have a good nose. I brought over some braised pig head meat and pickled fish. Do you want to try them? Xiaoxiao took out 2 plates of tantalizing braised food from the basket and placed them on the table in front of the 3 important figures of the academy. Braised pig head meat. Is that the dish that the Emperor Emeritus loves the most? That's fantastic. Ah, you two, didn't you both say that you were full? If you're full, then leave, quickly leave now. Headmaster Yuan protected the 2 plates of food like it was his beloved treasure. He wanted to keep his beloved food away from the 2 hungry wolves that were his old friends. The academy supervisor and official of rights had been friends for him for a long time, so they naturally knew what type of personality he had. They looked at the table full of food that had been barely touched and the wine cups that had only a sip taken out. The 2 of them looked at each other bitterly and silently got up to leave. It looked like they needed to have the kitchen make another table of food. The 2 men glanced at the raggedly clothed Xiaoxiao and thought, this little girl looks like she comes from a very poor family, yet she can bring out something that our old friend, who disdains the food from the imperial kitchen, likes so much. Isn't it just a plate of pale red meat and a few messy-looking strips of fish? Does he really need to protect them? The supervisor and official both sat down at a nearby table and sat face to face drinking wine as they watched Headmaster Yuan's movements and expressions. They first saw him pick up a piece of pork with the skin on it and carefully chew the bite to taste. His eyes closed in pleasure, and his body language showed that he was very satisfied with the taste of this dish. It was just a piece of pork. How delicious could it be? Could it possibly be that their old friend's taste buds had degenerated and he was no longer that picky? The 2 men then saw the headmaster pick up a fish about the size of a young child's palm. A fish that size had a lot of thin bones, right? Eating it had to take a lot of effort. They needed to see how their old friend would eat this. Headmaster Yuan evidently also had some doubts, and he asked the little girl a couple of questions. After hesitating for a short period of time, he then popped the fish into his mouth. Supervisor Meng and official Yao felt like they could feel the multitudes of small fish bones piercing their mouth, and both of them coughed to clear their throats. As for their old friend, Headmaster Yuan, his eyes, which had originally been opened wide, and slowly closed into a line with his chewing movements. This type of expression clearly showed that he was enjoying the taste of a culinary delicacy. How come when their old friend was eating the fish he didn't spit out a single fish bone? And he also didn't seem to get poked by any bones. Is the fish the type that didn't have any bones? That couldn't be right. Official Yao, who had grown up in the rural country, had recognized early on what type of fish that was used. It was a crucian carp and it definitely had a lot of tiny bones. This little girl, what kind of spell did she cast on the headmaster that he could eat fish with tiny bones in it without any sign of pain or suffering? Official Yao couldn't sit there anymore. That can't do. He needed to figure out what was going on. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat and sleep for the next few days. Official Yao quickly stepped over to Headmaster Yuan's table and snatched a little fish when the old man was in the midst of speaking warmly to Xiaoxiao. Before the other man could object, he quickly stuffed the fish into his mouth. Headmaster Yuan was immediately stunned. He had known Official Yao for almost 50 years, and he knew that his old friend had come from a poor family. Thus, old Yao didn't have any expectations for food. As long as he could eat his fill, then he was content. Today old Yao knew that there was something special to be had. He knew that the little girl's fish had to be a dish of unique taste and splendor. Thus, he didn't care about his reputation and had snatched food from his plate. After being stunned for a second, Headmaster Yuan snarled, "Old Yao. You're really too much. How could you steal the pickled fish that the little girl made especially for me as a sign of her filial respect? I'm super angry at you." At this moment, Headmaster Yuan put down his chopsticks and threw himself at his old friend who was still chewing on the fish that he loved. Official Yao continued to eat the fish that had melted completely in his mouth, yet his hands were not idle. He continuously managed to dodge and repel his old friend's offense. Two elderly men, who were around 70 years old, were unexpectedly fighting over a fish in public like they are a child. When the teachers in the canteen saw this side of the famous scholar, his grand and dignified image within their hearts instantly toppled down. Good gracious, was that really the aloof and mysterious Headmaster Yuan? He was obviously an old urchin. Taking advantage of the time when his old friends were pushing and blocking each other, Supervisor Meng also came over. He had just tasted a piece of braised pig head meat when he was pushed away by his friend who was trying to protect his food. Great Scholar Yuan was so angry that his face had turned red. He loudly shouted, "Good! You are all stealing my culinary delicacy. This old man will break off relations with you both." Xiaoxiao and her father were both stunned by the scene. If they weren't in Rongshuan Academy, she would have thought that Great Scholar Yuan was an impostor. They were the three most important people of Rongshuan Academy. If they become hostile towards each other because of the braised food she had brought, then she would have sinned greatly. She hurriedly walked forward and persuaded, "Headmaster Yuan, please quell your anger. If you don't mind, every time little Shido returns after break, I will bring some small side dishes for you." Headmaster Yuan had been waiting for her to say this, so when he heard her words, his anger turned into happiness. He said, "Good girl, this old man didn't misjudge you. You really have a good heart. Shishu, have you finished eating? If you're done, then bring Yu Fan to the primary class's dormitory and help him settle down." Shishu was slightly astounded within his heart. He was just a small new student from the primary class, yet the headmaster had asked him, his personal assistant, to personally find a place for him to settle down. It was apparent how much the headmaster valued this small child. Although Shishu was surprised, he didn't reveal any of his feelings on his face. He replied with a "yes," and said to Yu Hai and his children, "Please come with me." The headmaster's personal assistant, Teacher Shishu, actually came to the primary class to help a new student named Yu Fan to complete the enrollment procedure. He had also personally arranged a room for the new student in the dormitory. This news quickly spread throughout Rongshuan Academy. Everyone was very curious as to who the new student was, to be able to make Teacher Shishu do all of that for him. Little Shido didn't know that he had already become well-known on his first day at the academy. At this time, he had just happily set his little bag down on his bed in the dormitory. He reached out his hands and touched the loose and soft new bedding. Seeing that the dormitory was complete with a desk and stool, he immediately felt that he was very privileged to be able to live and study in such a comfortable environment. He secretly made a firm resolution to study hard and not disappoint his parents and older sisters. Xiaoxiao looked at her little brothers. Roommates. One of his roommates was about 10 years old, while the other one was slightly younger and looked around 7 or 8 years old. There was no contempt reflected in their eyes upon seeing the ragged clothes that she and her father were wearing. At such a young age, they already had a sense of propriety, and were neither arrogant nor rash. Thus, Xiaoxiao's tensed heart finally relaxed. Little Shido had just settled down when Qian Wen came inside the room with a porcelain bowl in his hand. The two students from the primary class hurriedly got up to greet their senior. Qian Wen slightly nodded his head towards the two younger students, and then said to little Shido, I got some food for you. Eat it quickly because there's a morning reading class later. The primary class had already started school about a month ago. So, if you have anything you don't understand, you can come and find me. I live in the third room from the left over there. Little Shido was very worried when he heard that he had missed out on nearly a month of class. So, when he heard Qian Wen offering to help him, he replied, Thank you Brother Xiao Wen. I will frequently ask you for guidance if you don't feel like I'm a bother. I have already eaten breakfast, so you should bring the food back to eat yourself. The evening meal starts around 3 in the afternoon. Since you ate breakfast so early in the morning, if you don't eat something now, how will you be able to endure until the afternoon? You won't be able to learn anything with an empty stomach. Qian Wen pushed the porcelain bowl towards Shido, urging him, quickly eat. Xiao Cao saw that the rice inside the bowl was made with a mixture of white rice and millet. Although there were only radishes and white cabbage topping it, they had used a decent amount of oil to stir-fry the vegetables, which was about the same as the living standards of ordinary families. She suddenly asked, Brother Xiao Wen, how much does one serving of this meal cost? It's only 1 copper coin for a bowl of white rice mixed with millet and vegetables. If you want white rice only with the same vegetables, then it will cost 2 copper coins. It will be 5 copper coins for white rice with meat. If you don't want rice, it can be exchanged for steamed buns. There are buns made with wheat flour, as well as mixed grains. Qian Wen understood her meaning, so he reported all the prices of the food from the canteen to her. As the saying goes, be thrifty at home and spend liberally while traveling. So of course Xiao Cao wouldn't mistreat her younger brother, who was studying away from home. He had a 2-day break after every 5 days of studies. She set aside 8 copper coins daily for his meals and counted an additional 10 copper coins as allowance, and thus gave little Shido 50 copper coins in total. Qian Wen was somewhat surprised to see Xiao Cao giving little Shido 50 copper coins. His living expenses for 5 days was merely 30 to 40 copper coins. His family's living conditions were much better than Xiao Cao's, but she was still willing to give her brother that much money. Little Shido looked at the string of coins her older sister handed to him and refused to take it all no matter what. He said, Second sister, just 2 copper coins is enough for me to eat for a day. Why are you giving me so much money? Our family isn't rich. In order to earn enough money to pay for my school fees, everyone in the family has been busy without rest. You can just give me 10 copper coins for 5 days. Xiao Cao pulled him aside and resolutely gave the string of coins to him. She said, just take the money first. If you can't use it all up, then use the rest to buy paper and brushes. Shido, you are at an age when your body is growing. Don't always think about saving money and eat something good from time to time. You should know about your second sister's ability. The money I earn from selling braised food is enough for our family's living expenses. Quickly take the money, or else I'm going to be angry. Little Shitu's eyes reddened as he accepted the money. Sniffling his nose, he said, Father, second sister, rest assured because I will definitely study hard. Studying is important, but your health is even more important. You're still young and you have never left home before, so you must learn to take care of yourself. Remember to dress according to the weather. Xiao Cao's eyes were tearing up. It was as if she had returned to her previous life when her younger brother had left home to study in another part of the country. However, she was unable to send him off at that time because she had to take care of her braised food shop. Thus, all her worries and concerns were turned into successive words of caution. Little Shido wiped away his tears and tried to dispel their reluctance to part with laughter. Second sister, you really are mother's daughter. Even the words you say are the same as hers. Yu Hai forced himself to smile and said, Isn't it because both your mother and older sister care about you? They're worried about you. All right, quickly eat. Don't be late for your first class. He turned towards Qian Wen, solemnly cupped his fist together, and said, Xiao Wen Shido is still young and he is also new to the academy. Please help me look after him. Qian Wen hastily bowed in return and laughed, Uncle Dahai, I would have looked after him even if you didn't ask me to. Don't worry. Besides the teachers in the academy, there are also staff who oversee student life for each row of houses. There's also a doctor dedicated exclusively to the academy. If any of the students have a headache or fever, he can receive free treatments from the doctor. Uncle Dahai, Shito is very hardworking, so he won't have any problems. Xiao Sao came out of Rongshuan Academy with reddened eyes. Ever since she transmigrated into this unfamiliar world, she had always been accompanied by this sensible and clever little boy. When she was bedridden, he had gotten bird eggs for her, chatted with her and laughed with her. When they dug for wild herbs, he held a little basket and worked even harder than her. He had always stayed by her side when they went to the docks to sell braised food. In her heart, she had already regarded little Shito as her real younger brother. He only 6 years old, yet he had to stay in town to study at the academy all by himself. She was extremely reluctant to part with him and didn't feel reassured at all. Yu Hai felt very happy about the deep bond between the sister and brother. He comforted her, saying, "Cower, don't be sad anymore. You will be able to see him after 5 days. At that time, let's come early to pick him up. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the ox and horse market? Let's go." Xiao Sao rubbed away the tears in her eyes, sniffed her nose, and cheered up. "Let's go visit eldest brother at the woodworking shop first. Mother made a new pair of shoes for him. Let's give him the shoes." The father and daughter pair went to the main street and arrived at Zhongji's carpentry shop. Perhaps it was because Yu Hai was present, the shop assistant had an ugly expression on his face, but he didn't deliberately make things difficult for them. He immediately called Yu Hang out. After not seeing her older brother for a few days, Xiao Sao felt that her brother had gotten even thinner. There was a sense of weariness within his withered and yellow complexion. Although he forced himself to appear energetic in front of them, they could still see how exhausted he was. "Older brother, is it tiring to be an apprentice here? Or is it because you aren't feeling well? Your complexion doesn't look good," Xiao Sao asked with concern. After all, Yu Heng was only 11 to 12 years old. Most of the work in woodworking shop required physical strength, so it was considered strenuous work for a young boy like Yu Heng. The sensible Yu Heng was afraid that he would make his family worry, so he laughed heedlessly and said, "Business has been doing well these past few days. Even the head craftsman had to work overtime. I'm merely an assistant who stayed up a little later. After the busy period passes, I will be fine." Yu Hai sighed deeply as he looked at his son who was acting like an adult. He wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a while, he swallowed back his words. Xiao Sao looked at her father and said, "Father, our family's daily income is very good now. We also lack people helping at home. Why don't we bring eldest brother back home?" Yu Heng didn't wait for his father's response and interjected, "Second sister, I am really fine. Which head craftsman didn't start as an apprentice? After enduring for 2 years as a newcomer, I will be able to start learning woodwork. Don't worry, your older brother's health is great." Xiao Sao stuffed the bundle she was holding into her older brother's hands and said, "Older brother, this is a pair of shoes that mother made for you. There's also 100 copper coins inside. Take it." Yu Heng lowered his head and looked at his shoes which had his toes exposed. He quickly replied, "I will take the shoes, but take the money back. Our family isn't well off. I have enough to eat and drink here, so I don't have any need for money." Xiao Sao stubbornly stuffed the string of coins into her brother's hands and said, "Shaolian and I take turns to sell food at the docks. Our business is doing very well, so our family's circumstances aren't as difficult as you think. In just a few days, we were able to scrape together enough money for a month's worth of tuition for little Shito. So, 100 copper coins isn't much. When you're away from home, it's best to have some money on you for emergencies." Yu Hai also urged, "Your younger sister is right. Just take it. You are growing right now, so buy some food and eat it when you're hungry at night. We won't delay you any longer. Quickly go in." After leaving the woodworking shop, the father and daughter didn't speak for a long time. When they were almost at the ox and horse market, Xiao Sao finally said, "Father, after a few days, let's bring eldest brother back. It's hard to live as an apprentice." Yu Hai nodded his head and replied, "N." After that, he didn't say anything else and just sighed. The ox and horse market was located in the northmost part of the town. It was an open area that was surrounded by wooden fences. At this time, ox and horse market bustled with activity. People who sold oxen, horses, and mules had all gathered here. The air gave off the smell of animal feces, making it smell very unpleasant. I'm selling a calf. This calf is just 2 months old. It's very sturdy. Brother, I can sell the calf to you at a cheaper price if you want it. Brother, look at my mule. It's only 2 years old, and so it's the perfect time for it to start working. There seems to be a problem with your mule's legs. It can't walk, so what do I need it for? The calf is too small. I want a calf that will be able to work at the beginning of spring. Uncle, look at my ellipsis. Her ears were full of various kinds of sounds. However, Xiao Cao felt that the noises felt very familiar. On her way, she had asked a few people regarding the price of their oxen and mules. But all their prices were on the high side. It was just like her father had said, if they hadn't paid for little Shitu's school fees, then they might have been able to buy one. But even then, they still won't have enough money left over to equip it with a cart. It was not known if the heavens was deliberately setting itself against Xiao Cao, but she didn't see many people selling donkeys after circling around the market once. Occasionally there would be a family that was selling a donkey, however, their asking price was beyond reasonable limits. Their asking price was even higher than the price of an ox. Hey, it's bustling with noise and excitement over there. Let's go and look. Yu Hai also knew that it was not easy to reach a deal when buying an animal. So unlike Xiao Cao, who had a glum look on her face, when he saw that there was a crowd of people in front of them, he immediately pulled his daughter's hand and squeezed into the crowd. Like he was conferring a favor, a man said, "Pedantic scholar, your donkey is sick to the point that it's about to stop breathing. Yet you're still asking for such a high price. Who will buy it? Let it be. Forget about it. I'm a kind-hearted person. I will take pity on you and pay 800 copper coins to buy your donkey cart." The middle-aged man with a shrewd-looking face looked at the donkey, which was as skinny as firewood. Xiao Cao, who had squeezed through the crowd, saw a youngster crouched down in front of a donkey. The youngster was around 16 to 17 years old, and he wore the uniformed long gown from Rongshuan Academy. The donkey was so thin that there were only bones left. It was weakly lying on the ground because it didn't even have the energy to stand up. If its abdomen wasn't still moving up and down, she would have thought the donkey was dead. The youngster's face was full of melancholy as he shook his head. He quietly said, "No, no. It already takes 1 tael of silver to make a donkey cart. My father is waiting for the money I earned from the donkey cart to save his life. 800 copper coins aren't even enough for 2 packets of medicine." The middle-aged man impatiently asked, "Pedantic scholar, how much money do you want to sell this half-dead donkey for?" Three taels of silver. My father is very sick. He needs this money to see a doctor." The young scholar appeared to understand that his asking price was somewhat excessive, so his voice was almost inaudible. But he also had no choice. All the valuables in the family had already been sold off to pay for his school fees. They had relied on this donkey cart to help people carry their goods or transport people around to town to earn money to survive. However, he had never expected that 5 days ago, the donkey had started vomiting and had diarrhea. It was very sick, so they found a few veterinarians. But none of the veterinarians were able to help. His father was anxious and suffered from excessive internal heat and ended up catching a cold. Now, his dad couldn't get out of his bed. There was no money at home to invite a doctor, so he brought the sick donkey to the market to try his luck. The middle-aged man sneered at him and rudely said, "You want me to pay 3 taels of silver for that sick donkey? Little scholar, you must know that a big healthy male donkey costs only 5 taels of silver. And your donkey? Tisk. I'm afraid that even if you kill it and sell its meat, you wouldn't be able to even get a few taels of silver. I am already showing consideration towards you by paying 800 copper coins for that sick donkey." Yeah, who would pay 3 taels of silver for a donkey that's about to die? 800 copper coins is too little. That amount isn't even enough to buy a donkey cart. If it's me, I wouldn't be willing to sell it either. This child is too pitiful. Looking at the attire the young boy is wearing, he must be a student from Rongshuan Academy. If he didn't urgently need money, he probably wouldn't be here and letting people point and gossip about him. The onlookers that were surrounding him were divided into 2 parties. One party said that the youngster had become insane thinking about money, while the other party sympathized and felt pity for the youngster. The young scholar's face was pale. His gaze looked crazed as he stared at the donkey which was struggling at death's door. He continuously said, "No, no. My father is waiting for the money I earned from selling the donkey to save his life. He is waiting for me to save his life." Yu Xiaoxiao was somewhat touched by the young scholar's filial piety as she looked at him. She thought back to the time when her father was between life and death. She recalled how grief-stricken they were and how helpless the entire family felt. Xiaoxiao shouted for the little divine stone in her mind, "Little glutinous dumpling, will you be able to save this donkey?" A mini golden kitten squeezed itself out from Xiaoxiao's chest region of her tattered cotton-padded jacket. It stretched its little head and lazily glanced at the donkey, and in a tender but an unhappy voice, it said, "Smelly master, what do you take me for? You used me as fish bait and to save people. Now, you want me to rescue a domestic animal. I'm unwilling. I, your father, will go on strike." Imagine a very small kitten with one of its legs crossed over its other, holding its two front legs, with its head tilted to the side, and calling itself, "Daddy." The scene was quite cute but also a bit weird. Xiaoxiao patiently worked on it. "Little glutinous dumpling, the goddess of spirits had thrown you into the mortal world because she wants you to learn and gain experience in the mortal world. The so-called saying, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-floor pagoda. If you do good and kind deeds, your achievements will allow you to return to the goddess Nua's side." The little divine stone recalled how every time it had helped Xiaoxiao do something, its power would restore itself in different degrees of magnitude, especially the time when it had saved Yu Hai. After saving Yu Hai, the little divine stone was able to materialize a physical body. It felt that what Xiaoxiao had said was very reasonable. So, it unwillingly said, "As long as the donkey hasn't stopped breathing, then I can save it." With the divine stone's guarantee, Xiaoxiao stepped forward and said to the young scholar, "Can you let me take a look at the donkey?" The young scholar's lifeless expression suddenly became full of expectation when he heard Xiaoxiao's words. As if he was looking at his savior, he said, "Little girl, do you want to buy my donkey?" But when he saw the cotton-padded jacket that was full of patches that Xiaoxiao was wearing, his expression dimmed again. He forced his greed away and said, "Little girl, my donkey is sick. It's best if you don't buy it." Xiaoxiao saw that even though he had fallen in such a dire situation, he still had a kind and honest heart. She smiled. "My father and I had learned some medical treatments for domestic animals. If the donkey can be saved, then I will buy it." "Okay. Good. Look at the donkey. My donkey is very capable, it's not even 3 years old yet. Before it was sick, everyone had said that my donkey was a good one." A fire of hope once again ignited in the young scholar's eyes as he stared at Xiaoxiao's every movement. Xiaoxiao squatted in front of the donkey. She extended her hand to place between the donkey nose and mouth. Hot streams of air sprayed at the palm of her hand as the donkey breathed. Although its breathing was weak, it was clear. It's good if it's still breathing. She borrowed a broken bowl that domestic animals used to drink water. She allowed Yu Hai to take off the water bag that was tied to the side of her waist and poured the mystic stone water from the water bag into the bowl. The donkey seemed to be able to feel the spiritual energy from the water as it raised its head with difficulty. One mouthful after another, it slowly drank the mystic stone water from the bowl in Xiaoxiao's hand. After it finished the bowl of mystic stone water, it powerlessly lay on the ground. Although the donkey didn't have any more strength to stand up, its eyes were clearer and livelier than before. "How is my donkey? Little girl, can my donkey be saved?" When the young scholar saw the donkey, that hadn't drank water or eaten grass for a long time, drinking the bowl of water, the fire of hope in his heart burned even stronger. The middle-aged man with a shrewd-looking face made cynical remarks at the side. The veterinarians from the ox and horse market all said that the donkey is incurable. What can a silly little girl be capable of? I advise you to quickly sell the donkey before it takes its last breath. Otherwise, it'll be bad luck for you when it dies later. When it dies, I won't spend 800 copper coins to buy it." The young scholar acted as if he didn't hear the middle-aged man ridiculing him. He looked at Xiaoxiao as if she was his last chance at life. He wasn't even aware that his fingernails had pierced through the skin at the palm of his hand as he tightly clenched it into a fist. The outsiders thought that Xiao Xiao was taking pity on the donkey as she stroked the donkey's bony ribs. But, in fact, she was using the multicolored stone on her wrist to help the donkey sort out the illness inside its body. In a space where other people couldn't see, soft rays of golden light entered the donkey from the multicolored stone. In less than a moment, the donkey was able to lift its head and its eyes were full of spirit again. Xiao Xiao smiled and nodded at the scholar. The donkey isn't very ill. I will buy it. It's 3 taels of silver, right? Why yes. The young scholar was in a daze as he stared at the silver that Xiao Xiao had handed to him. He seemed to be in disbelief that his sick donkey that was about to go to heaven would actually fetch him 3 taels of silver. For a moment, he foolishly stood there because he wasn't sure what to do. Xiao Xiao saw that he didn't move for a while, so she thought that he wanted to go back on his words. She whispered to him, "What's wrong? Didn't you say that your father is waiting for this money to save his life? Why aren't you hurrying to him?" "Oh, yeah, thank you, little girl. Benefactors, please leave your names behind. In the future, I would like to repay your kindness." The young scholar made a big bow towards Xiao Xiao and her father. Xiao Xiao replied, "What kindness are you talking about? You are selling something, and I am merely buying it. This is a fair trade. There is no need to repay anything. Go quickly, your father's illness can't be delayed." Fang Zimo missed his sick father. Seeing that the two didn't want to leave behind their names, he bowed towards them again and left the market while tightly holding onto the silver. The middle-aged man, who couldn't take advantage of the scholar, sourly said, "Little girl, you are still young. There are all kinds of people in this world. There are many who pretend to be sick in order to gain people's sympathy. You were tricked by others and yet you still haven't realized it. Thank you, uncle, for the reminder. However, the scholar is wearing a long gown from Rongshuan Academy. Rongshuan Academy accepts students based on their moral character. I believe that he is not a swindler." Xiao Xiao wasn't an 8-year-old child who could easily be tricked. She had spent 3 taels of silver to buy both the donkey and the donkey cart. This was much cheaper than buying a donkey and then asking someone to build a donkey cart for her. The middle-aged man gave a final glance at the relatively new donkey cart. He coldly snorted, "You will suffer losses if you turn a deaf ear to your elders. I only reminded you because I believe that you probably saved up money for a long time to be able to save up 3 taels of silver. I didn't want you to have a dead loss in the end." After he finished speaking, he swung his sleeve and left. Xiao Xiao raised her eyebrows and disdainfully curled her lip. He couldn't take advantage of the scholar, so he could only say a few hateful words. His moral character is really. However, Yu Hai was a little worried as he asked, "Cower, the donkey is very weak. It can't even stand up, so how can we bring it back home? Your grandpa Zhong's ox cart can't fit the donkey." Xiao Xiao confidently said, "Don't worry. I have a feeling that when we go back in the afternoon, the donkey will be able to walk on its own. Father, there isn't much seasoning left at home. There is a shop in the food market that sells cheap seasonings. Let's go look." After paying for a month's worth of tuition for little Shido and an additional 3 taels to buy the donkey cart, Xiao Xiao had about 4 taels left in her purse. She decided to take advantage of being in town to buy whatever else her family needed. The father and daughter pair deposited the donkey cart at the entrance of the ox and horse market and paid the attendant 5 copper coins. Xiao Xiao had especially given the old man her water pouch and repeatedly instructed him to give the donkey a bowl of the special water every hour. The two of them then went to the town's largest food market. At the market, the selection of vegetables and produce was as pathetic as before. The vast majority of vegetables on sale were cabbages, radishes, and sweet potatoes. It was obvious that all of them had clearly been stored in people's cellars for a long time. There also weren't a lot of people selling meat or chickens. Xiao Xiao first went to the general store to buy some spices, soy sauce, and vinegar. This time, she had a decent amount of money on hand, so she could weigh each seasoning separately. She bought 2 ounces of each spice she needed, which would last her for about 10 days. In addition, she also brought along 7 to 8 bamboo tubes of differing sizes which had all been made by her father. As soon as she entered the stall, she gave the shopkeeper the new containers to replace the ones she had borrowed from him last time. She then asked the shopkeeper to put a caddy of soy sauce into each of the remaining large tubes. The shopkeeper had only remembered that she was the little girl who had bought seasonings previously when she returned the bamboo tubes to him. He smiled. "Little girl, did you finish using the spices so quickly? Your family must sell food to other people, right?" "That's right. How did you know?" Xiao Xiao gave him the weights of the condiments that she wanted and smiled sweetly at this honest and kind shopkeeper. The shopkeeper grinned. Other than selling food, what normal, average family would be willing to spend so much money to season their food? "Oh ho, you're buying more spices than last time, looks like you made some money." "Congratulations ah." Xiao Xiao flashed a grin at him and said, "I sold some appetizers at the docks and managed to make a little money. I'm not sure when I'll have enough money to be like you, Uncle Shopkeeper, and open up a store in town." The shopkeeper guffawed and said, "This older uncle is also only making a little money, just enough to survive, that is. Don't think that it's all sunshine and rainbows opening up a place. When you add up the rent and money spent on goods and other things, there's really not much left over, right? Don't look down at selling food. In fact, as long as you make good salted and pickled vegetables, you can still make a good amount of money. Do you see that pickled vegetable store over there? They've been flaming popular these past 2 days. In fact, my wife really loves that stall's sweet and crispy dried radishes and spicy pickled cabbage. If she doesn't have any with every meal, she won't be able to finish her food. The town is truly a good place to earn money, even salted and pickled vegetables can sell out so quickly." Yu Hai exclaimed in wonder as he left the general store. Xiao Xiao smiled knowingly and said, "Father, when we make enough money one day, we can also rent a stall here in town. The store would only sell different types of braised dishes. As the only stall in town to sell braised food, we can definitely make money that way." Yu Hai happily replied, "When our family has more money, we should buy some more farmland. We only have 3 plots of dry, sandy land. The yield from the land is not enough to feed our whole family. Once we open up a stall in town and make some money, we can buy more farmland then. Father, most of the land in our village is dry and sandy. If we want to buy land, we should buy plots that are closer to town. At that time, we can even move our entire family to town. That way we can avoid eldest aunt coming over to bother us all the time." Xiao Xiao really despised Madame Li's bad habits and small tricks. The woman also had a gossipy tongue that never stopped, and she never had anything good to say of others. Yu Hai frowned and quietly reprimanded her. "How could say something like that about your eldest aunt? Be careful to not let anyone else hear you, they'll start saying that you're a bad child." Xiao Xiao sneered slightly and grumbled inwardly, "Isn't eldest aunt the most shameless one around here? She's completely a troublemaker." Suddenly, they heard a familiar-sounding voice calling out to them, "Brother Dahai, Xiao Xiao. You guys are also in town now. Looks like you've bought a lot of things ah." Xiao Xiao twisted her head around to look and saw that their neighbor, Madame Fang, was waving her hand at them. The basket in front of her had a couple plump and fat hens in it, and the basket next to it was empty. "Auntie Joe, did you come to the market again to sell chicken eggs? Business is doing okay." Xiao Xiao scampered a couple steps forward and stopped by Madame Fang's side. She smiled sweetly at the woman as she asked. Madame Fang helped her brush away a few stray hairs from her cheek and smiled, "It's not bad. The chicken eggs all sold out and there are only a few chickens left. Did you guys hitch a ride on old Zhong's ox cart to get here? How was the academy? Was little Shido able to enter without any problems? With Brother Qian when guiding us, it went pretty smoothly. We don't have enough seasonings at home, so we went to the food market to look around. Auntie Joe, please continue with what you need to do, but will you be going back to the village on the cart too? We bought a donkey cart today." Xiao Xiao was very happy and excited that they were able to buy a cheap donkey cart. She couldn't help but tell Madame Fang the good news as soon as she could. Madame Fang replied with an astonished look at her face, "Wow, Xiao Xiao. You only worked for a few days and you managed to buy a cart. Then when we go back, Auntie Joe will have to take advantage of you." Yu Hai, who was standing at the side, hastily interjected, "Madame Fang, don't listen to her. When we were at the ox and horse market, we saw a classmate of Shatu's who desperately needed money and was selling a sick donkey. Xiao Sao thought the animal looked pitiful, so she spent 3 taels to buy the animal and the cart. That donkey looks pretty ill in my opinion. I don't know if it's savable or not. After finding out they had spent 3 taels to buy a half-dead donkey, Madame Fang wasn't sure what she should say. Instead, she smiled and commented, "Our Xiao Sao has an especially kind heart. Good things come to good people. That donkey definitely will get better." Right at this time, a person came up to ask Madame Fang how much she was selling her hens for. Xiao Sao hurriedly said, "Auntie Joe, do what you need to do. In the afternoon, we'll go back home together, okay?" After saying their goodbyes to Madame Fang, the father and daughter pair walked off. Before they had gone a few steps, they were stopped by someone. Zhang Yu, the young lad who ran the pickled vegetable store, came out of his stall with a large smile on his face and greeted them. "Benefactor, benefactor, please wait for a second." Yu Hai felt perplexed inside. This young fellow didn't look familiar at all to him. When did he help this guy? Who would have thought? Yu Hai had assumed wrongly. The person that the young man was thanking wasn't him. "Ah, you are the fellow that runs that pickled and salted vegetable store, right?" Xiao Sao pointed her finger at the pickled vegetable shop that was in the vicinity. Inside, there were several people buying pickled vegetables. A middle-aged man, who looked very similar to Zhang Yu, was currently bustling around helping out the customers inside. Xiao Sao grinned at the young man. "Looks like business is going well right now." Zhang Yu happily replied, "It's all thanks to you, benefactor. The recipes for pickled and salted vegetables that you gave me have all been made and are on the market. Everyone likes the taste, and the new products attracted a lot of new and old customers. My father has been talking constantly about you these past few days and keeps telling me that we need to personally express our gratitude to you. Earlier when you were talking to the other person over there, I thought you looked familiar. When I got closer, I discovered that it was you. Benefactor, please come to our store to sit and chat a little." Yu Hai looked at his daughter, flabbergasted. When did his little girl become this family's benefactor? Zhang Yu was too enthusiastic and warm, so Xiao Sao was unable to decline his invitation. Thus, she followed him into the pickled and salted vegetable store. Inside the shop, the unique smell of pickled and salted vegetables surrounded her. Compared to the previous time, it smelled a lot more appetizing. "Old Zhang, can you give me half a caddy of the savory and spicy dried radish and half a caddy of the sweet and spicy?" "What? The savory and spicy one is all sold out. When will it be back in stock?" "In about 2 days. Then just give me half a caddy of the sweet and spicy then, and then add half a caddy of the spicy cabbage." A stout-looking woman who looked about 40 revealed a disappointed expression when she heard the savory and spicy dried radishes had been sold out. Another old man who was in his 50s shook his head and smiled. "Shopkeeper Zhang, your family's salted and pickled vegetables now taste better and have a better flavor than when your wife was alive. Did you get the advice of someone talented?" Shopkeeper Zhang was weighing the requested pickled vegetables as he smiled and replied, "Of course, that's what happened. We actually did have a really great person give us some tips. Elder Uncle Lu, you know that my wife had died suddenly and unexpectedly. So all of her recipes went with her to the grave. My son and daughter had only learned some basic and simple pickling methods from her. You, of all people, should know that my store, had it not been for you old clients still helping us out, would have long gone out of business by now." At this point, he couldn't help but shake his head due to his heavy emotions. The other old man sighed for a bit and then shopkeeper Zhang continued, "A few days ago, my son had gotten the help of a talented individual. That person gave him a few pickling recipes and when we made them we found out that the vegetables were even more delicious than the ones my deceased wife had made. Make sure to hold on tight to these pickled beans and spicy cabbage. If you think they taste good, please come back again." The old man chuckled gently, "Even if you didn't say anything I would still come back. My old wife, after eating a whole winter's worth of cabbage and radish, doesn't have a good appetite right now. When she ate the spicy cabbage I bought 2 days ago, she even ate an extra 2 bowls of food. Now, she can't even eat a meal without having some of your spicy cabbage on the table." A young matron at the side interjected in agreement, "Isn't that so? My youngest at home has almost turned your sweet and crispy dried radish into a snack. If I don't give it, he throws a tantrum. Luckily, your family's pickled vegetables are cheap and are of good quality, otherwise I wouldn't be able to afford his habit. She then urged the shopkeeper to weigh out a caddy of the sweet and crispy radish for her. Shopkeeper Zhang humbly smiled and said, "It's not good to eat too much pickled vegetables. It's better that he eats more of his regular meals. After a couple of months, the newly grown vegetables will hit the market. Make sure your child eats more green vegetables." "Father, it really was our benefactor. I invited her back." Zhang Yu walked in joyfully with a large grin on his face. Shopkeeper Zhang saw Yu Hai behind his son and rushed out, forgetting that his hands were still sticky from vegetable pickling juice. He grabbed Yu Hai's hand and repeatedly said, "Benefactor, I finally had the chance to meet you. You are truly the savior of our little store." An awkward expression crossed Yu Hai's face as he stared blankly at his hand that was now covered in pickling juice. Zhang Yu promptly pulled his father away and bashfully smiled in embarrassment. "Father, you're thanking the wrong person. The person who taught me the recipes is the little girl behind him. You're thanking our benefactor's father." Shopkeeper Zhang laughed hollowly as he said, "It's all the same, all the same." "Ah, good brother, you have a daughter who has the heart and kindness of a bodhisattva." Yu Hai modestly replied, "You're too kind, too kind. She's always liked experimenting with cooking since she was young, so she has a bit of talent in this area." Xiao Sao rolled her eyes in her heart and silently said, "Father, are you trying to be modest here? Why does it seem like you're actually boasting right now?" Zhang Yu took out the most recent account books and spread them open for Xiao Sao to look at. He enthusiastically said, "Benefactor, although the recipes you taught me use more spices and condiments than other recipes, but the flavor of the products are very good. Even though we spend a little more to make them, we can still set a slightly higher price and customers will still buy them." Over the past few days, the best sellers were the savory and spicy dried radish and spicy cabbage. A lot of people also really like the pickled beans. The youth was afraid that Xiao Sao couldn't read, so he chattered constantly to describe the sales. Xiao Sao glanced at the books. Although it was written in the traditional style, she could recognize the vast majority of the characters. It was obvious at a glance how many caddies of pickled and salted vegetables they sold as well as the profit they made. In just a few days, a tiny pickled and salted vegetable store actually had an income of 45 taels and a profit of 20 taels. It made her want to sigh in sorrow. It was much easier to make money in town. Right now there weren't any other people in the store, so shopkeeper Zhang took out 5 taels and said, "Benefactor. At that time we had come to an agreement that we would split our profits 20 to 80. These are your dividends from the past few days, please kindly accept them, benefactor." Originally the plan was to give out dividends once a month. However, shopkeeper Zhang had noticed that the father and daughter in front of him were wearing shabby clothes and thought that they were embarrassingly short of money, so he decided to give out the money early. Yu Hai refused to take it and shook his hand. "We can't take this, we absolutely can't take this. It's only a few recipes for pickled and salted vegetables, so how can we take your money? You guys had to do all of the labor and buy the ingredients. We haven't done anything to earn the money. If this came out, wouldn't people criticize us behind our back?" Shopkeeper Zhang hastily replied, "Brother, you are wrong. Why do you think the new Junsho restaurant in town can compete against the established Fulin restaurant? Isn't it because they have a few unique and special dishes that other places don't have? That's how they attracted a lot of customers over. If Junsho restaurant had wanted to sell the recipes of their new dishes, I believe that even if they set the price to over 1,000 taels per recipe, there would still be people willing to buy them. I have never seen anything like the recipes that your precious daughter gave us, so they are absolutely worth it. If you wanted to make these pickled vegetables and sell them in town yourself, you would have made much more money than what I'm giving you. However, your daughter has a kind heart and only wanted 20% of the earnings. If you calculate it out, we are the ones taking advantage of you. Brother, quickly take the money, you guys deserve it, what's wrong? Do you think it's too little?" Overwhelmed with the situation, Yu Hai couldn't help but back away from the enthusiastic man. He glanced at his daughter out of embarrassment, silently asking her to help. Xiao Sao quickly interjected, "Uncle Zhang, at the time, I had already come to an agreement with brother Zhang Yu. We were supposed to receive dividends once a month, but it hasn't been a month yet, right? Shopkeeper Zhang obviously had done a lot of business, so he suavely replied, I just felt really happy after making some money. Just take these 5 taels as start of a great beginning, it'll bring good fortune to us. In the future, we'll divvy out the money once a month as agreed upon. There were people in the store who wanted to buy some pickled vegetables, so shopkeeper Zhang stuffed the 5 taels into Yu Hai's hand without saying anything, and lifted up the cloth curtain to help them. Yu Hai hesitated as he wasn't sure what to do with the money. Xiao Sao merely smiled. Since Uncle Zhang said it this way, then let's just take the money. When Zhang Yu saw the father giving the money to the 7 to 8-year-old girl, he thought it was odd. Is he not afraid that the little girl might lose the money? Right after that interlude, Xiao Sao dictated a few more recipes for pickled and salted vegetables to Zhang Yu and had him write them down. This time, the recipes were of a different variety than the previous ones she gave him. The recipes were for red pepper paste, sweet bean paste, and, the more complex, shiitake mushroom sauce, and peanut and sesame seed sauce. Zhang Yu acted as if he had just received the most precious treasure in the world. He carefully placed the handwritten recipes into his pocket. Once he and his father learned how to make them, he would destroy his written copies. This way, these unique and flavorful products could only be made and sold at their store and would become their trade secret. Xiao Sao bid her farewells to Zhang Yu and walked out of the inner room. When she came out to the main room, she saw a handsome young man dressed in brocade who was looking at the vats of fermented vegetables in the store with a frown on his face. Shopkeeper Zhang was at his side, patiently explaining the different types of products that were available. The attendant next to the youth quietly said, "Third young master, if you wanted to eat salted and pickled vegetables, you could have just ordered me to come here. There's no need for you to personally be here, right? Be careful, don't get your clothing dirty." The youth raised his head to look over at Xiao Sao when he heard some noise. A look of surprise crossed his face, as if he was astonished that he would meet her here. Xiao Sao grinned widely when she saw that his eyes were opened wide with surprise. "Third young master Zhou, you're finally back from the capital, eh? When did you come back?" Apparently, this finely dressed young man was the youth she hadn't seen for almost a month, the third young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Zixu. As she approached, Zhou Zixu abruptly said, "What the heck, you Xiao Sao? You clearly have some good recipes for sauces in that head of yours, but you don't even invest in your own production. Instead, you privately started cooperating with someone else." On the other hand, Yu Xiaosao recalled that all of the money she had painstakingly saved up had been lured away by this bugger at the end of last year. Had she had some cash on hand when their branch split from the family, then their circumstances wouldn't have been so bad. The Zhou family was the richest family in Tanggu town. Did they really need her tiny stash of cash to start up a condiment factory? This bugger must have deliberately wanted to cause her trouble. As soon as I entered the restaurant today, I overheard the people in the kitchen making a racket. Can you guess what it was about? Apparently, they were arguing with each other on how to make a small plate of food. Junshou restaurant's purchasing staff had bought a plate of small fish at the docks. Third young master Zhou gritted his teeth as he frowned at Yu Xiaosao. A bitter and worried expression surfaced onto his face. "What's wrong? How does me selling some snacks at the dock in any way affect what you're doing?" Xiao Sao couldn't understand why he was looking at her with such an aggrieved expression in his eyes. She was the person who should have been annoyed, right? "I heard this dish was called pickled fish, right? How did you make this? The small bones in the fish are so soft that it's indescribable, and the taste is incomparable. This truly is a magnificent dish that is full of flavor." Third young master Zhou had also tasted one piece that day and thought that the flavor profile was very good. When the head chef of Junshou restaurant tried it, he could tell that it had been fried and then steamed. However, no matter how much he tried, he was unable to make a result that tasted as authentic and good as the original. In fact, he even pondered inwardly. "I never would have thought that such a simple-looking pickled fish would require such a tricky technique to make perfectly." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, the youth seemed to realize it didn't sound right and abruptly corrected himself. "I wasn't trying to make you tell me your secret method. I was mostly wanted to show my surprise, that's all. How do you have the time to stroll the market today, Xiao Sao?" Why didn't you go to the docks to sell braised food instead? Xiao Sao smiled, not all offended, and said, "Third young master is too complimentary. My crude method is nothing special, it definitely won't be able to be taken out in more formal situations. Today my mother and Shaolian went to the docks while my father and I ran some errands in town. Third young master Joe is buying some pickled vegetables today." Third young master Joe nodded his head and replied, "Recently, our family's matriarch hasn't had a good appetite and has no interest in eating. Earlier on the streets I overheard that this store's pickled and salted vegetable products have a good flavor, so I wanted to buy some and show some respect to her." After she had a good understanding of the elderly lady's preferences, Xiao Sao recommended that third young master Joe buy some sweet and crispy radishes. They were crunchy and had a fresh taste. Thus, they were the best for increasing a person's appetite. Third young master Joe nodded his head and then had the store weigh out some radishes for him. He also asked the manager what the other products in the store tasted like. With the help of shopkeeper Zhang, he got to taste a few different types of pickled vegetables. Afterwards, he selected the ones he liked: wine-marinated beans and spicy cabbage. When he settled the bill, he also took out a piece of silver that was worth around 2 taels. "Oh, all right, if you wanted to find someone who was rich and had money to spare, that's your guy right there. I heard that your branch of the family had split off from the rest. Separating is good, we don't have to surreptitiously give you the dividends after the factory is up. If you have any other difficult situations, don't worry and come to me for help." Zhou Zixu said with a face full of sincerity. "Is it a little too late to be saying these words? When we had just separated families, I would have shamelessly asked you for some help, pride be damned. But now, we've already survived the most difficult situation, what's the point in making these promises now?" With just these few thoughts, Yu Xiaosao quickly dismissed third young master Zhou. Before Zhou Zixu left, he didn't forget to remind her that she had some stock in their condiment factory. She needed to think up more condiment and seasoning recipes up. She shouldn't just place all of her efforts on a small pickled and salted vegetable shop. After waving goodbye to third young master Zhou, Xiaosao went to a cloth shop that Zhang Yu and his father had recommended and bought a few bolts of cotton cloth that differed in color. She also got 4 blankets worth of quilted fabric and spent almost a tael on 10 caddies worth of cotton filling. Cotton had become a commonly grown crop during the previous Yuan dynasty. At the initial start of the Great Ming dynasty, the country was still settling down from the chaos of war, and vast acres of land had been left fallow. Thus, the output of cotton had decreased dramatically, and prices had risen without falling. After the current emperor ascended the throne, he energetically encouraged the people to open up land and start farming. He implemented a series of policies that lowered taxes and reduced the forced labor requirements. The prices of grain and cash crops slowly decreased and stabilized a bit. However, for the vast majority of the poverty-stricken commoners, the price of cotton, which was 70 copper coins a caddy, was still considered a somewhat luxurious purchase. After the father and daughter pair finished buying cloth and cotton, it was already 10 minutes to 3 p.m. With a giant bag of cotton to haul around, it would be hard to shop around even if they wanted to. Thus, the two of them headed in the direction of the ox and horse market to retrieve their donkey cart with their large and small bags of goods in tow. The old man who was helping them keep an eye on the donkey took their 5 copper coins and looked at the skinny, sick donkey that was lying on the ground. He silently prayed that the animal wouldn't fall over dead right this minute. In his younger days, the old man was a good hand at raising animals. Now that he was older, he no longer could keep up, so he set up an area for people to leave their animals and carts. Every day he could earn a decent amount of money. If his business hadn't been slow today, he would not have accepted this arduous and thankless task to watch over a sick donkey. In accordance with Xiaosao's instructions, he made sure to give the donkey a bowl of water to drink every hour. He thought it was a little bit odd that the donkey wouldn't even sniff at other types of water and instead only happily drank the water that was in the little girl's pouch. After drinking 2 bowls of water, the donkey, who had been close to death's door, seemed to be more and more energetic with every passing minute. By the time it had its 3rd bowl of water, it could actually stand up and even whinnied a couple times, asking him for some food to eat. Was it possible that there was some medicine was put in the water pouch? In a moment he needed to ask them who had made it, it was actually quite efficacious. The 5 copper coins paid for not only the board of the donkey but also its feed and water. Although they had given him their own water, he still needed to give the donkey fodder from his own stores. After eating its fill, the little gray-colored donkey knelt back down to take a nap. Despite its obvious thinness, the animal still looked rather lively. When it was almost 3 in the afternoon, Yu-Hai's silhouette with the slight limp appeared in front of the old man's sight. The father and daughter pair both were loaded down with large and small bags. They had clearly bought a lot of things. The little donkey seemed to have a connection with them, and, as soon as it saw its little master, it immediately stood and opened up its large, limpid eyes. It cheerfully whinnied at the 2 people in front of it. "Little Gray, are you okay?" Xiao Xiao ran swiftly to the little donkey's side. She used her right hand, which had the multicolored stone on her wrist, to gently pet its back, and have the little divine store to heal it from head to toe again. The little donkey comfortably closed its eyes and rubbed its head continuously on Xiao Xiao's arm. The expression on its face was obvious, so comfortable. "Aw!" Yu-Hai exclaimed in surprise, "It really got better. Looks quite energetic too. I'm not sure if it's able to walk all the way home though. Cower, we should have old Zhang help us bring our goods back today." The little donkey whinnied spiritedly a couple of times as if it was trying to say that it was okay. Xiao Xiao smiled and patted its head. "Father, by this time, Grandpa Zhang's cart is probably all full with people now. Where would he have room to put our stuff? In any case, cloth and cotton isn't very heavy, so let's try to have little Gray pull it home." Yu-Hai skillfully put the cart harness onto the donkey and then placed all of their goods onto the cart. After thinking a bit, he helped his daughter onto the vehicle. If the donkey couldn't pull the cart, he could help it by pushing the vehicle on the side. After all, his daughter was only 8 years old and had been running around all day. He didn't want her to get more tired by walking all the way home. This was the first time Yu-Hai had led a donkey cart. However, as they left the ox and horse market, the little donkey seemed to really understand what he wanted and closely followed behind him and didn't need any direction from him at all. When they exited the city, Yu-Hai saw someone selling hot cakes and so he bought some. Everyone in the family had already gotten used to Xiao Xiao needing a meal at this time. By the time they got home, they would have likely missed the meal time. His daughter was probably dying of hunger now. Xiao Xiao sat on the donkey cart with her back against the bag full of cotton. Her legs dangled down the sides of the cart as she nibbled on the delicious hot cake. She looked leisurely and content. "Brother Dahai, Xiao Xiao, I saved you to a spot, come quickly." Outside the town gates, Madame Fang had been waiting on old Zhang's ox cart for a while. It looked like business had gone well today for her as the baskets in her hands were completely empty. Both the eggs and live chickens had been sold out. Old Zhang gaped in astonishment when he saw Yu-Hai leading the donkey cart. He tapped his tobacco pipe on the side of his cart shaft and said, "Ah, Dahai. Where did this donkey cart come from? Did you guys actually buy it? It's not that I'm trying to criticize you, but when you're buying a donkey, you should choose one that is plump and healthy. This donkey, are you sure you can keep it alive?" Yu-Hai smiled. "Uncle Zhang, although this donkey is on the thin side, it is quite lively. I previously was able to spend several days with a person versed in veterinary medicine, and when I saw that this donkey didn't have any critical defects, I knew that it will be fine after nursing it for a few days. If the donkey wasn't skinny, how could I get it for a good, cheap price?" Old Zhang then asked how much they had spent on the donkey and cart, and Xiao Xiao told him they had only spent 3 taels. The old man nodded his head. 3 taels for all of this is not considered expensive. It would probably cost the same amount of money to commission a donkey cart. Even if the donkey is unable to survive, you guys wouldn't be losing out too much anyway. Brother Dahai, did you buy this donkey cart for? Whenever old Zhang was not hauling firewood to town, he would bring people from the villages to town for a fee. On a good day, he could even make 20 to 30 copper coins. When he saw Yu-Hai's donkey cart, the first thought that came to his mind was, is Yu-Hai trying to cut into my business bringing people to town? After all, a donkey cart is definitely faster than an ox cart. Xiao Xiao smiled and hurriedly dispelled his fears. Grandpa Zhang, isn't Shito studying at school in town now? With a donkey cart, it will be a lot easier to visit him. We have also grown some vegetables in our front and back courtyards. In the future, it'll be easier to sell those vegetables in town with a cart. When old Jong heard the little girl chattering about this and that but not mentioning anything about using the donkey cart to carry people into town, he was able to dispel his worries. On the road home, Yu-hai was afraid that making the thin donkey work too hard would cause it to become exhausted, so he adamantly refused to sit on the cart. Despite all her efforts, Xiaoxiao was unable to convince him. She only managed to make him compromise and had him sit on old Zhong's ox cart. The donkey was very perceptive and blindly followed the ox cart from behind. Other than a slight break in the middle to give the animal another drink of the mystic stone water, contrary to Yu-hai's fears, the donkey didn't collapse from exhaustion. Xiaoxiao's family lived at the foot of the West Mountains, so they had to traverse through more than half of the village when coming back from town. The news that Yu-hai's family had bought a donkey cart had traveled throughout the village before the two of them had even got home. Madame Li teetered on her bound feet as she trotted back home. When she told her mother-in-law what she found out, she also added her own embellishments. After her failure the last time she tried to scheme against the second branch, she had learned her lesson. This time, she decided to make her mother-in-law attack the second branch by stating that her father-in-law was subsidizing them. They had only split off from the main family for a short period of time, so how could they possibly buy a donkey cart? When Madame Zhang heard Madame Li's accusations, her sparse eyebrows immediately snapped together in a frown. They bought a donkey cart. You're certain? Madame Li nodded her head furiously and replied, I am absolutely sure. The whole village knows already, so they're only hiding it from us. Mother, just think about it, one donkey costs around 5 to 6 taels. When second brother-in-law split from the family, his leg was also injured. So how would he be able to earn the money to buy a donkey and cart? Perhaps father is privately. Madame Li didn't elaborate further beyond that point, but Madame Zhang clearly understood what she was implying. The old woman stated hesitantly, I'm in charge of all of the money at home. If you said that the old man had around a dozen copper coins in his hand, that would be believable. However, if you're saying that he has a few taels to subsidize second son, then I don't think that's possible. When Madame Li saw that her mother-in-law hadn't flown into a rage as she would like, she started to become anxious. Mother, if it were not for father privately subsidizing them, second brother-in-law's family wouldn't even have enough food to eat. How could they possibly have the money to buy a donkey cart? We've been catching fewer fish these days, but what about before? When second brother-in-law's leg was still good, he always gave the money he earned from selling game to father. If he didn't give all of it to you and had about 8 to 10 taels on hand, maybe. Ah, what? When Madame Zhang thought that the old man was sneakily giving money to second son's family behind her back, anger bubbled within her until it exploded. She violently threw her sewing from her hands into the basket and screamed, I thought it was fishy that second son didn't make a fuss when we were splitting the family. Apparently he had been greasing up that stupid old man on the down low. That's not okay. They need to spit out whatever they had swallowed earlier. Madame Zhang stomped furiously towards the road leading to Xiaoxiao's family's home. Madame Li smirked proudly as she wiggled her fat waist from behind. When old Yu's eldest brothers, Yu Lichun, eldest daughter-in-law, Madame Lu saw the expression on the two women's faces as well as the direction they were headed, she knew they were going to cause trouble for Yu-hai. As she silently cursed in her heart, she hurried back to the village to find old Yu, who was playing Go. When Madame Zhang and Madame Li arrived at the residence, Xiaoxiao's whole family was busily preparing the pig head and pig offal. Madame Lu raised her head and saw Madame Zhang furiously charging in. Her heart squeezed painfully and she hastily got up and timidly said, Mother, when did you come over? Madame Li stared at the wooden basin that was full of the smelly pig intestines and could only remember the last time she had disastrously tried to cause trouble for them, only to have herself fall into trouble instead. When she had gotten home that time, she had washed her feces-stained clothes several times. However, no matter how often she washed it, she always felt there was a disgusting stench stuck on the clothing. Madame Li suddenly noticed that a pig intestine was in Xiaoxiao's hand, who was facing her with a faint smile on her face. The woman hastily retreated until she was behind Madame Zhang, covered her nose, and said, When can't mother come over to visit? Are you telling me that we have to make an appointment just to come over to second brother-in-law's house? Madame Zhang huffily snorted. I heard that second son's family has hit the jackpot and had recently bought a donkey cart. As his mother, shouldn't I come over to congratulate you guys? Suddenly the expression on her face twisted. Second son's wife, tell me the truth. How did you guys manage to weasel out so much money from that old man? I was wondering why your branch agreed so easily to splitting the family. Apparently you guys had another trick up your sleeves, eh? I'm telling you all, if you guys don't tell me where that old geezer is hiding money, I swear I'll make your lives hell. Madame Lu was shocked by the accusation and hastily replied, Mother, what do you mean? Where would we get money from him? When we split from the family, we only got 2 taels and we also borrowed some money from my maternal family. All of it was spent on fixing up the house. Father doesn't have any money in his hands. Other people likely don't know how much money there is at home, but how could you not know? Well, apparently I don't know where the money is. If it were not for that old geezer giving money to you guys on the sly, how could all of you earn enough money in such a short amount of time to buy a donkey cart? Look at you, one's lame, the other's sickly, and the rest are tiny children. When Madame Zhang found out that a donkey cart cost around 5 to 6 taels, she felt like her heart had been scooped out, dripping blood. Every day the old man and her eldest son went out to catch fish, but the amount they caught was less than before. The amount of money they made was barely enough to cover the family's expenditures. How long ago had the old man secretly been saving those 5 to 6 taels? Madame Lu had a gentle personality, so she obviously couldn't argue against Madame Zhang. She was so emotional that tears almost came pouring down her face. She quietly tried to explain, Mother, the money that we used to buy the donkey was all earned from Xiaosao selling braised pig head meat and pig intestines at the docks. If you don't believe me, go to the docks and ask around. Everyone knows about our braised meat, which is sold for 1 copper coin a portion. Xiaosao slapped her forehead and lamented silently, Oh my gosh, Mother. You are seriously too honest, aren't you? In just a few sentences, you basically sold out our entire family, 1 copper coin for a portion of meat. Second sister-in-law, who are you trying to pull the wool over, A catty of pork is around 20 copper coins. At that price, how many pieces of meat can you get for 1 copper coin? Not enough to even get a taste. On the outside you look so honest and sincere, but who would have thought you'd even try to trick Mother? Madame Li had a self-satisfied expression on her face as she sarcastically remarked on the side. Eldest sister-in-law, I'm not trying to trick Mother. If you use seasonings to braise pig intestines and the meat from the pig's head, it actually tastes pretty good. We can earn around 20 to 30 copper coins a day. If it wasn't for this, our whole family would have starved to death by now. Madame Lu wasn't completely naive and didn't tell them the whole truth, that they actually were earning around 200 to 300 copper coins a day. However, getting 20 to 30 copper coins per day was enough to make Madame Zhang and Madame Li salivate with envy. Madame Zhang inched a bit closer to the wooden basin full of dirty, disgusting, only fit to feed dogs, pig intestines but was pushed back by their stench. She sneered and said, What people would buy something so disgusting and smelly? Do you really think this old woman is stupid and easy to cheat? Even if you guys earn around 20 to 30 coins a day and not spend any on food or drink, it's still not enough to buy a donkey cart after only saving for 10 days. Yu Hai had been in the rear courtyard settling the donkey down under the shed. When he heard the commotion, he quickly walked over and quietly said to Madame Zhang, Mother, we bought a donkey that was so sick that it almost died. The previous owner didn't want the animal anymore, and we only had to pay enough money to cover the cart. We only spent around 3 taels total. If you don't believe me, you can go to the rear courtyard and take a look. At the back of the house, Little Gray was comfortably lying on the ground under the sun after drinking some more mystic stone water. From Madame Zhang's angle, she could only see an extremely emaciated donkey that had barely any meat on it listlessly lying down on the ground. She thought it clearly didn't have any energy to even stand up and, thus, she started to somewhat believe Yu Hai's words. However, she couldn't just come here without grasping any advantage she could get. Her eyes whirled around as she said, Second son, your family is capable and hardworking to be able to earn 20 to 30 copper coins a day. But you guys don't even know how to help the rest of the family out. Your mother and father almost don't have enough food to eat, yet you're throwing money away buying a sick donkey that's about to die. Are you not afraid of other people accusing you of being unfilial? Xiao Sao wanted to laugh out of rage and was unable to keep her mouth shut as she retorted, "Grandmother, don't forget that we had already separated families. When we split, we only got 3 plots of sandy land, 2 tails, and an old, run-down house that wasn't even livable. In addition, when we split, we had a contract written out that spells it out very clearly. Each year, we only need to give you 500 caddies of grain or 1 tail and 500 coins. Grandmother, we haven't even planted sweet potatoes yet, how are we supposed to help you?" Madame Zhang had greedily kept the 300 taels Yu Hai had risked his life for, but wasn't a little bit ashamed as she confidently asserted, "Can't you guys sell pig offal to earn money? Then just give the recipes for the braised pig head meat and pig offal to us. Don't hide it from us. Even though we already split, we are still one family. It's better to give us the advantage than to let outsiders find out instead." Xiao Sao felt a bit helpless. They were trying to sever their only chance of survival. She was inwardly ecstatic that the weather was on the colder side today, as all of the vegetables in the back garden had been covered up with the straw mats. Otherwise, if Madame Zhang and Madame Li had seen them growing, they probably would have wanted to put their grubby hands on them. It was obvious, there was nothing these two women wouldn't be ashamed to do. Yu Hai and Madame Lu looked at each other, and both of them could see helplessness in the other's eyes. They were both the younger generation, so there was little they could do against the overbearing and shameless Madame Zhang. If they were too resolute and stuck to their guns, the two women in front of them would slander them in the village for being unfilial. On the other hand, if they yielded too much, this pair of locusts would gobble them up and devour everything they could get their hands on. "Madame Li, why are you here again causing trouble?" Just as the married couple were trying to find a solution, the sound of old Yu's voice resonated in and provided them with a glimpse of hope. Madame Li was still a bit timid in front of her father-in-law, so she weakly said, "Father, I was keeping mother company." Madame Zhang abruptly interrupted her and pasted a smile on her face as she spoke to old Yu. "Old man, second son still has a filial heart. Their family had come up with a new method of making money, so they were going to help us too." When old Yu heard what she said, he looked towards Yu Hai with a remorseful expression and a tinge of gratitude. This son of his had always been filial since childhood. Even if he had caught a tiny tit, he would always bring it back home to let everyone eat some. In fact, after he settled down and got married, he still always gave the money he earned to the general purse and didn't keep a private purse. He was not worthy of his son. He even pushed his son out of the family during his most difficult time. Fortunately, his son was able to survive and even his leg was preserved. Old Yu switched his gaze to Madame Zhang and glared at her. "I already know about the method for making money. Aren't they just selling some appetizers to make a small sum of money every day? Stop trying to covet it. Second son's family is relying on this little bit of money to make it through." "What do you mean? It's not a little bit of money, they make around 20 to 30 copper coins a day. That's more than what you and eldest son brings home every day. This is second son's good intentions, so he should spread the wealth to the whole family. Husband, third son will be able to participate in the entrance examination for Rongshuan Academy soon. If he passes and then becomes a scholar who had passed the county-level examinations, he can get a lot of benefits. His whole family is living in town right now, and doesn't he need money for living expenses?" Madame Zhang, once again, brought the topic of the conversation back to her younger son in an attempt to voice her complaints. As Madame Zhang rambled on and on, Xiao Sao and her family stayed mutely silent. It was obvious that she was forcing them to teach her how to make braised food. How did she manage to twist it around such that they were the ones volunteering for this? Although Xiao Sao had no qualms, her father was a different story. He had always been filial and was soft-hearted. In front of his father, Yu Hai wasn't able to refuse any request. In the end, Xiao Sao was forced to fork out a portion of the spices she had used yesterday and give instructions on how to use them to Madame Zhang. In a peak of fury, she pretended to forget to give the pair of women the complete details on how to prepare and clean the pig head and intestines properly. She had already reserved the pig head and offal in advance from Butcher Wang's stall at the docks marketplace. Furthermore, the butcher was a kind and honest man. To him, it didn't matter who he made money from, but it was more important to preserve his relationships with and not have a reputation of breaking his promises. Thus, their ingredient supplies would not be endangered in the future. She planned on doing business as usual. As for who could make more money, that would depend on their own abilities. Meanwhile, third young master Joe Zixu had gone straight home after buying the pickled vegetables from the market and was able to be at the table in time for the meal. The three branches of the Joe family had not separated, so they were all present in the parlor for the meal. In the main hall, the ground was paved with glossy marble tiles that had been polished as bright as a mirror. The beams of the roof were painted in bright colors, and gorgeous glass lanterns dangled from the ceiling. On the right side of the parlor was a display case made of red mahogany. On top of the case were a bunch of carefully arranged priceless objects. A blue and white porcelain vase made in the previous dynasty that was decorated with an image depicting Gui Gutsi coming down the mountain. 1. A cloisonné enamel plum blossom vase. A long-necked vase made entirely of white jade with 2 round handles, and a variety of other delicate and well-preserved antique items. A decorative screen made of red sandalwood was on the left side. The screen was inlaid with white jade that was carved into a picture depicting 500 Luohan 2. It was bright and beautiful and so luxurious that it was hard for a person to take their eyes away from it. The patriarch and matriarch of the Zhou family were sitting in the middle, and seated on their right was the Zhou family's eldest son. The head of the Zhou family had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son and second son were birthed by his wife. The eldest son was conservative in his business dealings and was only able to preserve their current family wealth. He was in charge of a portion of the family's businesses, and while he didn't make any big contributions, he also didn't make any large blunders. The eldest son of the Zhou family had 2 sons and a daughter. His oldest son was birthed by a concubine. Although his younger son was born by his wife, he had very little interest in doing business and had set his heart on his studies. He was truly a bookworm and pedant. His eldest son, on the other hand, had ambitions and grabbed every opportunity that came in order to show his abilities in front of the head of the family. Before he became an adult, he had helped his father supervise their store and had made sure everything was clear and orderly. He had carefully managed 2 stores, and they had increased their revenue by 1/3. Furthermore, he completed the few tasks that the head of the family had given him perfectly, so the old man was quite pleased with this grandson. The second son of the head of the family had died at a young age, so the patriarch had his married eldest son take a young girl from a declining family as a secondary wife in order to keep his second son's lineage alive. Thus, third young Master Zhou was considered a part of the second branch's family. Third young Master Zhou's mother had a strong personality, so after she gave birth to him, she established herself as the widow of the second branch and severed all her ties with the eldest son. From then on, she lived alone in a small courtyard on the west side of the residence. Other than stepping out on the 1st and 15th days of each month to burn incense for the second son of the Zhou family, she spent the rest of the time in her residence. This was the reason why the head of the Zhou family regarded the mother and son pair with importance despite their awkward status within the family. The third son of the Zhou family was a person who only knew how to enjoy life but couldn't endure any hardships. The eldest son was always afraid of taking the slightest risk and had no courage. Thus, Patriarch Zhou had to take the reins back into his hands in his old age and become the primary driver of the Zhou family again. He had no hope left for his sons, so he silently observed his grandsons out of hope that he could pick a successor out of them who would bring more glory and honor to the Zhou family. Although Zhou Zifang, who was the son of the eldest son, had decent abilities, he was still born from a concubine. Since ancient times it was known that there was a difference between children born from the main wife versus a concubine. In addition, he had a somewhat irritable temper and was quick to take offense. Acting hastily out of greed could lead to the ruin of an entire family's fortune. Thus, as the patriarch observed from the side, he had to take a few points off of Zhou Zifang. As for the second branch's Zhou Zixu, he had displayed astonishing talents since he was small. However, despite his recent beautiful business victories, the boy was still too young. This really caused the patriarch to worry incessantly, causing his hair to turn white faster. Ha ha, I'm really quite lucky when it comes to food. Just got home in time to make mealtime. Third young Master Joe Zixu, held 2 jars of salted vegetables as he came in. When he saw everyone's attention on him, he smiled a self-deprecating smile as he paid his respects to his grandfather and grandmother. The head of the Joe family coldly snorted and said, "Looks like you still know how to come home. Every day you're running off to who knows where. Other than Junsho restaurant, you have never even touched the other businesses of the family. Oh right, you had talked about having a condiment factory before the end of last year. How is it going so far? At your age, your father had already made waves in the southern provinces market. Because he had an awkward status in the family, Joe Zixu's grandmother had raised him at her side since childhood to avoid having other people treat him badly. Thus, his relationship with his grandparents had always been good. This caused the other grandsons in the family to envy him. In fact, whenever the patriarch seemed displeased, the other grandsons kept quiet out of fear. Even eldest young Master Joe had to consider his words for a bit before he would say anything. However, Joe Zixu was all smiles as he replied, "Grandfather, don't we still have you managing the rest of the family's businesses? You're old but vigorous. Staying at home doing nothing is really quite dull. As for my factory, didn't you previously say that this is for me to practice? I'm still young, so it's important to take it a little at a time, especially for business. As 13 still considered young. It's the right age for settling a marriage and getting engaged. Second son's wife, you need to start considering his marriage prospects now. After he gets engaged, he's considered an adult and should start doing some proper business and stop running around outside, avoiding home." The Joe family patriarch was very unsatisfied with him and wished he could just press on that youngster's head to transfer all of his knowledge of business matters to him. Madame Zhang, who was Joe Zixu's mother, agreed sweet-temperedly. Joe Zixu let out a smile that was half a grimace at his mother and said, "Grandfather, how do you know I'm not concerned about the family's businesses? I'm not running around without a purpose. After all, the last time I was at the docks, didn't I find a dish of pickled fish that tasted quite good, eh?" If he hadn't brought up this topic it would have been better, as the Joe family patriarch frowned after hearing this and said, "Has the chef from Junsho restaurant figured out how to make this pickled fish yet? He even boasted that he's a famous chef, but he's no better than a little girl from the countryside." "Grandfather, please calm down. It's not that the chef at Junsho restaurant was boosting his own reputation, but in terms of cooking, one false step makes a great difference. That pickled fish recipe was probably a secret recipe that was passed down from her ancestors, so it's unlikely it'd be easy to just figure it out." The eldest grandson, Zhou Zifang, cleverly interjected and explained. Joe Zixu also agreed, "That's right, that's right. Let's wait a little longer. If he really can't figure it out, then I'll just go to that little girl and buy the recipe from her." The Joe family's matriarch loved her grandson dearly. She nodded her head in agreement and said, "Zor is right. Also, let's not talk about business during the family meal. Start the meal." Joe Zixu hurriedly patted the jugs of pickled vegetables in his hands as if they were some priceless treasure. He sidled over to his grandmother, made eye contact with her, and said, "Grandmother loves grandson the most. Grandson also loves you very much. I know your appetite hasn't been very good lately, so I especially went to a pickled vegetable store and bought some appetizers in hope that they'll increase your appetite. Please try some. I personally carried them the entire way back home." When Matriarch Joe saw her grandson's smiling face, she immediately felt better. As if he was still a child, she gently caressed his head, and said, "My Zor is still so filial. Qinglian, go to the kitchen and take a portion of these pickled vegetables out. Let's have everyone here try some." Joe Zixu's mother, Madame Zhang, glared lovingly at her son and said, "Be careful of boasting too much in front of grandmother. In a moment, if it doesn't fit her tastes, what kind of situation do you think you'll be in?" Joe Zixu sat next to his mother and pulled on her arm like a spoiled child. He pouted and said, "Mother, it doesn't matter if other people give me face or not, but you need to help your son. If it's not tasty, please still eat a little more." His grandmother pointed a finger at him and gently laughed, "You little monkey, with such a filial heart, I will also give you some face and eat a couple more bites." A plate of sweet and crispy radishes and a plate of fragrant and spicy wine-marinated tofu came out. They were artfully arranged on a crystal plate with a light dressing of sesame oil on top. The tantalizing smell of sweetness and sour hit everyone, which increased all their appetites greatly. Matriarch Joe's personal maidservant, Zatang, served her mistress a portion of the radishes and placed them into her congee bowl using ivory chopsticks. The combination of the sweet and crispy radishes with a hint of spiciness paired perfectly with the congee that had been slowly simmered with the best rice money could buy. The old lady's eyes lit up in pleasure as she enjoyed her food. "How is it, Grandma? Does it meet your tastes?" Out of all of the grandsons, only Joe Zixu would ever intimately call the matriarch Grandma. The rest of them all respectfully referred to her as grandmother. The Joe family's matriarch carefully chewed and tasted the different flavors that came from the congee and pickled radishes. A bit of time passed before she finally met her grandson's eager eyes and slowly nodded her head. "Not bad, not bad. How could I not believe in my grandson's tastes?" As she talked, she dispensed with having her maidservant serve her. The old lady picked up her chopsticks to grab more crispy pickled radish and placed it in her bowl. Unconsciously, after consuming a whole bowl of nourishing and dense congee, she still wanted to eat more. She had her maidservant serve her up another bowl. She had a taste of all of the other dishes on the table. However, the one she ate the most of was still the sweet, crispy and tasty radishes. On the other hand, the patriarch of the family loved the wine-marinated beans the most. The old man liked to have a few drinks of alcohol every day. Since the wine-marinated beans had the slight fragrance of wine and a hint of spiciness, they provoked his taste buds and made him want to eat them continuously without stopping. As for the other members of the family, they all praised these two appetizers continuously. A satisfied expression crossed Joe Zixu's face. Suddenly he remembered the words that the shabbily dressed little girl, who had more dazzling talents than any of those noble young ladies, had said. He spoke to his grandfather. "Grandfather, do you think these pickled vegetables are delicious?" Patriarch Joe picked up a small steamed roll and used his chopsticks to place some wine-marinated beans on top. He opened his mouth wide to take a bite and closed his eyes. "Not bad." "Grandfather, do you think the customers would like it if Junsho restaurant added a couple small plates of these pickled vegetables to the cold appetizer platters?" At the pickled vegetable stall, the little girl had offhandedly mentioned this idea, and it lit up a light bulb in his business-minded self. The patriarch's eyes, which had been comfortably closed, abruptly opened wide. He placed down the chopsticks in his hands and stroked his beard. He nodded and remarked in a gratified tone, "Zor, grandfather has not missed the mark with you. You really are like second son-in-law. This idea is quite feasible, so I'll give it to you to handle." Zhou Zifang clenched his hand that was underneath the table into a tight fist. Despite his fingernails digging into his flesh, he felt no pain as he did his best to keep a faint smile on his face. "Grandfather, younger brother Shu is truly a dark horse whose ideas amaze the world. Fortunately, all of the Zhou family members have the same blood in our veins." Within his heart, he secretly hated his younger brother. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how well he did business-wise, in his grandfather's heart, it wasn't enough for him to overcome his brothers who were born from the wives of the family. Although his grandfather had complimented him for his business acumen and talents, he was only ever given a few small-scale business ventures. Joe Zixu was just a little brat who didn't know anything. However, with just a simple idea that anyone could have come up with, his grandfather had decided to give him a larger share of the business in disguise, setting him up to be the successor. How could he accept this? Within the Zhou family, the wealthiest family in Tanggu town, there were some people who were rejoicing and some people who worried. On the other hand, Xiao Cao continued on with her usual tasks, making braised food and selling braised food. The whole household bustled around busily working to fulfill their aspirations. After Madame Zhang made a fuss and came away with the recipe for the braised food, the next day she went to the market and bought a large pig head. She also made the butcher give her some pig intestines and tripe before she went home to prepare the food. Pig intestines and tripe were not only dirty but also smelly. Naturally, Madame Zhang didn't want to work with these ingredients herself. However, her daughter was also at home sewing her dowry and couldn't rough up her hands. Thus, the task naturally fell to Madame Li. Madam Li was a lazy person who only liked to eat and gossip, so how could she possibly be someone who could do the hard work? If her efforts would result in money going into her own pocket, that would be a different story. However, all of the family's income went straight into her mother-in-law's control. Thus, she really had no incentive to work hard. With one hand pinching her nose closed, Madam Li used water to wash out the nasty gunk that was inside the pig intestines. She then let the intestines soak a couple of times in clean water without scrubbing them. As for the pig head, she didn't even bother to remove all of the hair and fur or clean out the junk in the ears before she immediately placed it in a pot to boil. During the braising process, Madame Zhang didn't want to waste money by using too many spices, so she cut down the amount needed for each spice by half. As for the expensive seasonings, she directly left them out. With this, the taste of the product had also been diluted. The finished braised pig head meat and offal had a sickening stench of feces that could make anyone want to vomit. Who would want to eat something that smelled that bad? At the table, old Yu didn't even bother trying the plate of braised pig meat. Instead, he slapped the table and howled, "Is this food fit for humans to eat? Quickly take this off the table and throw it far away. How can anyone have the appetite to eat with a smell this disgusting around?" Third son Yu Bo was at home for one of his rare visits. However, the stench of the braised food made him dry heave a couple of times. He didn't even finish the egg that was added to each of his meals before he threw down his chopsticks and went back to his room. The door to his room was slammed forcefully shut. As for Yu Katie, she grabbed a pancake and some dried radish strips and went to the courtyard to eat her meal. Haitzi was the only person not affected by the horrible stench. Instead, he picked up a plump piece of pig head meat and ate it in large bites. Had Xiaoxiao been there, she would have silently laughed, "This stupid boy. As long as it's meat, even if it smells worse than human excrement, he'll still eat it." However, they had spent around 10 copper coins to buy the pig head. In addition, the spices also cost money. All in all, they spent around 20 to 30 copper coins. If they threw this food away, wouldn't that be the same as throwing money away? Madame Zhang didn't care about any of this. That afternoon, she placed the braised pig head meat and intestines into a basket and dragged Madame Li with her to the docks. 1 copper coin for a portion of meat. This is the authentic Yu family's braised food. Tasty and cheap. Big brother, buy a portion and try some. Under Madame Zhang's prodding, Madame Li managed to squeeze out a smile on her face as she advertised their wares. However, she was quite unwilling on the inside. It was quite an opportune time for them. There wasn't a lot of work under Foreman's son, so the dock workers had all come early to wait for Xiaoxiao's braised food for 1 copper coin a portion. When they heard Madame Li yelling, all of them came over. As usual, old Hao fished out 2 copper coins and casually asked, "Give me 2 portions of pickled fish, where's Xiaoxiao today? How come she's not here?" Pickled fish. The smile on Madame Li's face froze for a second. Madame Zhang, on the other hand, quickly took the money and said, "You're talking about my granddaughter, ah. She's busy today. Big brother, we don't have any pickled fish today. We have pig head meat and intestines, do you want some?" "Yes, yes, give me 2 portions of pig head meat, larger portions please." Pig head meat was old Hao's favorite dish. He had gotten used to buying pickled fish in the afternoons, so it was a nice surprise for him that he could get some pig head meat today. After taking over the oiled paper packet that Madame Zhang gave him, old Hao weighed the contents in his hand a bit. He grumbled inside, "Why does it seem like they gave me a smaller portion of braised food today?" However, after thinking a bit, he thought, "This meat is so delicious and it's only 1 copper coin. A smaller portion is just a smaller portion." Old Hao impatiently ripped open his oiled paper packet, but the smell that came out wasn't the usual dense and appetizing smell. It was hard to describe, but it assaulted his nose, causing him to scowl. He used one hand to pick up a piece and discovered that the piece still had obvious bits of pig fur. Standing up tall and proud, the braised food that Xiaoxiao sold for 1 copper coin a portion always smelled appetizing, had incredible flavor, but most importantly, she always cleaned the raw ingredients thoroughly. With this, even a fool could tell that there was something wrong with this braised food. Old Hao held his portion of pig head meat as he squeezed through the crowd. He waved the piece with fur on it in front of Madame Zhang's face and said, "Yo auntie, are you absolutely sure that Xiaoxiao herself had braised this pig head meat?" Of course. That bit of fur must have escaped our notice when we were preparing the food. Didn't see it then. Big brother, I'll swap out a new portion for you, Madame Zhang stammered awkwardly with a stiff smile on her face. Seeing that the old woman was hemming and hawing, Old Hao knew something fishy was going on here. He placed that piece of meat back into the paper packet and shoved the whole thing into Madame Zhang's hand. "Go smell it yourself. Whenever you open a packet of Xiaoxiao's 1 copper coin, a portion of braised food, the smell that comes out is so good. As for yours, I almost wanted to vomit from the stench. This absolutely is not something Xiaoxiao made. I don't want this anymore. Refund me, refund me." Madame Zhang was like a pixie. Gold and silver only went in and never came out. If you wanted her to refund you, tough luck. The expression on her face turned frosty, and she yelled shrilly, "You already ate it and you want your money to be refunded. Do you think bullying an old woman is easy?" At this time, she had already sold more than 10 portions out. When the people surrounding her realized that something wasn't right, they put their coins back into their purses and stood at the side to watch and see. A few of the dock workers who had just bought the food hadn't opened up the paper pouches yet, and they hurriedly asked, "Auntie, I just got this and I haven't even opened the pouch yet. Can I return it now?" When Madame Zhang saw that their roaring business had slid to a halt by the complaints, she obviously had no desire to return any of the money in her hands. She pinched herself on her thigh and started screaming towards the sky, "Okay, I see how it is. You're all trying to bully a pair of old weak women. You don't want to pay money for your goods. The heavens witness all. Are you guys not afraid of receiving retribution?" Madame Li joined in and hollered, "We are selling food. If you already got it in hand, who knows what you've done to it? If you return it, how are we supposed to sell it to other people? If the goods have already been transferred, we cannot refund the purchase." Old Hao pointed at the pig head meat in his hand in frustration. "The food you sell is inedible. Refunding the money is heaven's law and earth's principle." "What? Heaven's law and earth's principle? How is it not edible? If you eat it, will you die? Just eat some and see. If it really kills you, then we'll pay your funeral fees." Madame Zhang's shrewish side was out in full force. At any rate, she was an old woman. The workers here on the dock wouldn't dare to touch her. If they did, then they really would be in for it. Old Hao's eyes widened in fury. He clenched his fist into a death grip and advanced a step. "Old woman, how can you be so unreasonable? Not only that, you're even cursing other people to die. Ah, he wants to kill me. Everyone come see, a whole group of men are trying to bully us 2 weak women. Is there no one here who cares?" Madame Zhang was frightened by the look of pure fury in his eyes, and she retreated 2 steps before she fell on the ground. She slapped her thighs as she cried and screamed. Old Hao and the other dockworkers didn't know whether they should laugh or cry at this situation. Did she have any leg to stand on after selling counterfeit goods? "Grandmother, what's wrong? Who's trying to bully you?" The sound of Xiaoxiao's voice could be heard from behind the crowd of people. The dock workers opened a small crack and let her in. With a basket slung over her arm, Xiaoxiao carefully walked towards where Madame Zhang was sitting. Madame Zhang wasn't thick-faced enough to allow the younger generation to see her in such a dismal state. She hastily got up, patted off the dirt from her body, and then righteously shouted, "Xiaoxiao, you came at the right time. Did you give us the wrong recipe on purpose because you didn't want us to steal your business? They're all saying that there's something wrong with the braised food and want to return it." Xiaoxiao glanced briefly at the faces behind Madame Zhang and had a basic understanding of what might have happened. She walked towards Old Hao, looked at the oiled paper pouch in his hand, and said, "Uncle Old Hao, can I take a look at the braised food in your hand?" Old Hao handed over the pouch that he had previously owned and complained, "Xiaoxiao, smell this. Is this something that humans are supposed to eat?" The smell that came out of the pouch assaulted Xiaoxiao's nose, and she couldn't help but frown. She inspected the pig head meat carefully and then turned to speak to Madame Zhang. "Grandmother, before you braise the pig head meat, you need to make sure you remove all of the fur and hair from the pig head. You also need to scrape and clean out all of the junk in its ears, and it's important to use a lot of force when scrubbing. Afterwards, you need to split the head open and take out its brains, then let it soak in some clean water and let the blood all come out. Then you need to let it soak in hot water for about half an hour. This is the only way to remove any odd odors from the pig head. Look at this pig head meat, there's still hair and fur on it. It's obvious that whoever was washing the pig head was skimping on the work. Madame Zhang stared fiercely at Madame Li, who looked down to avoid her eyes, and asked, "Why didn't you speak more clearly at the beginning? Did you do it on purpose?" Xiao Xiao was so angry that she became amused by them and said, "Grandmother, when you're in the food industry, you have to see things through other people's eyes. When you cook for yourself, don't you wash the ingredients first? It's especially important to do so when braising pig head. Do you really still need other people to tell you? Look at this large intestine. The feces inside haven't even been thoroughly cleaned yet. How are people supposed to eat this?" The docker, who had bought the braised large intestine, saw Xiao Xiao taking out a lump of black substance from a section of the large intestine. He instantly felt his stomach lurch and was glad that he hadn't started eating yet. Xiao Xiao continued, "Grandmother, based on the color of the braised food, there isn't enough flavorings in it. So, both the large intestine and pig head look deathly pale. Also, when braising food, you need to first boil in high heat, and then in low heat after half an hour. Each time, it needs to be cooked for a total of 1.5 hours, so that the meat and bone can be easily separated by hand. It's important to have a good grasp of the fire. If the fire is too big and it's cooked too long, the pig head will be overcooked, and the output will be reduced. If the fire is too small and the cooking time is too short, then the color, aroma, and taste of the product will be poor. It's evident that you didn't get a good grasp of the fire for your braised food." These were all things that Xiao Xiao had told them before. However, that lazy woman, Madame Li, didn't have the patience to wait beside the stove. She had put out the fire and went out to gossip before the braised food was ready. As for the seasonings, Madame Zhang's eyes darted around and appeared somewhat guilty. In order to save some money, she had reduced the required seasonings by half. "Oh, so this isn't the braised food made by Xiao Xiao. You deceived us by saying that it's the authentic 1 copper coin meat dish." He snorted and continued, "I'll take it as throwing 2 copper coins in the sea, but don't expect us to buy any of your 1 copper coin food again." Old Hao angrily threw the other packet of braised food from his hands next to Madame Zhang's feet, and then walked away furiously. Xiao Xiao hastily stopped him and said, "Uncle Hao, I'll apologize for my grandmother. Please take 2 servings of pickled fish as compensation. Shaolian, give Uncle Hao 2 portions of pickled fish." Old Hao rubbed his hands together in embarrassment. He took 2 copper coins out from his pocket and said, "She is she and you are you. Take it as me buying these 2 pickled fish." Xiao Xiao pushed back his hand that held the money and said, "When the elders do something wrong, the younger generation should also bear some responsibilities. Although we have already split from the main family, there's nothing wrong with using a few copper coins to show filial piety to our elders. Those who had bought braised food from my grandmother can come over to get the corresponding amount of pickled fish from me. The money that you gave my grandmother will be our way of showing filial respects to her." As soon as Madame Zhang heard that she didn't need to refund the money that she received, her anxious heart finally relaxed. Seeing that everyone was praising Xiao Xiao for being filial and doing honest business, she sneered in disdain. As she counted the 10 or so coins in her hand, she inwardly resented that old Hao for not coming later. If it hadn't been for him, she could have earned a profit. When she thought about how she hadn't earned back half of the money that was used to buy the seasonings, she felt a piercing pain as if a part of her heart had been dug out by someone. When Shaolian came over with the basket to give everyone the pickled fish, the crowd were surprised to find out that the 2 little girls looked exactly the same. Xiao Xiao smiled and said, "Everyone, this is my twin sister Shaolian. Yesterday, as well as every afternoon before, she was the one who came to sell the braised food." Old Hao was briefly stunned, and then he laughed. "I knew something was off. I had wondered why Xiao Xiao isn't as talkative in the afternoon. So it turned out to be another person. It's ridiculous that we didn't notice it was a different person in the morning and afternoon for so many days. It's so interesting and funny." The pair of sisters who looked identical attracted the attention of even more people, and thus, Xiao Xiao's business became more popular than ever. Brother 6, who had also come to buy 2 portions of pickled fish, glanced at the 2 sisters with his cold gaze. When he left, he had a rare smile on his face. He had guessed correctly. Madame Zhang and her daughter-in-law's gaze were filled with envy as they looked at the endless crowd around Xiaoxiao. But, no matter how much they advertised, the news of their crude and inferior braised food had already spread among the dock workers. Their voices were already hoarse from all the shouting, but they still didn't sell another serving of food. Hence, they could only leave in disgrace. Later, when their braised food was finally edible, there still wasn't anyone willing to support their business. This was how business worked. Once a business lost its integrity, then it would be difficult to redeem themselves. After several times, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law not only didn't earn any money, but they also lost their capital. The process of braising pig head and pig offal was very laborious. Neither of the in-laws were hard-working people, so they gradually lost their interest in making money from selling braised food. March should have been a good season for the weather to warm up and flowers to blossom. However, at the beginning of March this year, there was a cold current, which perfectly matched the saying, "There is a chill in the early spring air." Fortunately, Madame Lu and Xiaolian had already taken time to make new bedding for the whole family. They had opened up the old quilts, took out the cotton, and fluffed up the cotton. After that, they stuffed the old cotton into the new covers and used them as a cotton-padded mattress in place of the rice straw on top of the Kong bed. As for the new bedding, they had sewn 4 sets of new soft and fluffy cotton quilts. When Xiaoxiao was covered with the warm and soft quilts, she sighed happily and rolled around on the bed, reluctant to get up. Madame Lu and Xiaolian were amused by her actions. When the cold wave came, Yu Hai immediately drove his donkey cart to town to give both his sons a new set of cotton-padded clothes. Although the clothes were made of cheap coarse cloth, the cotton inside was new and it had better heat retention than their old jackets. Xiaoxiao and Xiaolian had also put on new jackets, which were blue with red flower patterns. They were snuggling with their parents on the Kong bed after dinner. The whole family looked out of the window with concern. Yu Hai sighed and said, "It seems like there's going to be peach blossom snow tonight." Xiaolian asked, "Father, what's a peach blossom snow?" Madame Lu patiently explained the changes in the solar terms to her, and then recited a farmer's proverb. In March, on the 3rd day of March, apricot flowers and peach blossoms will bloom all over the mountains. When the peach blossom blooms and the apricot flower withers, plums and prunes will grow up. As the peach blossom blooms and the apricot flower withers, persimmons will grow and the apricots will drop. If there's a spring snow in March, there won't be a high yield of fruits. In the end, she concluded, if it snows tonight, I'm afraid that the villagers who planted fruits this year will have a headache. Xiaolian looked out the window at the vegetable garden and said worriedly, "Then, will our family's vegetables be affected? I think we can harvest them in a few days. If it freezes, all our previous efforts would be wasted." Yu Hai looked at Xiaoxiao and couldn't help but ask, "Cower, can those straw thatches withstand this snowstorm?" Xiaoxiao looked at the little golden kitten napping on the bed and asked in her mind, "Little glutinous dumpling, will the vegetables that we planted be all right? Didn't you say that if we watered them with your bathing water, they can resist drought, cold, and pests? Every night, it would absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and recover its powers. Yes, in addition to soaking in water, it could also absorb the essence of the sun and the moon and turn it into its own spiritual power." The little golden kitten stretched, yawned, rubbed its little eyes with its paws, and then said, "Don't worry. As long as it doesn't last more than 3 days, it will be fine. I'm tired, so quickly help this divine stone get to bed." "Go to bed, my butt. Wasn't it just taking off the multicolored stone and putting it in a jar of water?" Xiaoxiao reluctantly brought over the jar that the little divine stone usually rests in and placed the multicolored stone inside. After that, she repeated what little divine stone said to her family. Xiaolian asked curiously, "Little sister, where did you find that useless stone? You're always soaking it in water like it's some kind of treasure. What's the use of this stone? Who's a useless stone? You're a useless stone. Your whole family are useless stones." Little divine stone angrily bared its fangs at Xiaolian as it mimicked the goddess of spirit's favorite pet phrase, saying it in exactly the same manner. After scolding her, It was so pleased with itself that it even showed a complacent expression. Xiaoxiao, what's wrong with your little glutinous dumpling? Hurry and take it away. Xiaolian watched as the lazily sleeping kitten abruptly jumped on her head and scratched her hair with its tiny claws. It didn't really hurt, but it looked rather silly. The Yu family was still rather fond of the beautiful little golden kitten that suddenly appeared at their home. But this little kitten was very proud and aloof. It usually ignored everyone except for Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao grabbed the grumpy little kitten and pacified it by caressing it on her palm. She smiled and said, I found it by chance in the stream. Xiaolian, don't you think the rainbow color looks very pretty? I found that the color becomes even more vibrant if it's nourished in the spring water every day. Moreover, I noticed that our family's life has been getting better and better after I picked up this little rock. Perhaps it's a lucky stone. Seeing her daughter treat a rock as if it were a precious treasure, Madame Lu felt slightly saddened within her heart. She secretly made up her mind to buy some accessories for her daughters after they earned money from selling the vegetables. Her daughters were already at the age when they liked to be well groomed. Time sure passed by quickly. That evening, smoke re-emerged from the Kong flues in Dongshan village, which had already been stopped for a period of time. Xiaoxiao's family had new mattresses and quilts, so they didn't really need to heat the Kong bed. The next day, the village was shrouded in a silvery white attire, as if everything was dressed in silver. Even the mountains were covered in snow and looked as if they were back in the ice and snow-covered winter. The pond behind the house was like a green jadeite inlaid within white marble, brilliant and clear. On top of the rows of old pine trees were snowballs of various sizes. In the bamboo forest, tall bamboo trees were bent by the heavy snow. Rows and rows of bamboo trees were covered by layers upon layers of silver cloaks. The sun rose from the east side of the mountains and shone brightly in all directions. The mountain village became particularly enchanting. The snow accumulated on the distant mountain peaks was like rosy clouds in the sky. Under the sunshine, a faint golden glow appeared on the treetops. The sparrows in the woods hopped around and shook the branches. The snow accumulated on the branches fluttered to the ground like powder. When reflected by the sunlight, it looked like a layer of silver fog. Xiaoxiao would always get seriously ill whenever it snowed in the past. She had also fallen seriously sick before the new year. Author's note, it was fake. Thus, her family was worried about her health. They requested her to stay at home and had Yu Hai drive the donkey cart and take Xiaolian to the docks to sell braised food. After all, it was the spring season of March. After the warm sun rose, the snow began to melt under the sunlight. The sound of the snow crashing down could be heard and large clusters of accumulated snow fell from the bamboo trees. The bamboo tree straightened up its waist and shook its head as if it was saying, "You want to crush me? Don't even think about it." In the distance came the loud mooing of an old cattle, the quacking of ducks, and the laughter of people. Xiaoxiao and Madame Lu, who stayed at home, weren't idling around either. Taking advantage of the warm sunshine after the snow, they lifted up the straw thatches and shook off the snow on top. The smiles on mother-daughter's faces were even brighter than the sun as they looked at the green vegetables, which were bathing in the sunshine and unaffected by the spring snow. Madame Fang, who had come to visit with her daughter, was shocked by the greenery in front of her when she entered the courtyard. She felt as if she had entered spring ahead of time. Madame Fang chattered endlessly, "Your vegetables are growing so well. Younger sister Muyun, we also made straw thatches and tried to grow a vegetable garden according to the way you taught me. A few sparse seedlings just sprouted, but they had wilted due to the heavy snow yesterday. I don't even know if they can survive." Madame Lu couldn't contain the joy on her face and said with a smile, "Xiaoxiao's father just lets her do whatever she wants. I couldn't stop them, so I just let them plant the vegetables with the thought that we're just wasting several bags of seeds." Unexpectedly, the vegetables that little lass planted actually sprouted. "Your garden isn't growing very well. Could it be that the soil isn't fertile enough? As you know, our yard has been deserted for many years and has accumulated a thick layer of foliar fertilizer." Xiaoxiao quickly said, "The seeds for greens and mustard greens were scattered more densely in our backyard. When it gets warmer in a couple days, Auntie Zhou can take some back to grow in your garden." Madame Fang's younger daughter, Zhou Shanhu, wasn't much older than her and had a lively personality. Every time she came, she would be envious of Xiao Xiao's family's greeneries. When she returned to her own home, she would water and fertilize her family's vegetable garden. She wanted the vegetables in her yard to grow faster so that she could eat them as soon as possible. When she woke up this morning, she had cried bitterly at the sight of pitiful state of the vegetables, which were all frozen. When Zhou Shanhu heard what Xiao Xiao said, she immediately grabbed Xiao Xiao's hand with a grin and asked, "Really? Are you really giving some to us? But, aren't you guys going to sell the vegetables in town?" Xiao Xiao held her hand and walked towards the rear courtyard. As they walked, she said, "Shanhu, you should also know that if the crops are planted too densely, their growth will also be affected. If you and older sister Linglong come take some away tomorrow, it will benefit our family too. We got 2 laborers for free. Hey, so that's what you were planning." Zhou Shanhu laughed and tried to pinch her tender cheeks, while Xiao Xiao smiled and dodged her. The 2 young girls were chasing and frolicking beside the vegetable garden, while Zhou Linglong followed behind them, smiling quietly. In the Yu family's main house, Madame Li was complaining to her mother-in-law. "Mother, I think that second brother-in-law's family earns more than 10 copper coins daily from selling braised food. No matter what, they probably earn more than 100 copper coins. So that means they get 3 taels in a month, which is more than the income we get from our fishing boat." As Madame Li thought of the shiny silvers, she felt as if there were 25 kittens hiding in her heart. There were 100 claws scratching her heart. Of course, Madame Zhang was also envious of the second branch's income, but she couldn't just go take it from them. The old man wouldn't agree. Last time, when she got the braised food recipe from the second branch, that damned old man was angry at her for several days. When Madame Zhang thought of how the old man was being partial, she slammed the rough ceramic cup in her hand heavily on table and vented her anger at Madame Li. "What's the point in talking about this? Can you get the money? It's all your fault. You can't even properly clean the pig offal and offended all the customers. Now, even if we stole the braised food that Xiao Xiao made and sold them, no one would be willing to buy them." Madame Li's face went from blue to white after being scolded. She thought inwardly, "How am I the one who offended the customers? Weren't you the one who was so greedy that you refused to give them refunds? You even shamelessly threw a tantrum. Even those rough men on the docks avoid you whenever they see you." Her eyes darted around for a moment, and then she stealthily changed the topic in order to redirect her mother-in-law's anger. "Mother, I can't believe second brother-in-law would act like this. He earns so much money every day, but he didn't even think of his parents. He appeared like such a good son in the past, but who knew? Tisk tisk, he was never sincere and was just pretending all along." Madame Li was seriously stirring up problems for no reason. Before Yu Hai's family had split from the household, they had to hand in all their income. If they also handed in all their money now that they were living separately, what would their family eat and drink with? Madame Zhang snorted and angrily replied, "He's a good son. He's completely disregarding his parents' life or death, while his own family is eating and living well. How is he good? He deserves to be crippled. It's karma." In the room, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were venting and making Yu Hai out to be a worthless person. However, they hadn't expected that an evil idea would emerge within the heart of a dark figure under the window, who had overheard them. The sky was clear and boundless the next day. The snow from a couple days ago had already melted and seeped into the soil. Xiao Xiao and her sister were walking home with a basket in their hands. Their baskets were completely empty. Xiao Xiao happily hummed as she touched her bloated purse. Xiaolian also had a delighted expression on her face and said to Xiao Xiao, "Little sister, the manager of the restaurant at the docks asked you to help make a meal for a table in the morning. Are you going to prepare the same dishes as before?" Xiao Xiao smiled and said, "This time, the guests are from the south, so they don't like spicy food and prefer sweeter flavors and vegetable dishes. I'm going to make new dishes on the basis of pearl balls and shredded pork with bean sauce. For the fish, I'm planning on making sweet and sour fish. Since it has a sweet and sour taste, the southerners will definitely like it. Our family's bok choy and mustard greens should be ready to eat. The vegetable dishes will be sautéed mushroom and bok choy, and minced garlic with mustard greens. For the staple food, 3 delicacies vegetarian crystal steamed buns would be a good choice. It's exquisite and delicious. To be able to eat bok choy and mustard greens during this season, the guests will surely enjoy the meal. While the sisters were happily discussing the dishes for the meal and how much they had earned with the 2 taels that they were given, a dark shadow suddenly flew out from the withered bush on wayside and blocked the sisters' path. Xiao Xiao was alarmed in her heart. She looked around and noticed that there wasn't anyone else on the road. Although they had 2 people, they were only children who weren't even 9 yet. The other person had covered his face with a mask. Though he wasn't very tall, he looked very sturdy. Thus, he was more than capable of dealing with 2 thin and small girls. Take out your money, otherwise, I'll kill you. The masked man tried to make his voice sound deeper and pretended to sound vicious. But there was still a faint sense of immaturity within his voice. Upon hearing him, Xiao Xiao had determined that he wasn't very old and should be at the age when his voice was changing. They had earned more than 200 copper coins from peddling this morning. In the purse, she not only had the money they earned this morning, but also a deposit of 2 taels from the restaurant's boss. She was really reluctant to hand it over obediently. She stalled for time as she tried to think of a way to get away. Don't act recklessly. There's a lot of pedestrians on this road at this time. Roadway robbery is a felony. If you get caught and sent to the yamen, you will first be punished with 50 strikes. Even if you don't die, your skin will tear off. When the masked man heard her, all the flesh on his body trembled. He tightened his grip on the stick in his hand, pointed at the sisters, and angrily said, "Cut the crap and quickly hand over the money." Xiao Xiao looked around and quietly squeezed Xiaolian's palm. She suddenly had a look of surprise and loudly shouted behind him, "Uncle Zhao! Did you come to sell game?" As soon as he heard that it was the skilled fighter hunter Zhao, the masked man was so scared that the stick in his hand fell to the ground. He turned around and looked behind himself, while he got ready to escape. The moment he turned his head, Xiao Xiao pulled Xiaolian and ran in the opposite direction with all her might. When the masked man saw the empty path behind him, he finally realized that he had been fooled. He scolded at them, "Stinky brats, I definitely skin you alive when I catch you." After that, he swiftly ran after the sisters. Although the sisters took the lead, their legs were short and weak, and was soon caught up by the robber. He furiously reached out his hands and pushed Xiao Xiao very far away. He said fiercely, "You dared to trick me. If I don't beat you up until you're crying for your parents, then I won't go by the surname of." He wasn't so foolish as to tell them his family name, and swiftly stopped himself before he exposed his own surname. He angrily sent a hard slap towards Xiao Xiao's direction. However, at this time, Xiaolian suddenly strode forward and blocked her younger sister. With a sharp sound of the clap, Xiaolian staggered several steps backwards and fell to the ground after being hit. Her fair and tender face instantly became swollen. Xiao Xiao rushed towards her to help her up. Her heart ached as she blew on her red and swollen face. She had always protected people who were close to her. For her younger siblings in her previous life, she had been in countless fights with people who had bullied them. She had, gloriously, won the title of a tigress. She tightened her fist and clenched her teeth. Directly fighting with the opponent would be her last resort. Based on his reaction when she tricked him earlier, he should know Hunter Zhao, Uncle Zhao. In addition, she had this lingering feeling that there was a sense of familiarity from the robber. She suspected that he was someone she knew and could possibly be someone from Dongshan village. "Yaon, stop guessing. There's no one else other than your eldest paternal cousin, who's lazy, gluttonous, and a good-for-nothing." The lazy voice of the little divine stone sounded in her ear as the little golden kitten on her shoulder stretched its back. "Yu Zhe, Yu Haitzi." Xiao Xiao looked at the other person's plump figure, who had a sharp rooster-like voice. He appeared to be tough on the outside, but was timid inwardly. It really was him. Little divine stone nonchalantly said, "Little girl, do you want me, this divine stone, to use my power and teach that fellow a lesson?" Although the little celestial stone had recognized Xiao Xiao as its master, it usually didn't treat her with high esteem. Xiao Xiao knew that Yu Zhe appeared fierce and malicious, but he was actually cowardly inside. She recalled how, on the day she woke up, he got so scared that he nearly wet his pants because of a few words. A plan was forming within her mind. Yu Haitzi had secretly eavesdropped on his mother and grandmother's conversation. He found out that Xiao Xiao went to the docks every day and earned over 100 copper coins. Since he was young, his stingy grandmother had always stealthily fed him delicious food behind younger siblings of the second branch's back, but she had never given him more than 2 copper coins for allowance. It wasn't even enough to buy a piece of candy from a peddler. 100 copper coins was like a fortune to him. He thought about all the things he could do if he had 100 copper coins. He would be able to buy 2 fragrant sesame pancakes stuffed with several pieces of beef and have a good meal in town. He could also buy a pearl hairpin for Xiaoshang, who liked to dress up, to make her happy. The next morning, he had heard that the 2 little girls, Xiao Xiao and Xiaolian, were the ones going to the docks today, and thus an idea formed in his mind. He had originally thought that they were only 2 7- to 8-year-old girls, so he could get the money easily by just scaring them a little. But he hadn't expected that Xiao Xiao would threaten him with the yamen and the punishment of being flogged. She also tried to run away after deceiving him. He couldn't help but feel infuriated. He picked up the wooden stick that was as thick as a person's wrist and prepared swiftly knock them out and run away after grabbing the money. He needed to act quickly lest someone really passed by at this time and wasted all his efforts. In the village, taking other children's things and bullying people were things that he had done ever since he was a young child. However, it was his first time committing a felony and robbing people on the road. With a twisted expression, he hardened his heart, lifted the wooden stick in his hand, and was about to ruthlessly strike Xiao Xiao's head. Xiaolian screamed and disregarded the pain on her face as she rushed over to block the blow for her younger sister. Her younger sister had nearly died last summer after being pushed by their eldest aunt. She could never forget the scene of her sister's pale face being covered by the dark red blood. There was only one thought within her mind at the moment: she must never let her get hurt again. When Xiaolian hugged Xiao Xiao with her own frail body to prevent her from being assaulted by the robber, Xiao Xiao's heart was filled with a burst of emotion. In her previous life, no matter how much she suffered, she had to stand up straight and face it bravely. She must never fall down because she knew that she was the main pillar of her family and the one person that her younger siblings could depend on. After being resurrected, she had become the one who was being protected, which let her feel the warmth of a family again. Xiao Xiao supported Xiaolian's shoulders and pointed at the robber, who had the stick raised up high but seemed as if he had been paralyzed by a spell. She said, "Don't be scared. He can't do anything. Why isn't he moving? Could it be that there's some deity helping us?" Xiaolian still had a lingering fear as she pulled her sister back a few steps and asked curiously. At this time, Yu Zhe was suffering from unprecedented fear and torment. As soon as he lifted the wooden stick, the sky suddenly darkened and fierce voice shouted, "How dare you, Yu Zhe? To rob others of their wealth in broad daylight. To bully the good and the weak. The king of hell had sent this a mortal to detain your soul and take you to the palace of hell for trial." Haitzi was so frightened that he immediately lost all his senses the moment he looked up. In the dark sky, there was a tall, bulky figure with the head of an ox and the body of a human holding a steel fork. Wasn't he the sole messenger in the legends? His legs went limp from the shock. He felt a warm sensation around his crotch and a stinky odor could be smelled. He was so scared that he had peed in his pants. When a dark and shiny iron chain wrapped around his neck, he immediately threw away the stick in his hand, knelt on his knees, and desperately kowtowed at Oxhead 1. He kept begging for mercy. "Please spare me, please have mercy on me. Since this was my first time committing such a crime, can you please spare me this one time?" Oxhead spoke again, "You are a thief committing a robbery. You have also bullied the good and the weak and took possession of other people's properties. You shall be taken to the cauldron of boiling oil too. You will be stripped of your clothing and thrown into the hot oil pan to be fried. Just like a fish, the human skin will gradually be fried into a golden crisp as the hot oil in the pan crackles. According to the seriousness of the case, the severity of the punishment will be altered. You're a first-time offender, so being fried 2 or 3 times should be enough. All right, stop your nonsense and come with me." Haitzi would shudder every time Oxhead said something. When Oxhead finished speaking, Haitzi had also collapsed on the ground and was unable to get up. If Haitzi had a choice, he would rather pass out immediately. But he was extremely clear-headed right now. At the same time, he was also afraid of fainting, and then be taken to the palace of hell in an unconscious state. He feared that he would be sentenced to the 18 levels of hell and suffer the torments of being fried and frozen. He was so frightened that he couldn't even speak. He just kept kowtowing and admitting his wrongdoings, while seeking a chance to mend his ways and start anew. A faint smile slowly appeared on the corner of Xiao Xiao's mouth, while Xiaolian, who was beside her, exclaimed in astonishment, "Little sister, is he possessed? What did he suddenly change his attitude and kowtow to us while begging for mercy?" Xiao Xiao smiled and said, "Maybe, he was suddenly enlightened by Buddha to reform as an evildoer and become a good person. Isn't there a saying? There's a thin line between good and evil. Let's go and let him be." Xiaolian picked up the basket that had fallen on the ground and asked in a slightly uncertain tone, "Little sister, why do I have this feeling that his voice sounds slightly familiar? He should be someone we know, right? Who cares if we know him or not? Let's quickly leave. If he suddenly changes his mind again, then we're done for." Xiao Xiao was afraid of arousing Xiaolian's suspicion, so she couldn't stay to appreciate Haizi's humiliation and urgently pulled her away. Haizi was still ceaselessly kowtowing to the air. His forehead was already bleeding, but he didn't dare to stop. Little Divine Stone saw that the sisters had gone far away, so it feigned a merciful appearance and said, "All right. A fault confessed is half redressed. For the sake of your good attitude, I'll give you another chance. Remember to do good deeds and don't commit sinful acts." Haizi kowtowed repeatedly to express his gratitude. "Yes, yes. This little one won't dare to have malicious intentions again. I will definitely do more good deeds. Definitely." Seeing that he had learned his lesson, Little Divine Stone dissolved its power and chased after its master with its short legs at lightning speed. Haizi only felt that the boundless darkness in front of him had dispersed and the soul messenger had already disappeared. After experiencing the calamity earlier, he had finally realized the importance of light. Lying on the ground, it took him half a day to recover the strength in his upper body. His cotton-padded clothing was already soaked in cold sweat, especially his trousers. It was filled with his urine. He couldn't help shivering a few times when a cold breeze blew. Haizi's head was wounded and bleeding, and he seemed as if he had been rolling around in the mud. So, when Madame Li saw his battered appearance after he returned home, her heart ached as she questioned repeatedly, "What happened? Haizi, who bullied you? Tell mother, I'll go settle the scores with them." Haizi was afraid that he would leak celestial secrets, an anger ox head and horse face, so he hastily came up with an excuse, "Mother, no one was bullying me. I accidentally fell down when I climbed up a tree to catch birds." "Mother, you should also be more amicable in the future, lest you get sentenced to the 18 levels of hell. Damned brat, you dared to curse your mother. Are you looking for a beating?" Madame Li raised her hand, but when she saw the wound on her son's head, she put her hand down in distress. After suffering a scare and catching a cold, Haizi had a high fever throughout the entire night. The whole family scrambled to call for a doctor and get the medication. It took more than 10 days for him to completely recover from the illness. After he recovered, all the villagers of Dongshan village clearly noticed the changes in Haizi. The little bully who used to go around playing tricks and picking on people had disappeared. He had become polite and would come forward to help others when they needed help. Haizi had never helped out at home in the past, but now, he would chop the firewood for his mother and help his grandmother feed the pigs. He had also followed his grandfather out to the sea several times. Everyone in the family agreed that he had grown up and became serious and hardworking. For the next few days, life was simple yet warm. In the morning, at dawn, the little donkey called Little Gray took the sisters to the docks to sell the braised food that they made the previous night. The little gray donkey, who had been on the verge of death, was fed mystic stone water and bean fodder every day. Little Divine Stone had also graciously treated its illness. After a few days, it not only recovered from its illness, but it had also fattened up. Its originally dull and bleak fur had become glossy. As if it knew that Xiao Xiao was its savior, it was especially close to her and obeyed all her orders. Therefore, Yu Hai wasn't worried about his 2 8-year-old daughters driving the cart by themselves at all. This was because they didn't even need to steer the cart when Xiao Xiao was around. As if it could understand the human language, the little donkey would run wherever it was being pointed to go. Yu Hai and Madame Lu were also busy yet full of life. Every day, Madame Lu would wake up early and prepare breakfast for her daughters. Now that the family had better living conditions, she would always make different kinds of food with refined rice and wheat flour for her children to eat. But she continued to eat coarse grain flour herself. When Xiao Xiao found out, she had talked to her mother several times about the matter. However, Madame Lu would just reply with a smile, "I'm already used to eating coarse grain flour, so if I suddenly eat wheat flour, my stomach wouldn't be used to it." After that, she would hide from Xiao Xiao whenever she ate, fearing that her daughter would feel bad for her. After their daughters left, she and her husband would prop up the straw thatches in the front and rear courtyards, so that the vibrant vegetables could bask in the warm spring sunshine. Next, the idle Madame Lu would sit down and sew clothes and shoes for her husband and children. The morning passed by swiftly just like this. Yu Hai, on the other hand, went net fishing in the middle of the pond behind the house on the bamboo raft that he had made himself. Actually, he was only pretending to fish with a net for others to see. In fact, he was actually catching fish with the fish bait that his daughter had prepared. He caught a lot of fish every day, which made his neighbors envious. After he came back from fishing, Madame Mao had once asked him to let her husband borrow the bamboo raft and fishing net so that he could try to fish like him. However, after wasting an entire afternoon, her husband had only caught 2 or 3 catties of small catfish. She was so angry that she scolded her husband for not living up to expectations and that he didn't even know how to catch fish. Her husband, Qian Fugi, just laughed and said, "Brother Yu Hai is a first-class fisherman in the village. He had even caught a large shark in the sea before, let alone some small fish in the pond. How can we compare with him? We should just focus on raising our ducks." With the little donkey, they saved a lot of traveling time and Xiao Xiao had a lot more time on her hands. When they returned home at noon, she took a nice nap after eating a proper lunch. When she woke up, she fried the small fish and pickled fish with Madame Lu's help. In the afternoon, Yu Hai drove the donkey cart and took his eldest daughter, Xiaolian, to sell the pickled fish. In this way, Xiao Xiao could rest for the entire afternoon. When braising the pig head and large intestines in the evening, Xiao Xiao just needed to prepare the braising sauce and Madame Lu would be able to finish the rest of the process alone. Since the whole family worked together and divided the work, they weren't as busy and rushed. Today, the entire family had gathered around a table to eat lunch. They were probably the only family in the village with the luxury of eating 3 meals a day, which was, of course, suggested by Xiao Xiao. With the reason that breakfast was eaten too early and she couldn't sustain her hunger until dinner, she simplified breakfast, made lunch the priority, and pushed dinner back for 2 hours. The new schedule was basically the same as the 3 meals in modern time. Thus, Xiao Xiao was very satisfied with the results. For lunch, they had a plate of sautéed chives with dried bean curd and a bowl of thick fresh fish soup. The staple food was steamed buns made of wheat flour and sorghum flour. Originally, Xiao Xiao had suggested that they only eat wheat flour in the future, but Madame Lu, who was used to being frugal, wouldn't agree with her suggestion. She also said that Xiao Xiao was a spendthrift, who not only knew how to earn money but also spend money. So she was worried about how Xiao Xiao would manage a household in the future with her spending habits. Xiao Xiao didn't agree with her views. Didn't people earn money just to spend them? If people weren't willing to spend money, then there was no point in earning money. But she didn't argue with her mother. She intended to proceed step by step to slowly and subtly influence her mother. At this moment, they suddenly heard a series of rowdy noise coming from afar outside the door, and then a rushed knocking sound came from the door. The family, who were currently eating lunch, glanced at each other and wondered who knocked on the door so urgently. "I'll go open the door," Xiao Xiao said as she put down her chopsticks. She ran to the door and saw an anxious Qian Wen who was about to knock on the door again. With red and swollen eyes, little Shido was still wiping his tears ceaselessly as he stood behind him. Xiao Xiao was alarmed inwardly and hastily asked, "Brother Xiao Wen, Shido, what happened? It isn't a break today." Seeing his older sister, little Shido, who had endured his feelings of fear and panic during this whole time, finally burst into tears. He choked with sobs and said, Second sister, eldest brother, Eldest brother, he's dying. What's wrong with eldest brother? Don't cry and speak slowly. When Xiao Xiao heard his words, she anxiously grabbed his hand and shook it vigorously. Seeing that little Shido was crying so hard that he could barely speak, Qian Wen helped him explain, "We didn't have any classes in the morning, so little Shido wanted to go visit his older brother at the carpentry shop. Since I was free, I also wanted to go stroll on the streets and buy a new brush. Thus, we went out together. When we reached the woodworking shop, we found your eldest brother beaten and covered with wounds. He was unconscious and spitting out blood as he lay on the ground. The shop worker said that he was beaten up like this because he had stolen money from the shop. I and several classmates carried your older brother to Tongren Medicine Hall. After the doctor's examination, he said that your older brother had hurt his internal organs, and there was no cure. If Dr. Sun hadn't recognized little Shido, they might not have even treated him and directly carried him out. Dr. Sun told us to be mentally prepared. If the internal bleeding continues, he's afraid that even if Tuo One was alive, he wouldn't be able to save him. Hanger, my son Madame Lu, who had followed Xiao Xiao over, turned ghastly pale when she overheard the bad news. She cried out, and then fainted. Yu Hai, who was beside her, promptly supported her and lightly pinched her philtrum. Despite the extreme grief within his heart, he was still the head of the family. If he also panicked, then this family would be in chaos. Xiao Xiao tightly bit on her own lips, swiftly ran back into the house, and picked up the jar that the multicolored stone usually bathed in. The water inside was a high concentration of mystic stone water, which was enough to save someone's life. Shaolian, go to our parents' room and get the jar with the money inside. Little Shido, you stay at home with mother. I'll go to town with father. At this time, Xiao Xiao was the only clear-headed person here, other than Yu Hai. They shouldn't delay the matter any longer. They needed to quickly get to town and see if they could save her oldest brother. Madame Lu had slowly woken up. When she heard Xiao Xiao's arrangement, she suppressed the sorrow with her heart and shouted, "No, I don't want to stay here. I want to go see my hanger. I know my son the best. He would never steal other people's things. My son is innocent." Xiao Xiao knew that her mother would never feel at ease if they didn't let her go. She thought about it and said, "Father, go and harness little Gray to the cart. I'll take the horse carriage with Qian Wen and send the money to the medical hall first so that they can give eldest brother medicine. You take mother and Shaolian and follow after us." Qian Wen had rented this horse carriage in town. The horse wasn't really good, but it was young. As it galloped, the carriage jolted up and down, which made people feel as if their hearts were about to jump out. Xiao Xiao sat in the dashing carriage with a blank expression. She tightly clutched the carriage with one hand to stabilize herself, while she tightly held the jar of mystic stone water with her other hand. The little golden kitten sat solemnly beside her as it tapped its slender tail with a steady beat. Qian Wen, who sat next to her, was curious about why she was still holding a jar at this time. But he didn't ask and just gently consoled her. "Xiao Xiao, don't worry. Dr. Sun is a skilled doctor. When your father was injured, he also said that your father couldn't be cured at the beginning. Isn't he fine now? Your eldest brother will surely make it too." Xiao Xiao's mind was filled with words that little divine stone had once said, "As long as he's still breathing, he can still be saved." At this time, she inwardly called out to all the gods and deities, and prayed piously that her eldest brother could hold out until she reached the medical hall. After being repeatedly urged by Xiao Xiao, the coachman pushed the carriage to its full speed and arrived at town gates in less than an hour. However, this 1 hour was no different than an endless torment to Xiao Xiao's family. Fortunately, there weren't many people on the streets at this time. The carriage directly took her to the entrance of Tongren Medicine Hall. After riding on the bumpy carriage for an hour, Xiao Xiao's legs had gone weak and she nearly fell to the ground when she got off the carriage. Luckily, Qian Wen, who was getting off the carriage after her, pulled her up from behind. She tightened her hold on the jar and swiftly rushed into Tongren Medicine Hall. Just as the staff inside the medical hall wanted to stop her, he saw Qian Wen, who was dressed in the uniform of Rongshuan Academy. So he immediately changed his words and said, "The patient is in the rear hall. Dr. Sun and Dr. Zhang are currently in consultation." Xiao Xiao didn't halt her steps at all and quickly entered the rear hall. She saw her eldest brother lying in the bed with a deathly pale face. His clothes were stained with blood, while his face and body were covered in bruises and wounds. She immediately choked up and burst into tears. She knew that it wasn't the time to feel sad, so she wiped her tears with her sleeve and asked to Dr. Sun, who was doing acupuncture on her older brother, "Dr. Sun, my eldest brother, how is he?" Dr. Sun remembered this strong and sensible little girl. He looked at her with pity and replied, "His fractured ribs had punctured the spleen and caused internal bleeding. I can only temporarily reduce the speed of his bleeding with this silver needle, but it will just treat the symptoms and not cure the root cause. If it continues like this, I'm afraid." Xiao Xiao hastily interjected, "That, if we can cease the bleeding, does that mean that my older brother's life will be out of danger?" Dr. Sun stroked his beard, and then nodded slowly. "If we can effectively stop the bleeding right now and he could survive while I connect his ribs and then nourish him with medicinal soups that promotes blood circulation and dissipate blood stasis, I am 90% confident that he will wake up." But, he shook his head with a sigh because he knew that if he pulled out the silver needle, this young, vivid life would swiftly die in less than 15 minutes. Xiao Xiao hastily pretended to be sad and threw herself next to the bed. She used her body to block the line of sight of the two doctors and laid her small hand, or more precisely, the multicolored stone on her wrist, on her oldest brother's chest. She earnestly pleaded in her heart, "Little glutinous dumpling, please take care of my eldest brother's injury. I'm begging you, please save him." The little golden kitten jumped on Yu Hang's bed and emitted a dazzling, golden light that others couldn't see. As if there was someone guiding it, the light slowly penetrated into Yu Hang's body. However, he feigned dissatisfaction and complained, "It's just my luck to have a master like you. My power, which I worked so hard to recover, is going to be depleted again. If I can't turn into my spiritual form this time, you must bring me fresh spring water every day as a reward." In less than half a quarter of an hour, the gold light that little divine stone emitted gradually dimmed, until it completely disappeared. On the other hand, Yu Hang's, who was breathing feebly and hanging on his last breath, breathing gradually improved and stabilized. "You must remember, you have to soak me in spring water." Spring water. Little divine stone's voice became weaker and weaker, but it didn't forget to remind Xiao Xiao of its own welfare before disappearing. Seeing Xiao Xiao lying on the edge of the bed with her shoulders trembling, Qian Wen thought that she was suppressing her inner grief and crying silently. So, he squatted down next to her and comforted her with a soft voice, "Xiao Xiao, heaven will protect and reward the good, so your older brother will definitely survive this. Don't cry anymore. Quickly go gather medicinal herbs and decoct the medicine." Xiao Xiao knew that Yu Hang's life was out of danger for now, so she rubbed her red eyes hard, sniffed, and went to the front hall with her head lowered. When decocting the medicine, she specially used the mystic stone water and carefully boiled the medicine according to the doctor's instructions. Yu Hai and Madame Lu came in and saw the lonely and sad back of Xiao Xiao, who had reddened eyes and her head hung low as she brewed the medication. Seeing this scene, their worries and fears surged in their hearts again. With a low cry, Madame Lu broke away from Yu Hai's support and rushed towards her son, who was covered in wounds and so thin that he only had bones on his body. She cried softly, "Hanger, my Hanger, that goddamn bastard, how can he be so cruel and beat you into this state? It's all Mother's fault. I shouldn't have agreed to send you to be an apprentice in town. Mother regrets not listening to your younger sister. We should have taken you back earlier, it's all Mother's fault. Hanger, wake up, don't leave your mother." Yu Hai looked at the countless new and old wounds on his son's bony body. He had heard from the doctor that his ribs were broken, and his life was in danger due to internal injuries. The tall and mighty man clenched his fist and brutally pounded on his own chest. What kind of man was he? He had sent his son into the tiger's den with his own hands and helplessly watched as he was beaten and tortured. Shaolian and little Shido cried so hard that they were gasping for breath. For a moment, there was a tragic scene inside the inner room. Qian Wen cried with them quietly, and from time to time, he would glance at the only calm person in the room, Xiao Xiao. It was often said that people would act very abnormally when they were in extreme grief. So, he was afraid that Xiao Xiao would do something unusual. At this moment, Xiao Xiao looked up with cold and clear eyes. It was just a short moment of eye contact, but Qian Wen felt as if a basin of cold water in the depths of the cold winter had just been poured on him. He felt a chill piercing through his bones. While he was briefly stunned, Xiao Xiao's calm yet slight cruel voice slowly spread in the room. Father, mother, stop being sad. I will definitely make that shopkeeper Zhang be disgraced and lose all his reputation. I'll make pay with his blood. People couldn't help but be convinced by this small and determined figure. No one took her vows as words of nonsense. Qian Wen only felt as if that thin and small figure had some kind of power that radiated a dazzling glow that people couldn't take their eyes off of. A young man's heart could help but throb for her. When the medicine was ready, Dr. Sun came in again to examine An Yu Hang's pulse and brought them a surprising news: the patient's internal bleeding has stopped and his pulse is also stable. His life is no longer in danger. The melancholic feelings that filled the room earlier had been instantly swept away. Everyone's nervous hearts finally felt relieved. Madame Lu shed tears again, but it was tears of happiness this time. She personally fed her son the medicine, and despite the family's opposition, she insisted on staying by his side. Xiao Xiao took Xiaolian and drove the donkey cart to the West Mountains. At the foot of the mountains, she fetched a good deal of spring water with a bamboo tube. On the way back, she soaked the multicolored stone in the spring water. A faint but cheerful voice sounded in her mind. It's so comfortable. The spring water in the mountains are definitely more pure, so it can help this divine stone restore my power faster. Xiao Xiao was pleasantly surprised. She had originally thought that the little divine stone had used up all its power and would fall into a slumber for 3 to 5 days like last time when it treated her father's leg. The little divine stone seemed to have read her thoughts and triumphantly said, "Little girl, aren't you underestimating this divine stone? Previously, I had just accepted a master and my power had just began to awaken. Thus, I exhausted all my power in order to save someone. But it's different now. This divine stone's power has been gradually improving. Earlier, my power was only temporarily depleted. If I soak in the spring water, I will be able to replenish the energy that was consumed in 4 to 6 hours." Little divine stone wasn't going to tell Xiao Xiao that every time it exhausted its power to help her or the people around her, its energy and power would be enhanced. This was the reason it was willing to help those weak humans again and again. If it continued like this, one day it would be able to recover all its power, break through the confinements of this realm, and return to Goddess Nua's side. Xiao Xiao looked up and saw dark clouds coming from the west. With concealed aggression and fury in her gaze, she sneered and whispered, "So 4 to 6 hours. Little glutinous dumpling, are you willing to help me out again? Let the rage of vengeance ignite." At dusk, thick, dark clouds weighed down on the sky, hiding the vast scarlet sky of the west. The sky appeared very heavy, as if it was going to fall down. The repressed heavens seemed like it was carrying a heavy baggage, while the indifferent wind rushed through the streets and lifted up patches of the withered leaves. The workers of the shops on both sides of the streets prepared to close up. On the street, the pedestrians walked against the cold wind and rushed to get home before the storm. The entrance of Zhangji's carpentry shop was surrounded by curious onlookers. In the middle of the crowd, on a donkey cart, lay a lifeless young man who had no trace of blood on his face. Next to the cart, the young man's family, with grief and indignation, stared fiercely at the shopkeeper, who stood in front of the woodworking shop. The ugly and ferocious-looking shopkeeper Zhang stood at the entrance with a worker who wielded a club in his hand. He grimly shouted, "Where did this group of country bumpkins come from? They actually dared to blackmail me, old Zhang. Don't you know who I am? Hurry up and leave. If you want to make trouble, then I'll send you to the yamen after a beating." A thin and pretty young girl confronted the sinister shopkeeper without fear. Her hair was tousled by the wind, causing it to stick to her small, pale face. Whether it was during ancient times or modern times, never underestimate people's curiosity for gossip. More and more people were gathering over. The whole family in Zhangji's carpentry shop were completely surrounded by the massive crowd of people. Xiao Xiao, whose eyes were like bottomless pits, swept her gaze around the crowd and cried sorrowfully, "Fellow countrymen, this severely injured youth lying on the donkey cart is my eldest brother, who's an apprentice of Zhangji's carpentry shop. Shopkeeper Zhang is mean and cruel. He often beats, scolds, and abuses his apprentices. He doesn't even treat them like humans. It hasn't even been half a year since my pitiful older brother worked here, but there isn't any part of him that isn't wounded. Today, he had even been beaten until they broke his ribs and injured internal organs. Even Dr. Sun of Tongren Medicine Hall said that it's difficult to cure these serious injuries. My pitiful older brother is only 10 years old, yet his life is already hanging on a thread. Shopkeeper Zhang, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Although Zhang Ji's carpentry shop was very famous in Tanggu town, shopkeeper Zhang was also infamous for being greedy, cruel, and immoral. Among the onlookers, a gray-haired old man sighed and shook his head. What a sin! How can he be so ruthless to such a young child? The worker of the store next to Zhang Ji's carpentry shop wasn't surprised and calmly said, Shopkeeper Zhang of Zhang Ji's carpentry shop is violent and frequently gets angry at the staff in his shop. It's even worse for the shop's apprentices. They're provided with the worst meals, while they also have to do the hardest jobs. Moreover, they often get beaten for no reason whatsoever. As a result, very few of the people who come to the woodworking shop to be an apprentice have stayed a full month. I know that kid Yu Hang. He's very diligent and honest. Although he seems thin, he does nearly all the heavy and tiring transportation of timber without any complaint. Unexpectedly, he also couldn't escape the fate of being cruelly beaten. You guys should have known better. Why didn't you inquire about the place before sending your child there? Isn't that the same as sending your child into the pit of hell? Another store's shopkeeper added with a voice filled with pity and regret. What are you people talking about? Be careful with your words. To maliciously slander and defame me right in front of my face, do you think that I, Zhang Dongming, can be easily bullied? When shopkeeper Zhang was young, he was a well-known ruffian in town. There were more than one murders associated with him, but he was the younger brother-in-law of the official registrar, who the county magistrate placed great importance on. Every time he caused trouble, the problem could be smoothly settled, and thus he became more and more fearless. After being threatened by his fierce gaze, the people who whispered in the crowd immediately shut their mouths. Some of the more timid had even quietly withdrew from the circle for fear of being recognized by shopkeeper Zhang and that he would take revenge on them in the future. Madame Lu, who had gradually stopped crying, instantly burst into tears again when she heard his words. Standing next to the donkey cart, she gently touched her son's pallid face and cried, "My dear son. It's all mother's fault. At that time, I should have done my best to stop you from being sent here even if I ended up with the reputation of being unfilial. Every time I saw you, you would tell us that everything was fine. You told us that you were eating and sleeping well and that we didn't have to worry about you. Why are you so foolish? If you had told mother about your situation, I would have brought you home no matter what." Yu Hai's veins were popping out as he clenched his fists. He gritted his teeth and said, "Shopkeeper Zhang, I sent my son, who was alive and well, to your shop, but he ended up being on the verge of death. I want to know, what is the reason you would be so cruel to a 10-year-old child?" Zhang Dongming was a little afraid of Yu Hai's tall and strong physique. However, when he saw the weak woman and young children around him, and that there were many people with weapons beside him, his confidence immediately boosted up again. "That's right. I was the one who hit him, so what are you going to do about it?" Not only did he steal the head craftsman's food, but he also stole money from the shop. I'm already considered soft-hearted for not beating that thief to death. That's impossible. My eldest brother won't steal from others. You're wrongly accusing him. Little Shido clenched his small fist and swung it at shopkeeper Zhang with resentment. With his hands behind his back and a confident expression, Zhang Dongming ordered one of the workers behind him, "Go. Bring out the things that we found in Yu Hang's room." A moment later, the worker brought out a washed-out handkerchief, which contained several strings of copper coins. Each string had about 50 copper coins. Shopkeeper Zhang took the money and showed it to the crowd and sneered, "Have you looked clearly yet? There are 150 copper coins here. Everyone should know that apprentices don't receive a wage. But we have found so much money at the head of Yu Hang's bed. If he didn't steal it, then where did it come from? Also, the fellow who lived with him said that he often smelled food in the middle of the night. The head craftsman's meals had always been served by Yu Hang. So where did the food that he secretly ate at night come from? Well, isn't it very obvious now? Seeing the evidence that shopkeeper Zhang presented, the onlookers immediately changed their stance and said, "That's unexpected. Yu Hang seems like such an honest child. I wouldn't have expected him to do such a thing. Don't judge a book by its cover. I can understand stealing the head craftsman's food since he's still a growing child and probably couldn't stand the hunger. But, to be so greedy as to steal the boss's money, that's unforgivable. If he got caught stealing, then there's nothing to say even if he was beaten to death." Ellipsis. When Xiao Xiao saw the people who had just cried injustice for them turn against the thieves, one after another, she couldn't help but straightened her back and shouted, "Shopkeeper Zhang, you're accusing my eldest brother of being a thief, but did you personally see it? Or did you personally catch him stealing money? Isn't it too arbitrary to judge my older brother as a thief just because you found a few copper coins in his room? Dear folks, can we also randomly accuse you of being thieves if we find some money in your pockets? No way. The money in my pocket is mine, which I worked hard to earn. How can it be stolen? That's right. It's also a crime to make false accusations." Ellipsis. Xiao Xiao's clear eyes swept across everyone's face and she spoke in a strong and imposing voice, "That's right. In the same way, my father and I were the ones who gave my eldest brother the money when we came to send or pick up my younger brother from town. I never expected that my older brother was reluctant to use even a single coin and saved up the money, and thus led to such a disaster." Zhang Dongming glanced at her disdainfully with his murky triangular eyes and said, "Little girl, you should also use your brain when lying. If your family has money, they wouldn't have sent their child over to be an apprentice. To say that you had provided him with dozens of copper coins each time, do you think that everyone is stupid?" When faced with everyone's doubtful eyes, Xiao Xiao wasn't flustered and calmly said, "My family probably didn't have the ability to do so half a year ago. But now, although we're not operating a big business like shopkeeper Zhang, we do have a small business at the docks and are capable of earning 200 or 300 copper coins a day. Let me ask you, I feel sad to see my eldest brother not being able to eat well and wear warm clothes, so I sent him some food and money. Is anything wrong with that?" Suddenly, a voice came out of the crowd and shouted, "I recognize this little girl. She sells 1 copper coin meat dishes at the docks. When I was a porter at the docks, I had bought her family's braised food before. The braised food that Miss Xiao Xiao makes is delicious and they have excellent business. If you're too slow, they would be all sold out already." This voice had confirmed the authenticity of Xiao Xiao's words, so she continued, "Shopkeeper Zhang, the string of money in your hands were all personally strung together by me. I made the string with the different colored threads that my mother's leftover embroidery threads. I have sent money twice and given him food once, which is something that the workers in your shop should know about. Last time, when I came out to shop with my classmate and passed by Zhangji's carpentry shop, I left 20 copper coins for my eldest brother." Little Shido spoke up once again. "My little brother and I brought a total of 170 copper coins to our older brother. If there is an extra copper coin, then it'll be yours." Xiao Xiao was confident about the number of coins on the string. Her older brother was very frugal. If there wasn't anything important, then he wouldn't touch his money. Shopkeeper Zhang spread the string of coins on the palm of his hand. He silently counted the number of coins in his mind. Sure enough, there were 170 copper coins in total, not 1 coin more or less. Originally, he got drunk and didn't hold back his strength when beating Yu Hang. Yu Hang had fallen unconscious after spitting out blood from the beating. After Yu Hang had fallen unconscious, he had found this money after searching through Yu Hang's room. Today, Yu Hang's family came here to get an explanation from him, so he hurriedly took out the money as an excuse. The crowd surrounding them saw that shopkeeper Zhang's expression had slightly changed. The people who were closer to him could clearly see the thread that was used to keep the copper coins together were just as Xiao Xiao had said, a multicolored embroidery thread. The crowd's heart once again tilted towards Xiao Xiao's favor. But shopkeeper Zhang rudely and unreasonably replied, "Humph. You are just a group of poor country bumpkins. If you could, you would have split a copper coin in 2. How would you be willing to give Yu Hang over 100 copper coins as an allowance? Little girl, your tongue will be pulled out in hell for lying. Shopkeeper Zhang, if you falsely accuse other people, you will be tortured after you die." Xiao Xiao's jet black eyes looked just like night sky as a cold ray of light flashed by her eyes, making people can't help but shudder. Moreover, we pay 1 tael of silver each month for Rongshuan Academy's tuition for my younger brother. Since we're able to afford that, why wouldn't we be willing to give Yu Hang a trifling 100 copper coins? The crowd had just noticed the short little boy who was wearing Rongshuan Academy's primary class uniform. They couldn't help but feel admiration and respect towards the little boy. After all, Rongshuan Academy wasn't just open to anyone. They had all heard that inside Rongshuan Academy's doors, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. 1. It was said that people from the big government officials, dukes, and marquises, residences were all trying to get into the school. When the grandson of the prefectural magistrate of the Jinwei prefecture passed the exam and entered the primary class, the prefectural magistrate had invited many people to dinner. Then wasn't this little boy a classmate of the magistrate's grandson? If he reported this to the prefectural magistrate, then it wouldn't be good for shopkeeper Zhang. Is wrong. Rongshuan Academy that great? Even if the crown prince breaks the law, he will bear the same crime and punishment as commoners. Does it mean that just because you're the family of a student from Rongshuan Academy, you can steal things? The shopkeeper tried to appear fierce. Ash was a coward at heart. He was trying to bluff his way out by making unreasonable excuses. Shopkeeper Zhang, how can you prove that it was this little brother who had stolen the copper coins? Within the crowd, a handsome young man wearing a white scholarly robe couldn't bear the injustice any longer, so he spoke out for them. If Xiao Xiao was in the mood to check the young man out, she would have recognized him as the grandson of the foodie headmaster, Yuan Yunshi. Shopkeeper Zhang's rat-like eyes looked around for a few moments before he looked at them and said, but there is no one who can prove that it wasn't Yu Hang who had stolen these copper coins. Yu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow and sneered at him. Shopkeeper Zhang, if I can prove that he didn't steal these copper coins, what would you do? That, shopkeeper Zhang frowned and hesitated. I have earned these copper coins by selling braised food, so there should be a small amount of oil on each of the copper coins. Can anyone bring me a basin of warm water? Yu Xiaoxiao didn't look at shopkeeper Zhang. Her gaze was directed at the crowd. The crowd around them suddenly became silent. They all had some misgivings regarding shopkeeper Zhang, so they all avoided Xiao Xiao's gaze. Xiao Xiao felt an ice-cold burst of wind attack her heart. No matter what time period it was, there were always not enough people who had the courage to stand up and confront evil forces. Yuan Yunshi squeezed his way out of the crowd to a literary store not far from here. He pushed up his sleeves and filled a large basin with hot water. Yuan Yunshi squeezed through the crowd again with the basin of hot water and said, Miss Xiaoxiao, the hot water is here. Yu Xiaoxiao gratefully looked at the handsome young man who had a warm heart. She sincerely thanked the young man and grabbed the string of copper coins from shopkeeper Zhang's hand. I will throw these copper coins into the water. If grease appears, then it'll prove that I wasn't lying. It'll also prove that I have indeed given these copper coins to my brother. After she finished speaking, she broke the string that was holding the coins together and threw all the copper coins into the basin of warm water. Sure enough, rainbow-like grease appeared in the warm water. The crowd looked at shopkeeper Zhang with condemnation and disgust. Shopkeeper Zhang continued to retort, just because there's grease on the coins, it doesn't prove that those coins belong to you. Maybe these copper coins were given to me by a butcher. Every day, I would go buy meat and oil, so it's natural for those copper coins to be stained with grease. My assistant had seen Yu Hang wandering around the account room before. Am I right, Xiaoxing? The person that shopkeeper Zhang addressed as Xiaoxing was the shop assistant that would help Xiaoxiao call Yu Hang out every time she visited. Originally, he was standing on the side, watching the scene. But when he was suddenly called out by the shopkeeper, he began to panic. After a burst of panic, under the shopkeeper's warning gaze, he said, yes, in the past, I've seen Yu Hang sneaking and wandering around the account room. He must be harboring some evil intentions. Yu Xiaoxiao's gaze was as sharp as a knife. Her voice was brimming with fierceness when she interrogated the shop assistant. This big brother, you will have to take responsibility for what you say. Have you seen my brother enter the account room with your own eyes? Have you seen my brother steal money from the account room with your own eyes? Since you haven't, why are you so sure that my brother harbors evil intentions? The shop assistant was young. He had only said those groundless accusations under shopkeeper Zhang's pressure. But he began to stutter and insist that he was right after Xiaoxiao's questioning. Shopkeeper Zhang glared at his assistant while secretly scolding his assistant for being useless. He countered, if he didn't have any evil intentions, why would he be secretly wandering around the account room? It's clear that he's doing that because he wants to steal money. Shopkeeper Zhang, I've heard that your business has been doing well. Recently, I heard that you've received a job from an influential official from the capital, is that true? Yu Xiaoxiao abruptly changed the topic of conversation. Zhang Dongming stroked the goatee on his chin and proudly said, that's right. The woodwares from our Zhangji carpentry shop is famous throughout the capital. The man who works for Royal Prince Yang, Sir Fang, has ordered a screen and a bed from our carpentry shop. Humph. It was already nice of me not to report this you boy to the officials for stealing things, so what does a beating count for? Yu Xiaoxiao indifferently looked at how shopkeeper Zhang was intoxicated by his success and said, since the business in Zhangji carpentry shop is doing so well, the amount of money going in and out of the account room should be around a few hundred to 1,000 copper coins, right? You said that my brother has been stealing for a long time, but instead of stealing more money from the mountain of money inside the account room, he only stole 100 copper coins. Is my brother stupid or what? Shopkeeper Zhang choked on her words. He looked around before he replied, your older brother is timid, so he's afraid that he'll be discovered if he steals too much. Little girl, stop making excuses and quickly take your brother away. I will be merciful and no longer look into the matter anymore. Shopkeeper Zhang, the gods can see everything. My older brother isn't a thief. The gods know this and will do something about it. Yu Xiaoxiao swear to the gods that everything I said is true. I dare to use my life as a guarantee that my older brother would have never stolen anything. Yu Xiaoxiao simply exchanged a few words with the little divine stone in her heart before she vowed, if these copper coins are stolen, my whole family is willing to be struck by lightning. I don't know if shopkeeper Zhang is willing to make a serious vow like me. Although shopkeeper Zhang had a guilty conscience, he pretended like he was unperturbed. He sneered and said, vow. It's only considered glib talk, who doesn't know how to do that? He looked up and pointed at the sky, which was swimming with thick, dark clouds. He said with a strange voice, gods, I, Zhang Dongming vow. Rumble, rumble. Zhang Dongming hadn't even finished speaking yet when thunder began rolling in the dark clouds. Bright rays of lightning were faintly discernible in the clouds. Shopkeeper Zhang was frightened by this and retreated a few steps. In the beginning, his eyes were full of contempt, but now they were full of fear. It couldn't come true, could it? He had lived for over 50 years, and if he hadn't made thousands of oaths, then it should have at least been around hundreds. Wasn't he still living well? Humph. It was only a little girl who put a lot of importance on making an oath. What could a verbal oath do? What had happened before must have been a coincidence. Today was a cloudy day, so it's natural to see some thunder. While Zhang Dongming's heart was rolling over and over, the other people didn't notice the ray of light that shot forth from Yu Xiaoxiao's wrist and directly into the dense and dark clouds in the sky. Above the clouds, the god of thunder lazily fiddled with the thunder hammer in his hand. The god of thunder had blue skin and a pointed mouth. After he yawned, he finally absent-mindedly hit the hammer in his hand. After he hit the hammer, thunder immediately began to roll in the sky, enveloping the earth its muffled sound. The goddess of lightning had silver hair, reached the ground, and an enchanting figure as if she had just walked out of a painting. She was directly facing the mirror in her hand, trying to pop the pimple that had mysteriously appeared on her face. Old wife, stop shamelessly showing off your beauty. We must make more lightning. The god of thunder couldn't help but remind her of their job. However, the goddess of lightning had actually exploded in fury after hearing his words. Who are you calling, old wife? I'm charming and as beautiful as a flower. Beautiful to the point that even birds and beasts are attracted by my looks. Author's note. After 1,000 words later, yet you've called me old, right in front of me. I think that you're tired of living. The goddess of lightning raised the hand that was holding the mirror, and a ray of lightning shot from her hand, heading straight towards the god of thunder. The god of thunder easily dodged the lightning as he half-heartedly apologized. Okay, I'm the one to blame. It's my fault for calling you an old wife. You are Beautiful wife, is that okay? We were demoted to this tiny space where there is barely any spiritual energy. Every day, we hit the hammer, beat a drum, and look at a mirror. There are no prospects here. When will we be able to return to the ninth gate, where we can serve the goddess of spirits? I'm willing to give up being the god of thunder to serve as a doorman just to return. When the goddess of lightning heard what the god of thunder had said, she became extremely angry. She ruthlessly pinched him and hatefully said, "Wasn't this all because of you? You offended the silver wolf that the goddess of spirits doted the most on. Otherwise, why would we be exiled to this damned place? How would I know that the beautiful silver wolf is the goddess of spirits' beloved pet? The silver wolf is too narrow-minded. I merely burned a few strands of his hair, but he went as far as to complain to the goddess of spirits." The god of thunder felt very regretful, such that his intestines had turned green. At this time, a flash of golden light passed by, and a small golden cat which was the size of a child's fist, appeared in front of the god and goddess of thunder and lightning. "Which evildoer are you? Quickly reveal yourself." The god of thunder stood in front of the goddess of lightning and pointed the thunder hammer at the small golden cat in alarm. "Humph, little thunder, you have a lot of courage. You dared to address this divine stone as evildoer. Do you not want to return to spiritual space?" The small golden cat looked at him with disdain as it spoke. Spiritual space. The god of thunder and goddess of lightning looked at each other and saw a shocked expression on each other's faces. There was actually someone who knew of the spiritual space in this broken space. Could it be a patrolling envoy sent by the goddess of spirits? "You. May I ask who you?" The goddess of lightning pushed aside the god of thunder and tried to squeeze out a smile on her face. She was afraid that her hope might become nothing. "Humph. As deities of the spiritual space, you actually don't know this Lord Divine Stone. To be so ignorant, it's no wonder you were punished and exiled to this shabby, little space. How sad. What a pity." The small golden cat shook its head softly and sighed. With the god of thunder's fiery temper, how could he endure this mini cat's mocking? He was about to flare up when the goddess of thunder quickly stopped her husband and gave him a look. She smiled. "It was us who were ignorant and didn't recognize you. Were you sent by the goddess of spirits to check on us?" "Goddess of spirits. Humph, humph. She doesn't have the power to order this divine stone around." The little golden kitten lifted its head and snorted. "This divine stone serves under goddess Nuwa and is the only one to be favored by her. Even the goddess of spirits have to give me some faces. The great Pangu one split heaven and earth and created the world. Goddess Nuwa made humans with mud, and the goddess of spirits was leader of all spirits. These three gods of creation were known by all within the primeval realm. The goddess of spirits was the most famous one among the three gods of creation because not only did she create all spirits and living things besides humans, she also had an amazing ability. She was able to open up new spaces. When the spiritual energy within the primeval realm was becoming sparse and the cultivation world became increasingly silent day by day, the goddess of spirits created the spiritual space and set up new order for the cultivation world and the immortal world. The goddess of spirit was generous, but she tended to shield those who were close to her. Had the fiery-tempered god of thunder not offended the goddess of spirits, the god of thunder and goddess of lightning would still be living leisurely within the spiritual space, like a fish in water. This worn-down space was created by the goddess of spirits when she was still young and learning, so it wasn't very well made. As a result, the spiritual energy here was only 1% of what the spiritual space held, which wasn't conducive for cultivators to cultivate in. Most of the deities here were immortals from other spaces, who were sent here to cultivate and gain experience. Of course, there were also a few like the god of thunder and goddess of lightning, who had been sent down from the higher realms to reflect on their mistakes. The god of thunder and goddess of lightning had stayed here for about 700 or 800 years. It had been so long that they thought they had been abandoned forever. They thought that they would have to just continue living aimlessly while hitting the thunder hammer daily as the god of thunder. However, they had finally discovered new hope today. The god of thunder's eyes lit up after hearing the little divine stone's words. He moved closer with his pointed face and he spoke flatteringly, "May I ask what the Lord Divine Stone is here for?" As you know, as a mystic stone, it takes much longer and is more difficult to cultivate compared to humans and spiritual beings. It has been hundreds of millions of years since this divine stone had been obtained enlightenment under the refinement of Goddess Nuwa. For a long time, this divine stone had been cultivating smoothly and without obstacles. But I encountered an obstacle when I was close to making a transformation. As the little divine stone recalled its days around Goddess Nuwa's side, a trace of nostalgia emerged within its golden eyes. It was precisely because it had been irritated that it was stuck at the transforming stage that it went to provoke Goddess of Spirits' authority. As a result, it was banished to the mortal realm by the grudge-bearing Linger. The little divine stone was in an even worse situation than the god of thunder and goddess of lightning. It was sent to even more barren and shabby space, where there was barely any spiritual energy to speak of. After much difficulty, it finally found a place with a tint of spiritual energy. It recuperated in the creek in front of the Potala Palace in Tibet for several hundred years before being picked up by Lin Shaowen, who went there on vacation. It used all its spiritual power to transport Lin Shaowen's soul, who had died after falling down the stairs, to this realm and found a suitable body for her. However, it had accidentally acknowledged her as its master, forcing it to board the pirate ship. Since the situation had already turned out like this, it decided to go with the flow and take things as they come. Although Yu Xiaoxiao was weak, she was kind in nature. Helping her was the same as helping itself. In order to successfully return to the higher realm as soon as possible, the little divine stone dropped its pride and dignity, and helped its weak master grow. With its head lowered, the small golden kitten sighed and continued, in order to overcome the obstacle, Goddess Nuwa let her sister, the Goddess of Spirits, send me to this space to cultivate experience. I inadvertently made a blood pact with a human and now I need to help her for a century. Once she dies, this divine stone can return. It turned out that it had come down from the spiritual space to gain experience. The god of thunder and goddess of lightning looked at each other. When they were in the spiritual space, they had heard that the celestial stone, which was left over after Goddess Nuwa patched the heavens, beside Goddess Nuwa had gained wisdom. However, they never expected that a rock could also cultivate into an immortal. Since the divine stone could return to the spiritual space after a century, they needed to be on good terms with this Lord Divine Stone. Hopefully, when it returns, it could put in a good word for them in front of the Goddess of Spirits, even if it was just 1 or 2 sentences. Based on the Goddess of Spirits' benevolent and generous personality, she would definitely remember them and forgive their crimes. May I ask why Lord Divine Stone is looking for us, these little deities? The Goddess of Lightning asked cautiously with a smile. Seeing that the two were quite obedient, the little divine stone swayed its slender tail and meowed. This divine stone's master is in a difficult situation with a malicious businessman. I hope the two of you can act according to my orders later. But, if he wasn't an extremely evil person and this little god punished him with the thunder penalty without permission, it would be hard to justify this to the Jade Emperor of this realm. Although the god of thunder had a terrible temper, he was considered a good god who had principles. The small golden kitten gave him a contemptuous look. Are you an idiot? Who told you to kill him? You just need to create a little thunder and lightning to scare that wicked man. Can you do it? Understood. This little god knows what to do. The goddess of lightning pulled on the god of thunder, who was about to say something, and secretly glared at him, fearing that he would offend the divine stone. If that happened, they might have to stay here forever and never be able to get out of this situation. The little divine stone was very satisfied with how tactful the goddess of lightning was. It held its head high and chest out as it paced on the clouds and nodded, very good. After you guys accomplish this task, consider it as this divine stone owing you a favor. When this divine stone returns to the spiritual space, I will definitely plead for the two of you in front of the Goddess of Spirits. You will just have to wait for the decree to be pardoned. Thank you, Lord Divine Stone. Thank you, Lord Divine Stone. The god of thunder and goddess of lightning thanked the little divine stone profusely after they heard its words. Right now, if someone else saw this scene, they would surely split their sides laughing. It was quite weird to see two dignified immortals bowing to a small golden kitten who was only the size of a child's fist. Under the god of thunder and the goddess of lightning's escort, the mini golden cat transformed into a golden light and returned to the multicolored stone on Yu Xiaoxiao's wrist. Had it not been afraid that it would attract too much attention, it would have chosen to appear on Xiaoxiao's shoulder in its cat form. At this time, Shopkeeper Zhang Dongming, who didn't believe in heresy, pointed at the sky and vowed in a peculiar tone, "I, Zhang Dongming, swears to the heavens that if I wrongly accuse the young lad whose surname is Yu, then let the heavens strike me." Before he had finished speaking, the god of thunder and goddess of lightning had received the little divine stone's order, and a loud sound of thunder rang out. The sound of thunder sounded as if there was a landslide and the ground splitting open. It felt as if the ground vibrating. Shopkeeper Zhang was so scared that his legs went limp and he fell onto the ground. However, the goddess of lightning wasn't finished. She aimed the mirror in her hands at the signboard with the name, Zhangji's Carpentry Shop. A glaring beam of light flashed by and a bolt of lightning struck the signboard, turning it into a pile of ashes that happened to fall on Shopkeeper Zhang's head. Shopkeeper Zhang recalled of the oath he just made and thought that he couldn't escape this calamity. His eyes went still with fear, and a feeling of wetness spread down his thighs. After a few seconds of silence, the surrounding people began to talk amongst themselves. Heavens! Shopkeeper Zhang got struck by lightning. His oath has been fulfilled. The heavens has opened its eyes. It should just kill this black-hearted man. The grandson of old Lu's family from the neighboring village, who was sent over to be an apprentice, was beaten until his legs were broken. Now, the boy can never use his legs anymore. He's crippled, but at least he's still alive. Over the past decade or so, there had been 2 apprentices who disappeared from this woodworking shop. Shopkeeper Zhang told others that they stole some items and ran off. But I reckon that these 2 children had most likely met with a disaster. What a sin! The heavens should have taken him away already. What a great strike! It would be even better if it hit more accurately and strike this vile and rotten man to death. Thank goodness, I borrowed 20 taels from here and there, and got my sir back. Otherwise, he would have ended up like the child from the Yu family. I don't know if the child from the Yu family can be saved. Yu Xiaosao looked coldly at Shopkeeper Zhang, who lay paralyzed on the ground and had wet himself in fright. She said with hatred, "Shopkeeper Zhang, I already told you that. The gods will always be looking over our actions. It's not that you're not going to be punished, but rather it wasn't time yet. Now, do you still insist that my brother stole money from your store?" Shopkeeper Zhang had already woken up after fainting briefly. However, he didn't have any face to confront the wetness between his legs and the criticism of his neighbors. After hearing Xiaosao's words, his heart was filled with respect and fear towards the gods, so he decided to fake death until the end. Yu Xiaosao saw the slight movement of Shopkeeper Zhang's eyelids, and knew that he was pretending to be unconscious. He had beaten the sensible and clever Yu Heng until his bones were fractured and left with internal injuries, so she obviously couldn't just let him go like that. She needed to give him a deep and unforgettable lesson. Yu Xiaosao communicated with the divine stone in her mind, and then the little divine stone sent out its second command. Above the clouds, the god of thunder picked up his thunder hammer once again, while the mirror within the goddess of lightning's hands flickered repeatedly. In front of Zhangji's carpentry shop, the limestone slabs near where shopkeeper Zhang lay prone on the ground were consecutively struck by thunderbolts. The broken pieces of limestones flew onto shopkeeper Zhang's face and body. Zhang Dongming's ears were about to be deafened by the sound of thunder. He felt as if the snow-white thunderbolt was almost about to land on him. How would he dare to continue to lay on the ground and pretend to be dead? Disregarding how others would view him, he got up nimbly and tried to jump into the store to hide. But, as if they had eyes, the thunderbolts chased him the whole way and repeatedly struck at locations within 1 meter of him, cutting off the path into his store. The onlookers were afraid of being implicated by the thunderbolts, and all backed away. Only the members of the Yu family stood firmly in the midst of the lightning flashes and roaring thunder. With the fierce winds blowing behind them, they appeared somewhat solemn and tragic. Yu Xiaosao looked at him with a stern gaze. "Shopkeeper Zhang, aren't you going to plead guilty? Or, are you only willing to repent sincerely after the heavenly thunder strikes you on the head and turn you into a pile of dispersing ashes?" "I plead guilty, I plead guilty. It's all my fault, I should die. I hit Yu Heng when I was drunk and I was afraid of the consequences, so I made it sound like he had stolen money from me instead. Heavens, please forgive me, please forgive me." Zhang Dongming had been scared out of his wits. He held his head in his hands as he knelt on the ground crying for forgiveness like a broken record. Zhang Dongming actually had a good business acumen. Otherwise, the rich and noble people from the capital wouldn't bother coming to a backwards place like Tanggu town to commission furniture. However, this man was not only miserly but he also had a fatal character flaw: he loved alcohol. In addition, his ability to handle alcohol was very poor. Every time he came across wine he had to drink it until he was drunk, and when he was drunk, he was given to violent tendencies. Towards the people around him, especially the apprentices who came from poor and impoverished families, he would either beat them up with his fists or find some other way to torment them to satisfy his violent cravings. Thus, most of the apprentices at his store didn't end up staying long as they all tried to find any method they could to leave. As for those who had no options, they could only be like Yu Hang, silently enduring until they lost their lives to him. Out of all of the apprentices, Yu Hang was considered to be one of the people who had lasted the longest time. He was naturally diligent and cautious when he worked, so the main teacher of the shop took better care of him. Thus, shopkeeper Zhang had fewer opportunities to make him his punching bag. Unfortunately, shopkeeper Zhang was like a rabid dog when he was drunk and didn't differentiate between innocent and guilty people before he bit them. In fact, in his drunken stupor, he didn't have any qualms causing the head craftsman trouble. Every time he was drunk, the apprentices in the store were out of luck, and Yu Hang often couldn't escape the fate of being hit by shopkeeper Zhang. This time, the head craftsman had left to purchase some lumber and took one of the tall and strong apprentices to help. He left Yu Hang in the back courtyard to practice carving and shaving wood. The head craftsman had noticed that Yu Hang was hardworking and clever, so out of the kindness of his heart towards this apprentice, he wanted to transfer some woodworking techniques to him. Yu Hang had been practicing his skills diligently and didn't expect calamity to suddenly fall upon him. Shopkeeper Zhang had been invited to drink alcohol with some people, and, when he staggered back to the shop, he headed straight towards the back court to satisfy his drunken urge to beat someone. Yu Hang had turned into his victim. Not only did he beat the child with his fists from head to toe, but the drunken man also picked up every piece of spare lumber there was around and hurled them at Yu Hang's tiny and weak little body. The boy tried to shield himself, but in the end he spat up blood and stopped moving. This wasn't the first time he had accidentally killed an apprentice. In fact, shopkeeper Zhang never cared about the lives of his students who had come from powerless, destitute families. After killing them, he'd carelessly throw their corpses into a common grave and let the feral dogs drag their bodies away. Once he got rid of any clues or evidence pointing towards him, he would then make a false countercharge. Shopkeeper Zhang would bring his partner along to visit the dead apprentice's family and then accuse the apprentice of stealing something from the store and running off. Then, the timid family members would even have to kowtow to him and ask for forgiveness. Shopkeeper Zhang had a vague idea what Yu Hang's family's situation was like. He was the son of an ordinary, poor fishing family that had relied on fishing for generations. Yu Hang had no background and no status, so even if he accidentally killed the boy, what was the worst that could happen? However, who would have thought that the Yu youngster had a little brother who was studying at Rongshuan Academy and that he would be on break and want to visit his brother today? Thus, his crime had been exposed prematurely. In actuality, being exposed wasn't really a big deal either. All he needed to do was make up something that made it Yu Hang's fault and send his poor, trash family away. After all, weren't impoverished fishermen, who were on the bottom of the social ladder, all cowardly and timid? Why was there a silly girl who managed to lead him by the nose and make him make a vow to the heavens? Usually making a heavenly oath meant nothing, but why did the heavens act today and send lightning to punish him? In order to fix the problem now, his only choice was to kneel on the ground and ask the heavens for mercy and forgiveness. Zhang Dongming repeatedly knocked his forehead on the ground and the sound of his head tapping on the ground echoed. When he lifted his head, people could see a purple mark forming on his face. I was wrong, I admit my guilt. I am willing to pay for all of Yu Hang's medical fees. If, on the offhand, things get worse, then I will take charge of all of his funeral expenses. Ha, surnamed Zhang, stop cursing my older brother. Is being well off really that great? You should know, everything that people do here on earth is seen by the heavens. If you sin too much, don't be surprised when the heavens decide to punish you. When the lightning had struck, Yu Xiaoxiao had been shielded behind her father. Now, without the slightest bit of fear on her face, she walked forward a step with the flash of lightning behind her. It made her seem as if she was a child sent by the heavens. Yu Yunxi had been standing for a long time in the midst of the crowd. He serenely watched the slightly built, fearless girl in the middle who had a cold expression on her face. A faint sense of respect for her rose in his heart along with another indescribable feeling. Although shopkeeper Zhang wanted to refute the little girl in front of him in his heart, he continued to kowtow to the heavens and admit his wrongs. As he apologized and repented, the dense lightning in the skies slowly dissipated and the thick, dark clouds in the sky gradually disappeared. After witnessing this phenomenon, the townspeople of Tanggu town soon had a saying based on this event: if you do bad things you'll get punished by lightning. Yu Heng, who had been diagnosed as a hopeless case by the doctor from Tongren Medicine Hall, slowly opened his eyes after the black clouds scattered. With a very weak voice, he called out at Lu Muyun, who had been sobbing endlessly, "Mother." The people surrounding them all commented one after another, "The heavens have eyes. The gods have not only punished the evil person but also saved Yu Heng's life. Are you awake, Xiaoxia? What part of you feels uncomfortable?" Yu Hai softly asked his weak son as he supported his wife who was crying tears of joy. Yu Heng barely managed to squeeze out a placating smile on his supernaturally thin face and replied with great difficulty, "Father, Mother. I'm okay. I'm sorry for making you two worry. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. If I had made you come back earlier, then you wouldn't have encountered such a bad fate." Madame Lu had cried so hard that her eyes had swollen up until she almost couldn't open them. After the crazy roller coaster events of the day, she felt physically and emotionally exhausted. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that her older brother was struggling in an effort to sit up and hastily stopped him. "Older brother, you broke 3 of your ribs. Dr. Sun had just done his best to bandage you up, but you're absolutely not allowed to flail around. Mother, it's a good thing that older brother has woken up, so stop crying. Your body is not very healthy, so if you keep crying, it'll make older brother very worried for you. Older brother, let's go home. Father and Shido will protect you, so there will be no other bad people who can bully you." Little Shitu's eyes had turned as red as a rabbit's eyes. He slightly sobbed as he tried to comfort Yu Heng. Yu Heng did his best to smile back at him. However, Yu Xiaoxiao had turned around to face shopkeeper Zhang, who was picking himself up from the ground. "Shopkeeper Zhang, we're going to take my older brother back home. Do you have any problems with that?" Usually, if the apprentice leaves the store before finishing their training, a penalty fee needs to be paid. Shopkeeper Zhang secretly shot a glance at the dark clouds near the horizon as he stood up with great effort. He barely managed to steady his weak legs as he patted himself on the chest. When third young Master Zhou heard the news, he had hurriedly rushed over from the docks. He dismounted from his horse when he got there and broke through the crowd. He came just in time to hear shopkeeper Zhang's shameless comment, so he coldly snorted and said, "Surnamed Zhang. We haven't even settled your debt from injuring someone, so how do you have the face to ask for a penalty fee? How about this, let's go to the county magistrate's office and settle things there." Everyone in town knew that Junsho restaurant's business had been roaring hot. After all, there was a 3-month wait to reserve a private room there. In addition, with the imperial merchant Zhou family behind the young master, how could shopkeeper Zhang not know the status of this youth in front of him? "Third young Master Zhou, what sort of relationship do you have with Yu Heng?" From Zhang Dongming's perspective, one was the son of a prosperous, rich family, and the other was the son of a poor fisherman. There was not much in common between the two. However, judging from the tone of third young Master Zhou's voice, why did it sound like he was on the side of the Yu family? Zhou Zixu casually brushed off some dust from his clothes as he inquired about Yu Heng's current condition. In addition, he learned the whole story of what had happened, including all of the details. Only then did he slant a sidelong glance at shopkeeper Zhang, who he had coldly ignored the whole time. He stated solemnly, "This young girl, Miss Yu, is someone I consider to be my younger sister. Whoever wants to bully my younger sister is telling me that they don't want to have a good relationship with me." Third young Master Zhou. Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes inwardly. "Surnamed Zhou, when did this girl become your younger sister? At most, We are only a couple of business associates, okay? Joe Zixu seemed to be able to sense her inner thoughts and turned around to look at her reassuringly before he turned back to faintly smile at shopkeeper Zhang. For a split second, it seemed like the small and frail-looking figure of a young man had suddenly become tall and lofty. In order for shopkeeper Zhang to be able to conduct business as easily as a fish swimming in water, he naturally had a good sense of who he could offend and who he had treat carefully. Although third young Master Zhou was young in age, the patriarch of the Zhou family regarded him highly. It was obvious that this young man's future would be bright in the future. Furthermore, third young Master Zhou had a close relationship with the son of County Magistrate Wu, and he was in the wrong in this situation. If they really did bring this to the county magistrate's office, shopkeeper Zhang was afraid that the one who would lose would still be him. Zhang Dongming immediately showed off his acting skills by changing expressions to fit the situation. A large smile crossed his face as he said cloyingly, "I really didn't have the eyes to tell the difference between trash and treasure. Since third young Master Zhou is helping us settle our differences, this dumb one will return the apprenticeship contract back to the Yu family in consideration for third young Master Zhou's reputation." After seeing the extent of Yu Heng's injuries, third young Master Zhou was angered and aggrieved at how vicious shopkeeper Zhang was to the young boy. He cut off shopkeeper Zhang's flattery short and frostily replied, "Shopkeeper Zhang, there is no need to do this out of concern for my reputation. We can find out who is truly at fault at the magistrate's office. Simo, please go to the county magistrate's office to report a case. Tell them that the Zhangji carpentry shop's shopkeeper had seriously hurt someone while drunk." Wait a moment. Although it was a chilly spring day, shopkeeper Zhang suddenly felt cold sweat dripping down his bruised forehead. He immediately bowed deeply and repeatedly pleaded, "Young Master Zhou, tell me what needs to be done and this lowly one will immediately obey." Third young Master Zhou glanced back at the silent and taciturn Xiaoxiao and quietly asked, "Xiaoxiao, how do you want to handle this shopkeeper Zhang?" "Shopkeeper Zhang violently beat up my older brother and caused injuries serious enough that he almost died. In addition, he also caused severe psychological damage to him. We'll waive the psychological fees. As for the fees for medications, nursing, disability, and nutrition, he needs to pay for all of these to repent for his mistake. Furthermore, shopkeeper Zhang falsely accused my older brother of stealing from him and damaged his reputation. He must sincerely apologize to my brother in front of everyone here." Zhou Zixu watched as the tiny figure in front of him, with her hands clasped behind her back, pretended to have the demeanor of an adult. Everything she said had made sense, and it only made him feel that she was an adorable little girl. He couldn't help but soften his gaze towards her and reveal a warm and gentle smile on his face. "Did you hear all of that? Medication fees, nursing costs. All of it. Given our status as fellow townspeople, I'll cut a deal with you. Pay out 100 taels as a courtesy, okay? That won't be considered too expensive, right?" Third young Master Zhou was as gentle as a spring day towards his friends, but towards his enemies, he was as severe and ruthless as the cold winter day. Originally he had wanted to extort the man for around 300 to 500 taels, but he was afraid that Xiaoxiao and her family would then be slandered as blackmailers. So he modified his request to a more reasonable 100 taels as compensation for Yu Heng's injuries. Shopkeeper Zhang obviously couldn't say anything at this point. His heart dripped blood at the thought of the terms, but he still kept a smile on his face as he nodded furiously, "Not too much, not too much. Young Master Zhou's terms are very fair, very very fair." Third young Master Zhou took the banknote worth 100 taels from shopkeeper Zhang's hands and then turned to face Yu Heng, who was lying in the donkey cart. He hinted, "The compensation has been paid in full, so quickly apologize now. We still need to go back to the medicine hall to check on his condition again." Shopkeeper Zhang really didn't want to apologize to his poor and humble apprentice. However, if he didn't do it, it was likely that he'd be brought to the county magistrate's office. In that case, then he'd really lose his face and reputation. After considering the facts, he decided to assume an air of sincerity and figuratively pinched his nose as he apologized to Yu Heng. The end of chapter 110. Thank you for listening. See you in the next chapter.